Chapter 1. Is anyone here? Say I'm exhausted, completely drained. Despite his monthly salary barely reaching 2 million won, Sejun manages to save 1 million won each month by cutting down on living expenses after paying his rent and student loan installments. This has allowed him to accumulate a sum of 12 million won in his savings account. However, even though this is a considerable amount, it falls short of Sejun's goal. Phew! When will I ever be able to buy a ticket? Can I even afford one? Sejun sighed, overwhelmed by his challenging objective. A mysterious 99-story black tower appeared out of nowhere in the heart of Gangnam, Seoul, 10 years ago. The tower boasted geometric patterns and a structure defying the laws of physics. Towers of a similar nature appeared simultaneously in 100 cities across the globe. Although each country conducted an investigation into the tower that emerged within their borders, they reaped little benefit from their findings. The information they uncovered revealed that the tower stood 990 meters tall, constructed from a material so strong that even a nuclear bomb couldn't damage it, and had no visible entrance. In an unexpected turn of events, people started emerging from the tower one by one. They seemed to pass through the walls of the tower naturally. Investigators swiftly identified these individuals, learning that they were people who had recently vanished. How did you enter the tower? Responding to the investigators' questions, they explained that they hadn't entered the tower, but had been sucked into a black hole. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves on the first floor of the tower. Thus, information about the tower began to unfold through the accounts of those who emerged from it. Lie area level equals 1. The 100 towers are interconnected as a single entity. Lie area level equals 1. Upon entering the tower, you awaken and assume the role of either a magician or a warrior. Lie area level equals 1. Monsters inhabit the tower from the second floor upward, growing stronger as the floors ascend. Lie area level equals 1. Rewards are given for clearing each floor, with the value of rewards increasing with each level. However, there are no rewards for clearing the same floor twice. No one understood the purpose of these towers. But one thing was certain: climbing the tower generated wealth. Items obtained within the tower fetched high prices on Earth. Among the items was something called a ticket. Tickets were one of the primary sources of income for the awakened. With a high probability of obtaining one or more tickets upon clearing a floor, those who had already awakened didn't require a ticket to enter the tower. However, ordinary people with tickets could access the tower. Once inside the tower, they would awaken and gain the qualification to ascend. Consequently, tickets were neither cheap nor easy to acquire. In Korea, for example, the Korean Awakened Association purchased tickets from hunters in bulk and resold them. The price was set at 150 million won per ticket. Due to high demand, news surfaced that the price would soar to 200 million won within a week. Hundreds of people had already paid in advance, eagerly awaiting their chance to purchase a ticket. I can't give up. Upon seeing frequent news about people getting rich through tower tickets, Sejun made a bold decision: grow crops at home. It was a way to tighten his belt even further. He didn't intend to cultivate anything extraordinary. He planned to grow a few low-maintenance plants to save on living expenses. I'll start today. With that, he bought some green onions and a few other items at the supermarket before heading home. Hehe, Sejun hummed a tune filled with determination. If I start growing fruits and vegetables at home, I can save a lot on food expenses and enjoy an abundance of produce. This is how I'll save money to buy a ticket and enter the tower. Then, I'll earn loads of money in the tower for Sarang and me. Hehe, Sejun daydreamed about Sarang, a member of Korea's top girl group Moonlight Fairy. In other words, it was Sejun's own fantasy. While Sejun was lost in his daydream and walking with a goofy grin, a black hole appeared in the empty space in front of him. And then whoosh! It began to suck in everything around it. What is this? Sejun was greatly startled upon discovering the black hole, which didn't reveal its other side. It's a vanishing. Vanishing was a phenomenon where people were sucked into the tower. All the first awakened ones went through a vanishing. Anyway, it's very fortunate, harder to come by than winning the lottery. Sejun hurriedly sent messages to his family, worried that they might look for him if he disappeared without a word. When he finished sending the messages, "Why am I still here? Even if I got sucked into a hole, I should have been sucked in a long time ago." Sejun kept staring at the black hole, waiting for it to take him. But there was no sign that the suction force was getting stronger. "Hurry up and take me already." Huh? Why is it shrinking? The hole was even closing. No. My future. Sarang. Sejun made up his mind. The future was for pioneers. That's right. I'm going in. Sejun charged into the hole. With that, he disappeared into the pitch-black darkness. Where am I? As soon as Sejun exited the hole, he realized something was off. The information he heard about the first floor of the tower was very different from what he saw. On the first floor of the tower, there were supposed to be luxurious chandeliers lighting up the area, white marble floors, a spacious plaza with shops selling equipment and potions, and training centers where warriors and magicians could learn skills. But this place was a cave made of rocks, not even a single shop or training center in sight. The only similarity with the first floor of the tower was that it was spacious. The only saving grace was that there was no luxurious chandelier lighting, but a single beam of sunlight illuminated the cave through a hole in the ceiling. Let's find the exit first. Sejin looked around for a way out. The first place he marked as a potential exit was the hole in the cave ceiling. However, climbing the wall to reach the arched hole in the ceiling seemed impossible unless he was Spider-Man. Let's look for another place. Sejin placed his bag on a rock and began to explore the cave. A moment later, why is this place so vast? The cave was much more extensive than he had thought. The far end of the cave was so dark that he could hardly see anything since the sunlight couldn't reach it. I have to conserve power, but Sejin reluctantly turned on his smartphone's flashlight on a low setting and continued exploring the cave. 3 hours later, the cave exploration was over. The cave was completely blocked off in all directions. He checked every gap between the rocks and weak points, but there was no place that seemed like a possible exit. There's no exit. Did I end up stranded? Sejin mumbled as if he had lost his mind and trudged back to the place where the sun was shining through the hole in the cave ceiling. What should I do? He had to admit it. It was impossible for him to get out of here alone. Hello? Is anyone there? Sejin shouted desperately towards the hole in the cave ceiling. But hey Tilda, I'm here Tilda. Sejin's desperate shout couldn't escape the hole and only circled inside the cave. Hello? Is there someone here? Sejin screamed until his throat was about to burst. But not a single person, let alone anything, passed by near the hole. Damn it! Can anyone hear me? Thump. Sejin couldn't hold back his anger and kicked the ground for no reason. And so, a day had passed. Day 2 of being lost. May 11th, 6 a.m. Beep beep beep. The alarm he had set for work rang. Sejin got up with difficulty from the uncomfortable sleeping place and turned off the alarm on his smartphone. Sejin, who had just woken up, stared at the hole in the cave ceiling all day. Even after several hours had passed, no one passed by. Is there anyone? Sejin's shout was only reflected off the damp rocks and returned as a gloomy echo. Grrr. Sejin's stomach grumbled. Although he was worried, he had to eat to survive. Ugh, I'm really hungry. He realized that he hadn't eaten anything since he left work. What should I eat? Sejin found a flat rock to sit on and settled down, and then rustle. He took out an apple wrapped in a plastic bag from his bag. It was a washed apple given to him by a coworker at the office. Thank you, Minjun. Sejin decided that if he ever got out of here, he would repay Minjun with sweet and sour pork. It's not that Minjun liked sweet and sour pork, but Sejin was craving it with black bean noodles right now. So, Sejin resolved to treat Minjun to sweet and sour pork and rip open the plastic packaging to take a big bite of the apple. Crunch. The sweet and sour juice of the apple filled his mouth. It's so delicious. As his appetite returned, his hunger became uncontrollable. Crunch. Crunch. Sejin was devouring the apple as if he was possessed. Ah. He stared at the remaining apple core and seeds with a forlorn expression. The amount was insufficient. Thump. Thump. Sejin dug a shallow hole with his foot and buried the apple seeds and core together. Then, he started to take out the items from his bag. A laptop, 500 ml of water left from the office, green onions, cherry tomatoes, and sweet potatoes he had bought to grow at home. 1, 2, 3. Sejin began to count the cherry tomatoes in the plastic container. He wanted to accurately understand the amount of food he had. 27 cherry tomatoes, 10 green onion stalks, and 7 sweet potatoes. For now, he planted all the green onions, 3 cherry tomatoes, and 2 sweet potatoes, and left the rest as food. Cherry tomatoes have many seeds inside, so even just 3 of them can yield a lot of plants. As for sweet potatoes, they were the only available food that could provide carbohydrates, but he couldn't plant many of them. First, let's fill up my stomach. Sejin washed a sweet potato and 5 cherry tomatoes in the small pond. It was fortunate that there was a small pond in the corner of the cave. At least he could find water. It would have been nice if there were fish too. There were no creatures the size of tadpoles in the pond. Sejin realized there were no insects or small animals like mice in the cave either. Sejin would normally be scared by insects or mice, but now that there were none, it felt strange. He had seen many scenes in movies where people ate insects or mice when there was no food. Really, if the food runs out, I might have to eat something like that. Of course, it would be best to escape this place before the food runs out. As he chewed the sweet potato, the crisp sound made his scattered thoughts disappear. Now was the time to focus on the sweet potato. Yum yum. It was delicious. The more he chewed, the sweeter it became. He always boiled or roasted sweet potatoes, but he thought it was fine to eat them raw sometimes. Now let's get to work. After finishing 1 sweet potato and 5 cherry tomatoes, Sejun picked up a green onion. And then, he broke off about 1/3 of the green leafy part from the root of the onion, placed it separately on the ground. I'll eat it later. Although it wouldn't taste good, he might have to eat it to survive. Sejun buried the white part of the onion root in the soft soil where the sunlight entered. Then he planted 2 sweet potatoes on the left side and cherry tomatoes on the right side. He simply buried the sweet potatoes in the ground and planted the seeds that came out of the crushed cherry tomatoes. He sucked the tomato juice off his hands and went to the pond. He filled a 500 ml water bottle with pond water and watered the crops he had just planted. When the work was finished, Sejun lay down on a rock, looking at the ceiling, and waited for someone to pass by. He tried to minimize energy consumption due to the lack of food and occasionally shouted, "Is anyone here?" But no one passed by. Beep beep, beep beep. May 12th, 6 a.m. Day 3 of being lost. Chapter 2. Which floor is this? Thud. Sleeping on the floor made my body so stiff. The good thing about this place is that there is no night. So if you sleep where the sun is just right, you can sleep comfortably at a pleasant temperature. Splash. Splash. Sejun washed his face briefly at the pond. And then splash, swish, swash. He washed the sweet potatoes and cherry tomatoes he would eat today. It feels strange to wash them with the water I used to wash my face. Sejun put aside his discomfort and bit into a sweet potato. Crunch. The more I chew, the sweeter it becomes. Did I ever have the luxury of chewing on something sweet like this without having to go to work? He sat down on a dry patch of dirt where the sun was shining, laid out his bag, and chewed on a sweet potato slowly. There was complete silence except for the sound of chewing. His heartbeat started to slow down and his mind also calmed down. He was lost and his food would run out in a few days. He might starve to death. Strange. Sejun tilted his head. He was amazed by his own feelings. But it was better than being anxious. Every time Manager Go called out Sejun, "Can you come over here for a minute?" my heart would race. But how peaceful it is now. Sejun leisurely enjoyed the sweet potato, relishing the peace that he couldn't feel easily before. Shall we move on to the next menu? After finishing the sweet potato, Sejun put a cherry tomato in his mouth and chewed. Pop! The skin of the cherry tomato couldn't withstand the pressure of Sejun's teeth and burst. Sourness filled his mouth as the juice of the cherry tomato exploded. It's delicious. It was so delicious that he doubted whether it was the same cherry tomato he usually ate. Perhaps his taste buds had become extremely sensitive due to hunger. Sejun focused solely on the taste of the cherry tomato and chewed slowly. However, chewing on the cherry tomato for a long time didn't make it taste better, so the 5 cherry tomatoes quickly disappeared into Sejun's mouth. After finishing his meal, Sejun began his daily routine. Staring at the hole in the ceiling. Sejun stared blankly at the hole in the ceiling. "I'm bored." Of course, he occasionally shouted, "Is anyone here?" But even that was done while looking at the ceiling. After staring at the ceiling for several hours, it was so tiring that he felt like he was going crazy. Is there anything to do? Sejun started looking for something to do. Let's water the crops first. Sejun filled a water bottle and watered the onions, cherry tomatoes, and sweet potatoes. Jal. Grow fast. Grow huge. Daddy is hungry. He went back and forth to the pond 3 times, thoroughly soaking the ground where the crops were planted. Then Jigorog. His stomach informed him of the fuel shortage. Just moving a little made him hungry again. Sejun poured the remaining water from the water bottle into his mouth. Gulp. Gulp. He felt his stomach fill up a bit. Sejun returned to his spot and stared at the hole in the ceiling. After several hours, Sejun stared blankly at the ceiling when, beep beep, beep beep, the alarm went off. May 12th, 10 p.m. There is no sunset here, so he set the alarm to match his bedtime. It's time to sleep. Sejun got up and prepared for bed. There wasn't much to do in terms of preparation. Tap tap. He leveled the dirt floor where he would lie down and covered his head with his bag, so he couldn't see the sun. That was the end of his bedtime preparations. Surprisingly, sleep came easily. In the middle of the night, by Sejun's standards. Sejun woke up from sleep due to the ground-shaking vibrations. What's going on? Just then, he felt another strong vibration. It was close. Sejun hurriedly removed the bag from his face and got up. And then he witnessed the bizarre scene. What is this? The light coming down from the cave ceiling had turned blue. And screech. Caw. He heard strange, threatening noises. At that moment roar. A huge black dragon appeared in the sky and roared. The sight of it flying high alone, cutting through the blue light, was astonishingly beautiful. The black dragon roared and disappeared gracefully. The other monsters became silent, perhaps frightened by the dragon's roar. However, Xiaojun's mind was noisier than ever. Monsters, this can't be happening. Xiaojun thought something was wrong. He believed that this place was somewhere on the first floor of the tower. He wanted to believe that the light illuminating the cave all day was the chandelier lighting of the first floor of the tower. But there were no monsters on the first floor. In other words, Xiaojun was not on the first floor of the tower. Moreover, the blue moon, where the sun turns blue. Every floor has sunlight all day long. But on each floor, there is a periodic time when the sun turns blue. Hunters called this phenomenon the blue moon. During the blue moon, monsters become more aggressive and powerful, so hunters avoid the floors where the blue moon occurs. The blue moon is a phenomenon that occurs only on the 10th floor and above. This meant that Xiaojun was on the 10th floor or above. There was still a chance he could be rescued. However, there's a catch. That was the dragon. After the tower appeared 10 years ago, the Phoenix Guild, the most powerful force on Earth, recently achieved the feat of clearing the 37th floor. From the 31st to the 37th floor, guilds were keeping each other in check, so they didn't release any information. But below the 30th floor, quite a few clear videos were uploaded to YouTube for money or publicity. According to the known information, skeletons appear on floors 2-10, goblins on 11-20, orcs on 20-30. And from the 31st floor onwards, spider monsters appear, although no videos were released. This was credible information, as multiple hunters had mentioned it in interviews. None of them mentioned dragons. They hadn't even heard of lizard-like monsters appearing in the tower. Which floor is this? Sejun clutched his head and wailed. He might have been stranded on a floor that even the top hunters had not reached. Why is this happening to me? Sejun looked at the hole in the ceiling with a heavy heart, bathed in blue light. However, his purpose had changed. Previously, he had looked up hoping someone would pass by, but now he hoped that no one would. After seeing the dragon, Sejun realized that there were monsters in this place. Beep beep. Beep beep. May 13th, 6 a.m. the alarm went off. Sejun greeted the fourth day with sleepless eyes after standing guard all night. Fortunately, the blue moon turned back to its usual yellowish light around 4 a.m. 5 hours later, Sejun's head drooped as he stood guard. Then he fell into a deep sleep. It was understandable, as he had been keeping watch, staring at the ceiling since yesterday. Ugh, water. As soon as he woke up, Sejun felt a burning thirst. He fumbled for the water bottle he had placed beside him. And then gulp, gulp. He drank the water in one shot. Phew! Now I feel alive. His thirst quenched, hunger set in. He went to the pond and quickly washed his face, as well as 5 sweet potatoes and cherry tomatoes. Sejun chewed on a sweet potato while looking at the hole in the ceiling. Even if I don't know where I am, if it's above the 41st floor, the chances of someone coming are almost 0%. That meant he had to survive on his own. Sejun looked at the field where he had planted crops. Should I water them? Thinking that he had to survive on his own made the crops seem more precious. He watered them. You guys have to be strong. Sweet potatoes grow huge. Tomatoes bear lots of fruit. Green onion just grow big and strong. He watered the plants and spoke kindly to them. He had heard on the news that playing music for plants could help them grow, so he thought a few kind words wouldn't hurt. After watering the plants, Sejun sat down and stared at the hole in the ceiling again. However, boredom quickly set in. Should I eat this? Sejun saw the green onion leaves he had pulled off when planting the roots on the first day. Ugh, it's spicy. As soon as he put the green onion leaves in his mouth and chewed, a spicy taste filled his mouth, accompanied by the strong scent of green onions. The taste had become more concentrated after drying in the sun for a couple of days. Sejun continued to chew without swallowing. There's sweetness in green onion too. As he kept chewing, the spiciness faded, and the hidden sweetness of the green onions gradually emerged. Great! He chewed on the green onion and managed to endure the drowsy afternoon hours. And then beep beep. Beep beep. May 13th, 10 p.m. The fourth night of the ordeal had come. Will I be okay tonight? Sejun couldn't fall asleep easily. The monsters had been active at dawn because of the blue moon. However, that didn't mean they were friendly when it wasn't a blue moon. Sejun decided to prepare a sleeping place where there was no light. It would be cold, but nothing was more important than his life. Since he didn't have to sleep under the sun, he folded his bag and used it as a pillow. And then as soon as Sejun laid his head on the bag, he fell asleep snoring. While Sejun was asleep, the scallions with their roots in the ground began to grow in earnest. Beep beep. Beep beep. The alarm went off. May 14th, 6 p.m. The fifth day of survival began. Sejun's eyes opened wide. Ugh! Why do I feel so light? Sejun stretched out refreshingly. He always felt heavy when waking up, but today his body felt extremely light. In addition, he thought it would be cold sleeping without the sun, but it wasn't cold. Is it because the fatigue from working at the company has been relieved? Sejun thought it was strange and went to the pond. Splash! Splash! He washed his face and picked out the sweet potatoes and cherry tomatoes to eat today. When he picked up the sweet potatoes and cherry tomatoes for today, half of the food in the plastic container had disappeared. There wasn't much food left. Should I start eating only half from today? Sejun washed the picked sweet potatoes and cherry tomatoes while pondering. Pop! Pop! And snap! He cut the sweet potato in half and put half of it and 3 cherry tomatoes back into the plastic container. He was already running out of food, and the thought of having to cut back even more was disheartening. Sigh. Sejun sighed and moved to his usual spot with flat rocks well lit by the sun and sat down. However, something fell off. He was in the shade. Huh? What's this? The scallion, which had grown to Sejun's height, was blocking the sun that should have always been shining. There was no significant difference when he looked at it while watering it yesterday, and there was no change before going to bed. The scallions had grown tremendously overnight. When did it grow like this? As Sejun approached and examined it closely, the white part where the scallion roots were had grown to the thickness of a wrist. Sejun grabbed and tore off one of the new scallion leaves. What? The scallion leaves appeared fragile as they fluttered in the wind, yet they were surprisingly tough. Ugh! Sejun put in effort and tore off the leaf. What? Why is it like this all of a sudden? It seemed that the appearance of plants changed depending on the climate and habitat. How will it taste? He hoped that the taste would change as much as the appearance had. Sejun put the scallion leaf in his mouth and chewed. Chapter 3, Sprouting. Crunch. The scallion leaf was cut off with a pleasant sound, easier than expected. The texture was good as well. As soon as he chewed the scallion, a spicy taste spread throughout his mouth. His body warmed up from the spiciness. His pores opened and sweat poured out like rain. Swallowing his saliva, Sejun wiped the flowing sweat and continued to chew the scallion. However, the expected sweetness didn't come. I thought the sweetness would be stronger because the spiciness became stronger. It seemed that the taste had become entirely spicy. Gulp! When he swallowed the scallion, the spiciness disappeared cleanly. Fortunately, it didn't upset his stomach. I can eat the scallions when I crave something spicy. Crunch. Sejun continued to eat the scallions, which only had a spicy taste. For now, he had to satisfy his hunger. So, Sejun seemed to have eaten about a foot of scallions while dripping with sweat. Somehow, the more he sweated, the lighter his body felt. Crunch. Crunch. Sejun, who filled his stomach with scallions, mercilessly broke the scallions that provided shade in his spot. It was not because he was venting his anger, since there was no sweetness at all. Well, let's not say it's absolute. I was a little hopeful. He laid the broken scallions in a place well exposed to sunlight. Today, he started his work a little late because of the scallions, but it didn't matter. The work was drip, 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 briefly watering the crops and staring blankly at the hole in the ceiling. Still, something had appeared to relieve his boredom. When he stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, the scallions had grown significantly in the meantime. Do scallions usually grow this fast? He even checked the time on his smartphone to see if it was just his imagination. The scallions grew about 10 cm per hour, an astonishing growth rate. Sejun, who had no farming experience, thought this was impossible. Is it because they were grown in the tower? There was nothing else to suspect. They were just scallions that he had bought from the market. If the seeds had truly been scallions that grew 10 cm per hour, they would have been called golden scallions. But there's no growth from these guys. Sejun glanced at the spots where he had planted cherry tomatoes and sweet potatoes next to the scallions. If the soil was the reason for the scallions' miraculous growth, then other things would grow well too. However, there was no change in the ground. Is this soil only suitable for growing scallions? With a suspicious mind, he looked more closely. Upon closer inspection, the soil where the sweet potatoes were planted remained the same, but the soil where the cherry tomatoes were planted seemed slightly bulging. Sejun lay down on the ground and stared intently at the bulging soil. There it was. A green stem with a shiny yellow head emerged shyly between the soil, revealing its appearance. 1, 2, 3 There were a total of 52 sprouts. Sejun stared at the cherry tomato sprouts for a long time. So cute. He felt a sense of pride just by looking at the plants he had grown himself and seeing them grow so well. It made him feel accomplished. Beep beep. Beep beep. May 15th. 6:00 a.m. Sejun welcomed the 6th day's morning. Yesterday, he spent the whole day just looking at the cherry tomato sprouts. They didn't grow as fast as the scallions, but watching them grow little by little over time made him feel full even without eating. Huh! Sejun got up lightly from his seat. Lately, his body was getting lighter day by day. At first, he thought it was because the fatigue from overwork had been relieved, but recently he began to think that it might not be the case. Let's see. Have our sprouts grown a lot? As soon as he got up, Sejun went to see the cherry tomato sprouts without washing his face or eating. He was very curious about how much they had grown while he was sleeping. Oh! The ends of the sprouts, their greenish-yellow heads, were slightly split. However, a dark shadow blocked the sprouts. The scallions had grown back to Sejun's height, blocking the light that should have reached the cherry tomato sprouts. Crunch! Crunch! Sejun mercilessly broke off the scallion leaves. Phew! After breaking all the scallions, Sejun hurried to the pond. Splash! Splash! He quickly finished washing his face and gulp. Gulp! Gulp! Filled a water bottle and plastic container with water to water the soil around the cherry tomato sprouts, as well as the scallions and sweet potato field. I don't hate you, you know. He especially gave the scallions plenty of water. When he finished watering, gurgle. His stomach demanded payment, as if there could be no unpaid labor. Time to eat breakfast. Sejun put a scallion he had just broken into his mouth. Crunch! Crunch! After eating only scallion leaves yesterday instead of sweet potatoes and cherry tomatoes, he thought he could satisfy his hunger well enough. His stomach didn't feel empty, nor did he feel drained of energy. Somehow, it felt like carbohydrates were being absorbed. And most importantly, there was plenty of it. Growing about 180 cm per day, there was actually so much that it was difficult to handle. For now, I need to dry them well and store them. Looking at the current situation, it seemed unlikely that the well-growing leeks would suddenly stop growing, but Sejun decided to prepare for the unexpected. No one can predict affairs. Who would have thought that he would be stranded in an unknown place like this? He decided to plant the remaining cherry tomatoes and sweet potatoes for more food in the future. Thud! Thud! Sejun dug into the soil and planted the cherry tomatoes and sweet potatoes. And then, trickle, trickle. Grow big and strong. He gave them plenty of water along with his encouragement and sat on his designated seat, a flat rock where the sun shined well. He felt a sense of accomplishment after doing something productive. The sky is nice. The blue sky was clear and beautiful. The human heart was fickle, he thought to himself. Despite feeling suffocated yesterday, he found the sky to be pleasant today. Come to think of it, he had been staring at the sky for days. I never really looked at the sky for days when I was working at the company. I'm living a good life. However, that feeling was short-lived. I feel like something's missing. If only I had coffee here. He really wanted an iced Americano with an extra shot. He missed his city life. As Sejun looked at the sky, reminiscing about city life, beep, beep, he received a notification that his smartphone battery had dropped below 20%. He had set the screen to low power mode and only looked at it when needed, but he couldn't completely prevent battery consumption. Let's charge it with this for now. Sejun opened his laptop and pressed the power button. A smartphone that consumed less power than a laptop and informed him of the time to wake up and sleep was more useful. Blink. The laptop screen lit up, showing an Excel window with work he had been doing. It was an estimate to send to a client, which he hadn't finished at the company and had intended to complete at home. Click. Sejun closed the Excel window without any hesitation. Of course, he didn't save anything. Although it was an estimate he had worked on for several days, he didn't feel any regret. Besides, it was already too late. Someone else will do it instead. He felt a little sorry for the person who would take over, but it wasn't a situation where he could do anything about it. Sejun connected his smartphone and laptop and charged his phone. He also turned on low power mode for the laptop to reduce battery consumption. And while his smartphone was charging, he looked at the cherry tomato sprouts. No matter how many times he looked, it made him feel good. As he was watching the cherry tomato sprouts for a while, drip, 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 water dropped from above. What? Is it raining? Sejun knew that wasn't the case even as he spoke. Apart from a few floors, the tower always had clear weather. Could it be a monster? He got goosebumps imagining a monster looking down at him and drooling. Sejun hastily looked up. But, in the hole in the ceiling, there was a small white rabbit drooling as it looked down through the hole. Is that a monster too? Sejun was wondering if the rabbit he saw in front of him was a ferocious monster when suddenly squeak. As the rabbit's eyes met Sejun's, it let out a cute cry and jumped down from the hole. Boing! It's dangerous. Sejun instinctively reached out his hand towards the falling rabbit, not knowing if it was a monster or not. However, the rabbit adjusted its falling direction using its long ears, avoiding Sejun's hand, stepped on his shoulder with both feet, and safely landed on the ground. It was quite embarrassing to have his hand outstretched in the air. At that moment, squeak. The rabbit cautiously approached him while walking on two legs and pointed to the scallion with its trembling finger. Seeing it walk on two legs, it was not just an ordinary rabbit. Can you eat this? Squeak. The rabbit answered, nodding its head vigorously. There was a desperate plea in its eyes for approval. Here. Snap. Sejun broke off a whole scallion leaf and gave it to the rabbit. Squeak. Crunch. Crunch. The rabbit started eating the scallion leaf Sejun handed over without hesitation. Snap. Snap. While the rabbit was eating the scallion, Sejun broke off more leaves. He decided to break them all. From then on, Sejun planned to cut the scallions once at 6 a.m. and once at 2 p.m. so the cherry tomato seedlings could get some sun. Crunch. Crunch. The rabbit was still eagerly eating the scallion. So far, it had eaten a length equivalent to 2 finger joints. Sejun watched the rabbit and then looked back at the cherry tomatoes. The tips of the cherry tomato seedlings were gradually opening. Soon they would have leaves. How much time had passed? Gurgle. The sound of the rabbit sleeping could be heard next to him. It seemed sleepy now that its stomach was full. Its soft snoring was quite cute. At that moment, squeak. Feeling Sejun's gaze, the rabbit woke up with a start. Shake. The rabbit shook its head to get rid of its sleepiness. And then, squeak. It jumped with a powerful cry. Flick. The rabbit held a scallion in one hand and easily climbed back up to the hole. Squeak. Before leaving, the rabbit bowed its head to Sejun in gratitude. You just eat and run away. Although it was ungrateful, Sejun waved goodbye. It was a brief encounter, but it was pleasant. While Sejun waved, the rabbit left. Even though it was only for a moment, it felt empty. Sejun left the emptiness behind and looked back at the cherry tomato seedlings. In the meantime, the seedlings had gathered strength and spread their leaves even wider. Grow up, guys. A little later, as if knowing Sejun was waiting, the cherry tomato seedlings began to unfold one by one, revealing 2 bright green leaves each. The sight of the delicate, but vibrant leaves emerging was quite wondrous. Beep. Beep. May 15th, 10 p.m. The alarm to announce the evening rang. However, he didn't want to sleep tonight. He wanted to keep watching the seedlings grow and then fall asleep. Splat. Splat. Sejun woke up to the feeling of something lightly hitting his cheek. What is it? When he opened his eyes, the rabbit that had run away yesterday was slapping his cheek with its paw to wake him up. What time is it? Sejun checked the time. May 16th, 5 a.m. It was an hour earlier than his usual waking time. But what's with your outfit? The rabbit wore a straw hat with holes for its ears to stick out and held a watering can in its hand. At that moment, squeak. Another rabbit's cry was heard. Sejun looked towards the sound, and there was another slender rabbit wearing an apron. And then, nod. The rabbit that made eye contact with Sejun politely greeted him. What's going on here? Day 7 of being lost. Sejun woke up a little early and a rabbit couple had joined the cave. Chapter 4. Lighting a fire. TL. Hanguk. Sejun quickly sensed the pink atmosphere flowing between the two. Are you two a couple? Squeak. Squeak. They both nodded at the same time. Damn. Being caught between a rabbit couple. He once had no friends with matching free time in college, so he had to eat with a couple. It was awkward, but he couldn't eat alone for a whole semester, so he joined them. One day while eating together, a sudden tension arose between the couple, leading to a heated argument. Sejun felt very uncomfortable while being stuck between them. And then I acquired the skill to eat by myself. After that, he vowed never to eat with a couple again. Squeak, squeak. Feeling Sejun's strange mood, the husband rabbit rubbed its face against Sejun's hand, trying desperately to win his approval to stay. It was a desperate gesture to protect their home. Working so hard to protect their family, Sejun's heart softened. He felt ashamed for still being stuck in the past. That's right. They were a couple and these two are a married couple. Sejun didn't know the profound world of a married couple. Alright, you can stay here. But it's not for free. He didn't expect anything in return. Squeak. Squeak. Upon Sejun's approval, the rabbit couple nodded vigorously and ran to a corner of the cave, digging a burrow to create their own dwelling. A burrow? Watching the rabbit dig the burrow, Sejun had a sudden idea. He wondered if they could dig a burrow to get out of here. Stupid me. I only thought about the hole above because it was there. Rabbit. Squeak. The husband rabbit, busy digging the ground, peeked out at Sejun's call. Can you dig a tunnel to get out of here? Squeak. The rabbit thought for a moment and shook its head. No. Swish, swish. The rabbit began drawing a picture on the ground. It drew the cave where Sejun was and started digging deep underneath. And then, whoosh. It poured water from the watering can into the dug hole. The bottom of Sejun's cave filled with water. The bottom is all water. Squeak. The rabbit nodded. Okay. Keep doing what you were doing. Squeak. The rabbit went back to digging its burrow. At that moment, beep, beep. The alarm rang. The smartphone battery was at 100%. Considering the discharge rate of the laptop, it seemed like he could recharge it once more. May 16th, 6 a.m. Sejun's daily routine began. First, he checked the tomato seedlings. Good job, guys. Now, the green leaves were fully blossomed. There was still no news from the sweet potato field. Sejun went to the pond, washed his face, and watered the field. And then, snap, snap. He broke off some leaves so the tomato seedlings could get some sunlight. The more he broke the leaves, the thicker and more split the stems became, producing more leaves. At first, there were about 3 leaves per plant, but now there were 8. Will it become chore to break these later? Sejun dried the torn leaves in the sunlight. The leaves that were already in the sun had now hardened, almost moisture-free. Crunch. Sejun finished his morning work while eating the freshly torn leaves. Now, after 8 hours, he just had to break the leaves once more and water them to finish the day's work. Sejun, who had finished his work, sat in his designated seat and stared blankly at the sky. How long had he been staring at the sky? Ook, ook, boo-woo, boo-woo. Huh, what's this noise? Sejun looked in the direction where the noise came from. It was the sound coming from the rabbit couple's burrow. The sound stopped abruptly. What was that? Just as Sejun was about to stare at the sky again and zone out ook, boo-woo, boo-woo. The sound was heard again. Listening carefully, it was the sound of panting. No way. These guys. As soon as the rabbit couple made their home, they began breeding activities. Afterward, the breeding activities continued several more times. A few hours later, at 2 p.m., Sejun got up to do his afternoon work. At that time, the rabbit couple came out of the burrow happily together, and quickly started doing the farm work Sejun was about to do. Peep beep, swoosh. The husband rabbit hummed while watering the crops with a watering can, and bzzz, snip snip. The wife rabbit accompanied her husband's song by cutting the leaves with scissors. The husband sang and the wife followed. It reminded him of the phrase husband sings, wife follows. However, what bothered Sejun was something else. What are those things? It turned out that the watering can held by the husband rabbit and the apron worn by the wife rabbit were items. Water kept coming out of the watering can non-stop, and the apron seemed to have a space magic on it, as the wife rabbit took out farming tools like scissors or shovels whenever she needed them. He was a bit envious. They had such equipment. He had to dig and tear with his hands and carry water. Watching the rabbit's work made time pass quickly, but soon he got bored. At that moment, he saw the light passing through the PET bottle, refracting and concentrating into a strong light. Seeing that, an idea came to mind. He remembered a scene from a TV show where survival experts used PET bottles filled with water to start a fire. Should I try to start a fire? It seemed like the well-dried leaves would burn well. Alright. Sejun got up and collected the well-dried leaves. And then swoosh, swoosh. He tore the leaves thinly to gather them well in the center so the fire could catch easily. And Sejun began to focus the light on the dried green onion leaves using the PET bottle filled with water like a magnifying glass. Squeak, squeak. When Sejun stayed still in the same position for more than 20 minutes, the rabbit couple approached him. They seemed curious about what the farm owner was doing. About 10 minutes passed and the rabbit started dozing off, seemingly bored. At that moment, smoke started to rise from the finely torn pile of green onion leaves. An ember was created. It's working. Sejun concentrated even more on shining the light from the PET bottle on the ember. The ember grew stronger and the smoke became thicker. Woo! Woo! Sejun carefully blew air into the finely torn leaves containing the ember. The rabbit couple woke up from the sound of the blowing and looked at Sejun. And then squeak, squeak. They were astonished to see the smoking green onion leaves. After blowing for a while, the fire started and flames burst out. Heh, I did it. Squeak, squeak. The rabbit couple looked at Sejun with admiring eyes. They didn't have any items that could start a fire among their belongings. The first thing Sejun did when the fire started was to roast green onions to eat. He just wanted to fill his stomach with something warm. The dried green onions had become too hard to eat, like firewood, so he roasted the ones he had picked today. As the surface of the green onion turned black from the roasting, Sejun lifted it by holding the end. And then ouch. Hut. Hoo. He placed the blackened green onion on another leaf and peeled off the burnt skin while blowing on his fingers. He lifted the roasted green onion and put the peeled part in his mouth. Putch putch. So sweet. Sejun's eyes widened at the incredible taste. It was like sugar was running wild in his mouth. An intense sweetness exploded. Sejun quickly threw a few more green onions into the flames and began eating the roasted green onions hurriedly. Squeak! Seeing Sejun's reaction, the husband rabbit bravely placed a green onion into the fire, and shortly after, squeak! Squeak! The rabbit couple ate the peeled roasted leeks with emotional expressions. All three of them ate with enthusiasm, getting black smudges on their faces. On the 7th day of being trapped in the tower, Sejun went to sleep after filling his stomach with warm food for the first time. Beep beep, beep beep. May 9th, 6 a.m. on the 10th day of the disaster. Alright. Sejun got up energetically today as well. Squeak! Squeak! The rabbit couple, who had woken up first, greeted Sejun. Yeah. Good morning. Splish splash. Splish splash. Sejun went to the pond to wash his face and sat down in his spot. Squeak! The wife rabbit brought the roasted green onion. Thanks. Sejun said as he received the food. Tilda munch tilda gulp. Tilda munch tilda gulp. While eating the roasted green onions, Sejun looked at the field where the crops were planted. The green onions had already been harvested, and the ground was damp. The rabbits, who had woken up early, had already finished their work. On top of that, the wife rabbit had prepared a meal. It was so nice that they took care of it themselves. However, there was even less to do in a place where there was already little to do. I need to move around a bit. Today, he decided to transplant the cherry tomatoes that he had put off. It was time to transplant them because if they grew too close together, they wouldn't be able to absorb nutrients properly. Sejun dug the soil with his hands, made a place to transplant the cherry tomatoes, and with a small spoon-sized shovel, the husband rabbit carefully scooped and moved one by one. They also moved the 6 new sprouts they had planted later. A total of 58 sprouts were planted in 6 rows of 10 each. Phew! Seeing the neatly planted sprouts in a row brought a sense of pride. Sejun was proud of doing even small things these days. As soon as Sejun finished transplanting the cherry tomatoes, he started a new task. Making torches. He wove several leaves together to make a handle, and wrapped the end with finely torn dried leaves hundreds of times. Dried green onion leaves seemed to be suitable for torches as they maintained the fire for a long time. The green onion leaves burned for so long that there was no need to manage the fire separately. At first, it would have been tedious to continue, but now he found pleasure in using his will, body, and effort to create something essential to his life. After investing several hours, he made a torch and an alarm rang to notify it was time to sleep. May 20th, 6 a.m. on the 11th day of the disaster, the morning dawned. Alright. Peep, peep. Right, good morning. As soon as he got up, he greeted the rabbit couple and went to the pond to wash his face. The pond was brighter than yesterday. Sejun, who had always been uncomfortable with the darkness when washing his face, installed a torch by the pond first. Nice. Haha. Sejun looked at the burning torch and brought his face closer to the pond to wash his face. At that moment, splash! A fish suddenly jumped out of the pond and tried to bite Sejun's face. Ugh! Sejun hurriedly leaned back. The fishy smell of water from the fish's body brushed past his nose. He barely dodged it. The fish that fell to the ground wriggled to return to the water. What is this? Sejun, who was flustered, approached the wriggling fish and took a closer look. It had golden stripes on a black background on its body and sharp teeth. He could have had his nose cut off if he was just a little bit late. Sejun pushed the fish to the opposite side of the pond, so it couldn't escape. He then examined the pond. Oh! Inside the pond, several fish of the same species that had just attacked Sejun were swimming. Why are they here? While Sejun was thinking about the reason, the fish wriggled to escape back to the pond. I don't have time for this. Sejun hurriedly caught the fish that had fallen to the ground. On the 11th day of being trapped in the tower, they finally had the chance to eat fish. Chapter 5. The green cherry tomato ripens. Sejun's hand tightly gripped the fish, which struggled and opened its mouth wide to attack Sejun, then clamped down hard. Snap! Snap! Sharp teeth clashed, making a sharp sound. Each time, Sejun held on tighter, fearing that if he lost his grip, he might lose a finger. Sejun held the fish tightly and ran to the spot below the hole in the ceiling where the fire was. Meanwhile, the fish, which had been fiercely resisting, began to breathe faster and its body went limp. Upon reaching the fire, Sejun carefully laid down a single green onion leaf on the ground. He carefully placed the fish on the leaf and covered it with another green onion leaf. And then swoosh! He tore the green onion leaves to the thickness of a finger to use them as strings, wrapped the fish in 2 pieces of the torn leaves in a cross shape, and tied them together. I hope this tastes amazing. Sejun carefully placed the fish wrapped in green onion leaves in the center of the fire pit. And then he waited. He watched for a long time. Sniff sniff. Ah, it smells great. The rich, oily scent melted into the rising steam and began to fill the cave. He remembered his childhood. When his mother was preparing a meal, The smell of food would spread from the kitchen and take over the entire house. When he came home after school and the smell filled the house, his mood would lift if it was one of his favorite side dishes. Back then, even the waiting time before eating was happy. Gurgle. A noise interrupted Sejun's thoughts. He was hungry, but he held back. He was determined to fill his empty stomach with something delicious. Gurgle. Hold on just a bit longer. I'll put something really delicious in you. Sejun consoled his stomach and patiently waited. He waited for it to be completely cooked. And when the scent became deeper and richer, I can't wait any longer. I can't stand it. Sejun used the dried, hardened green onion leaves to remove the grilled fish wrapped in palm leaves from the fire. He carefully untied the knot that held the green onion leaves together. Whoosh! When he untied the string and removed the green onion leaves, a dense aroma of fish mixed with the scent of green onion leaves spread. Wow! Sejun marveled at the sight of the moist, glistening fish. Gulp! Sejun folded the fish in half, tore off a piece of protruding flesh, and put it in his mouth. It was perfectly cooked. There was no fishy taste, and the chewy texture was felt as soon as he bit into it, with the savory flavor spreading in his mouth the more he chewed. Amazing! Gobble gobble. Sejun devoured the fish in a frenzy. Oh, I finished it already. Sejun looked at the fish with only bones left and wore a crestfallen expression. At that moment, peep peep, a sound of disappointment came from the side. Sejun wasn't the only one disappointed. Sejun looked at the source of the sound, and the rabbit couple was wearing a lost expression as they stared at the fish bones left. No way. No, it couldn't be rabbits eating fish. But on second thought, the rabbit couple preferred to roast and eat the leaves like Sejun. Do you guys eat meat too? Sejun asked. Peep. As if to say they also just found out now, the rabbit couple simultaneously turned their heads. They seemed annoyed that Sejun had eaten it all by himself. Sorry, I didn't know you guys eat meat too. Sejun scratched his head and got up to go to the pond. He intended to catch a fish. The number of fish in the pond had increased since the last time he saw them. But where are they coming from? As Sejun examined the pond with a torch, he noticed a small hole about the size of a hand in the corner of the pond. A fish entered through the hole at that moment. They're coming in through that hole. It seemed they were attracted to the light of the torch. Sejun finally figured out where the fish were coming from. Unconsciously, Sejun brought the torch closer to the pond to take a closer look. Splash! A fish jumped towards the torch, opening its mouth. Whoosh! Sejun quickly lifted the torch to avoid the fish. Snap! The fish bit the air. Splash! The fish that failed to hunt returned to the water. What's going on? Sejun cautiously brought the torch close to the water again. Splash! Splash! The fish jumped up to hunt the torch. Whoosh! Sejun lifted the torch to avoid them. Snap! Snap! Splash! Splash! The fish failed to hunt again and returned to the water. Sejun realized what the fish were reacting to. The fish would jump when they saw the torch moving near the surface, thinking it was prey. Now that he knew how to make the fish jump, catching them was easy. Sejun shook the torch near the pond. Splash! A fish opened its mouth and jumped towards the torch. Here it comes. Sejun focused on the movement of the fish. And when the fish reached its highest point and was about to fall back down. Now! Whack! Sejun swung the torch at the rising fish, knocking it out of the pond and onto the ground. The fallen fish rised to breathe. In the meantime, thwack! Whack! Sejun sent 2 more fish to the ground. Holding the 3 fish that had stopped breathing, he approached the fire pit. Squeak! Squeak squeak! The rabbit couple cheered for Sejun as if they were never upset, sending him admiring gazes. Sejun's shoulders straightened. At that moment, he felt like a hero. Squeak! Squeak! The male rabbit brought some green onion leaves and volunteered to help with the cooking. Rustle! Rustle! Next to them, the female rabbit tore the green onion leaves into small pieces to make strings. It's done. Sejun spoke as he placed the 3rd fish on the fire. All that was left was to wrap the fish in green onion leaves and tie them up, so the cooking process can be started quickly. And again, they waited happy. On the 11th day of being trapped in the tower, Sejun and the rabbit couple filled their bellies with fish and went to sleep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. June 19th, 6 a.m. It was the morning of the 41st day of being trapped in the tower. Let's get moving. Sejun woke up and approached the pond. However, there was now an additional small pond next to the old one, which hadn't been there before. In order to avoid the fish's attacks, a small faucet-like water stream was connected next to the pond. Sejun washed his face and fetched water from there. Splish! Splash! Sejun washed his face and went to the field. In the field, centered around Sejun's designated rock, there were green onions in the front, cherry tomatoes that had grown to the height of Sejun's knees on the left, and sprouts of sweet potatoes on the right. Finally, the long-awaited sweet potato sprouts appeared. All the crops Sejun had planted on the first day of the crisis had safely taken root at the top. I'm proud. A lot had happened in the meantime. On the 32nd day of being trapped in the tower, a blue moon appeared again. With that, Sejun realized that the blue moon's cycle on the floor he was on was 30 days. And a few days ago, in their burrow, Mrs. Rabbit gave birth to 6 babies and the family grew. Peep, peep. As the energetic cries of the baby rabbits came from inside the burrow, Daddy Rabbit busily started watering the green onion leaves. I have to prepare breakfast. Seeing the busy rabbit couple, Sejun wanted to help them. Snap, snap. He broke off 10 green onion leaves and put them on the fire, and the rest were laid on the ground to dry. Then he approached the pond and waved the torch from side to side over the water. Splash, splash. The fish that jumped up to hunt the torchlight. Sejun swung the torch towards them. Thump. Today, luckily, it was a one-hit kill. Flutter, flutter. He covered 2 fish with green onion leaves, tied them with stems, and put them on the fire. In the meantime, he took out the well-cooked green onions and ate them. It's comforting to have something warm inside. After eating the cooked green onions, Sejun watered the crops and spent some time staring blankly. Sniff, sniff. A delicious smell began to spread. Tap, tap. Sejun began to cut the strings that tied the fish wrapped in leaves as he took them out of the fire. Just then, the husband rabbit came out of the burrow, wobbling. Rabbit, Sejun called the daddy rabbit. Peep. The husband rabbit seemed to be tired from parenting. His response lacked energy. Share this with your wife. Peep. The moved husband rabbit hurriedly took the fish and went into the burrow. However, peep, peep. As the baby rabbits woke up, the rabbit couple could only eat the fish after a while. Beep beep. Beep beep. June 9, 5 p.m. On the 50th day of the crisis, the smartphone rang the alarm for the last time and died. Fortunately, the rabbits woke up precisely at 5 a.m. and went to bed at 7 p.m. It seemed that there would be no change of the time difference due to the continuous daylight if they followed the rabbit's daily rhythm. You did well. Sejun put the dead smartphone in his bag with the already dead laptop. At that time, peep, peep. The rabbit couple, who seemed to have become familiar with parenting by now, came out of the burrow and greeted him. Oh, good morning. Swoosh, swish, swish. While the husband rabbit watered the crops with a watering can and the wife rabbit cut the green onion leaves, thump, thump. Sejun caught fish from the pond. Then holding the caught fish, he went to the fire and wrapped the fish in leaves and put them in the fire. The wife rabbit took out the roasted green onions, beautifully arranged them on the leaves, and handed them to Sejun before going back into the burrow with her husband. They went inside to prepare breakfast for their babies. Munch, munch. As he satisfied his hunger by eating the green onion, Sejun noticed a small yellow flower blooming at the end of a cherry tomato branch. He remembered what he had read on the internet. If there were no bees or wind, pollination wouldn't happen. There was a gentle breeze in the cave, but Sejun decided to make sure pollination took place by carefully rubbing the flower with the fishbone. Please work. Please work. Sejun pollinated the flower with his earnest heart. Let's get moving. As soon as Sejun got up, he approached the rock wall of the cave. And swoosh. He used a fishbone to etch a line on the rock wall. Next to it, there were 2 vertical lines and 10 lines above. It had been 61 days since getting trapped in the tower. He had been recording the date like this since the smartphone battery died. It's already been 61 days. Just as Sejun's mood began to sink, the cave became noisy. Beep, beep, beady. As morning came, the baby rabbits came out of the burrow one after another, following their parents. Beep, beep. The rabbit couple greeted Sejun in the morning and asked for help. All right, let's go. Lately, Sejun occasionally looked after the baby rabbits. It wasn't a big deal, just making sure they didn't go anywhere dangerous. While Sejun watched the baby rabbits, the husband rabbit watered the field, and the wife rabbit cut the leaves to prepare breakfast. The baby rabbit stayed quiet when given food, so the meal was peaceful. After the meal, the rabbit couple went back into the burrow with their babies. Sejun washed his face and went to the cherry tomato field. The cherry tomato field had become a flower garden with more and more flowers blooming, and Sejun lightly shook the branches with cherry tomato flowers. Please work. Please work. Since there were now too many flowers to pollinate one by one, he lightly shook the branches and recited the pollination spell. That's when a tiny green cherry tomato, smaller than a bean, appeared between the fallen petals. On the 61st day of being trapped in the tower, the green cherry tomato finally ripened. It was the day before the blue moon. Hello everyone, it's my first time translating, so please let me know in the comments if you notice any mistakes in my translations. Also, I started translating after the comics came out, which are very well drawn, so please check them out too. Comic link https://realmskins.com/a160423 series solo farming in the tower Chapter 6 Awakening. TL Hanguk looking at the newly transplanted cherry tomatoes. Sejun also looked at the other cherry tomato trees with a curious mind, wondering if they were any different. Haha, there they are. The space is now occupied by 5 cherry tomato. Sejun felt pleased, thinking about the many more cherry tomato that would grow in the future. He laughed with delight, imagining cherry tomatoes filling the entire field. His mood was too good for such a small thing. In the afternoon, the inside of the cave became busy. Peep, peep. The rabbit couple began to block the entrance to their burrow. Sejun realized that the blue moon was about to start by watching the rabbit's behavior. Sejun hurriedly moved too. To prepare for the monsters that would come, he put out the fire, buried or moved anything that had a smell, and tried his best to erase the scent. And a few hours later, the sunlight turned blue and Sejun faced his third blue moon. Roar! Screech! The roars of the monsters could be heard. No matter how many times I hear it, I can't get used to it. Every time he heard the roars, his heart throbbed and goosebumps rose all over his body. He thought this blue moon would pass without any problem. However, thud, thud, one monster started to roam above the cave where Sejun was. And sniff, sniff. The red-furred monster began to seriously sniff the scent towards the hole in the ground. Oh no! Did it notice something? Sejun unknowingly held his breath and just hoped the monster would go away. But sniff, sniff. The monster continued to sniff. How long had it been sniffing? Screech. When a monster's roar was heard from afar, roar. Thud, thud. The red-furred monster roared and ran towards the sound. Slap, slap. Sejun woke up from the husband rabbit's slaps. Peep. The husband rabbit looked at Sejun with a worried expression. When did I fall asleep? Did he faint? He had heard that there were cases of fainting when hearing the roar of a strong monster. Tremble. Ugh, why is it so cold? His body had been tense when he fainted. Moreover, the temperature was much lower at the end of the cave. Having slept in such a place, his body couldn't be in good shape. It seemed like he caught a cold. Swoosh. Sejun struggled to approach the wall where he recorded the date and drew a line. And I need a fire. Sejun, shivering, went to the fireplace. He needed to light the fire again. Tremble. With trembling hands, Sejun held a water bottle, directed sunlight towards the dry leaves, and created a spark. 30 minutes later. Phew! Phew! Crackle! Sejun barely managed to create a spark, lit the fire, and crouched down at the fireplace to roast a green onion. And gobble gobble. He ate the roasted green onion eagerly. All I can do right now is eat well. Sejun went to the pond and caught 5 fish to cook after eating the green onion and regaining some energy. As Sejun was fighting off his cold by eating, peep. The husband rabbit called Sejun. What peep? Where the husband rabbit was pointing, the cherry tomatoes that were smaller than beans just yesterday had grown to the size of golf balls. But why is the color like this? The cherry tomato was bluish. Is it ripe? It couldn't have ripened overnight, but since it was so big, Sejun touched the cherry tomato. Tap. Huh. The cherry tomato fell off easily as if it was completely ripe. Wow. While Sejun was marveling at the huge blue cherry tomato, you have achieved the feat of harvesting fruit containing the energy of the blue moon. Transparent blue letters appeared on a window in front of him. Huh. What's this? It's a message window. The tower's manager watches your amazing feat. The tower's manager examines you closely. The tower's manager frowns. Why is he frowning all of a sudden? The tower's manager realizes you are an uninvited guest. The tower's manager wants to hide his mistake. What? A mistake. A mistake. So my coming here was a mistake. Then send me back. The tower's manager considers killing you to destroy the evidence. Excuse me, I don't have to leave. You said I achieved some feats, right? Please spare me. The tower's manager awakens you. You have awakened. Oh, finally, I have awakened. I decided to forgive him for wanting to kill me. Until now, survival had been the priority, but the reason Sejun came to the tower was to awaken. Now I don't have to buy 150 million ticket to awaken, haha. Now, just climb the tower. The tower's manager assigns you a job. You have become a tower farmer F. Huh, farmer? Job trait, you won't get minor illnesses. Job trait, you'll be friendly with nature. Job trait, you'll gain experience when harvesting crops. Status window, it can't be. There must be something wrong. Sejun wanted to believe desperately. Sejun called the status window with all his heart. But Park Sejun LV. 1 talent, mediocre all-rounder stats, strength 1, stamina 1, agility 1, magic 1, job, tower farmer F skills, none. This is my status window. Talent determines base stats, and stat increases when leveling up. However, Sejun's talent is mediocre all-rounder, which means just average. There wasn't a single glimpse of hope in the status window. Indeed, lotteries are better when you don't scratch them. That way, you can at least daydream. Say I'm a mediocre all-rounder and my job is a farmer. What's your job? Tower farmer. It was embarrassing to even think about answering someone with his job. Should I just go back to farming? It seemed difficult to make big money in the tower even if he managed to survive here. Goodbye, Sarang. It seems destiny doesn't allow us to be more than a star and fan. Sejun decided to remain as Sarang's fan, holding back tears. Then he looked at the blue cherry tomato in his hand. Magic cherry tomato imbued the energy of the blue moon. A cherry tomato grown in the tower, it is delicious as it has absorbed enough nutrients. The energy of the blue moon enhances its flavor even more. Upon consumption, magic power permanently increases by 0.5. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun expiration date. 30 days grade. It was an item that, albeit slightly, raised one's stats. Maybe I can make some money by selling this later? Just as Sejun began to have new hopes, a quest has been generated. A quest? Quest, offer the fruit containing blue moon's energy to the tower's manager. Reward, 1 job skill if refused. Death, what, just ask for it. Don't make it seem like there's a choice. It wasn't a quest, it was a threat. Did you have to take everything? My dreams, my blue cherry tomatoes. It was unfair, but Sejun had only one choice. Here, along with Sejun's words, the blue cherry tomato in his hand disappeared. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you have acquired the job skill, Seed Sowing LV. 1. Are you kidding me? Why do we even need a skill for seed sowing? Sejun grumbled and got angry, but after that, the tower's manager said nothing. Sigh. Sejun sighed and checked the skill he received. Job skill, Seed Sowing LV. 1 slightly increases the germination rate when seeds are planted. At least, thanks to the job's characteristic of not being bothered by minor illnesses, the body aches had disappeared. On the 61st day of being trapped in the tower, he awakened and obtained the job of tower farmer. As soon as Sejun opened his eyes, he approached the cave wall. Whoosh! With a fishbone, he completed the 15th Chinese letter line on the wall. It had been 75 days since he came to the cave. Splish! Splash! Sejun washed his face in the small pond and came to his senses. And then swish swish. Holding a torch in his left hand, he waved it left and right over the large pond. Splash! The fish that spotted the torch jumped up. As he awakened, he could know the names of the fish. The name written above their heads. Piranha thwack. He struck the piranha with a club in his right hand. The club was made by tying several layers of dried scallion leaves with a rope. Whack! Whack! The piranhas struck by the club flapped vigorously on the ground. In this way, Sejun caught 5 piranhas. The number of piranhas he had to catch increased due to the baby rabbits. A moment later. You have defeated a piranha. You have acquired 2 experience points. When the piranhas could no longer breathe and died, he gained experience points. Since awakening, Sejun could gain experience points. Thanks to this, he reached level 2 already. However, he did not hunt piranhas recklessly. At this point, survival was much more important than experience points. If the piranha's egg were to run out, both Sejun and the rabbits would be in trouble. So he caught only as many as he needed. While Sejun was catching piranhas and preparing breakfast, the rabbit couple also started their morning farming. And something had changed. Peep! Peep! The baby rabbits started helping with farming, following their parents. Now they were carrying scallion leaves, trying hard to help. Upon awakening, Sejun was able to learn the identity of the rabbits. The names above the rabbits' heads. Farmer White Rabbit. This was the true identity of the rabbits. He didn't know what had happened to them, but they seemed to have lost their farm, wandered around, and settled here after finding the field Sejun had created. At that moment, a delicious aroma began to fill the air. Before he knew it, the piranha dish was ready. Let's eat breakfast. The hungry baby rabbits quickly dropped the scallion leaves they were carrying and ran over. After eating their fill, the baby rabbits went back to their burrow to take a nap. They were still young and needed a lot of sleep. Alright, let's start harvesting then. Squeak, squee. At Sejun's words, the rabbit couple made a serious expression. Today was a very important day. Let's see. Sejun went to the cherry tomato field and examined the ripe red cherry tomatoes. Good, they are ripe. Pop. Sejun picked a ripe cherry tomato. You have obtained a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. Your occupation experience increases slightly. You have gained 10 experience points. Magical cherry tomato? Magical cherry tomato. A cherry tomato grown inside the tower, It is delicious and full of nutrients. When consumed, it breaks down 10 g of body fat and increases mana by 0.1 for 10 minutes. The effect stacks up to 10 times within an hour. When consumed by a non-awakened person, it breaks down 10 g of body fat and revitalizes the body. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Xiaojun. Expiration date, 30 days grade. Wow. This time, it was an item as well. Moreover, just by eating the magical cherry tomato, it could increase mana up to 1. Thunk, thunk. Xiaojun began to harvest the cherry tomatoes diligently. When he accidentally picked an unripe cherry tomato, you have obtained an unripe cherry tomato. Your occupation experience does not increase. You have gained 7 experience points. The experience points were reduced, and the occupation experience did not increase. Moreover, the cherry tomato turned into a regular cherry tomato instead of an item. After that, Xiaojun carefully harvested the cherry tomatoes. And you have obtained a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. Your occupation experience increases slightly. You have gained 10 experience points. You have leveled up. You have obtained 1 bonus stat. By harvesting 53 magical cherry tomato, Xiaojun leveled up twice as a bonus. Thanks to that, Xiaojun reached level 4. I'll be translating a few more chapters today, so stay tuned. Chapter 7. Rebellion, TL. Hanguk Xiaojun put the harvested cherry tomatoes in his mouth without even washing them. There was no need to wash them, as there was no fine dust or pollution in this place. With a crunch, as he chewed on the ripe, red cherry tomato splash. The skin of the cherry tomato split, and the juice inside sprayed like a mist in his mouth. It was a perfect harmony of flavors that couldn't be described in words. Bang! Bang! The sour and sweet bombs exploded like fireworks at a festival, alternating and confusing his taste buds. Wow! Only an exclamation came from Xiaojun's mouth. Without a word, Xiaojun continued to chew on the cherry tomato and savored the taste until it disappeared. You have consumed a magical cherry tomato. You have broken down 10 g of fat, increasing your magic power by 0.1 for 10 minutes. A message appeared saying that his magic power had increased, but it didn't matter. Xiaojun put another cherry tomato in his mouth and continued the feast. Squeak! Seeing Xiaojun's reaction to the cherry tomatoes, the husband rabbit picked up a cherry tomato, tilting his head. Is it that delicious? The cherry tomato was quite big for the rabbit, so it couldn't put it in its mouth in one bite like Xiaojun. Gulp! So the rabbit bit into the cherry tomato. Then, the juice began to overflow through the hole in the skin. What a waste of food! Slurp! The husband rabbit, flustered, sucked the cherry tomato juice so it wouldn't spill. Wasting food was a sin. This taste? Slurp and slurp and slurp. The husband rabbit began to suck on the cherry tomato as if he was bewitched. And squeak, squeak. Seeing their father's actions, the baby rabbits each picked up a cherry tomato and started to suck on them. Slurp and slurp and slurp. Slurp and slurp and slurp. For a while, only the slurping sounds could be heard inside the cave. The group committed a grave sin by eating cherry tomatoes, excluding the wife rabbit. This sin was particularly concentrated on the husband rabbit. Squeak squeak. The husband rabbit rubbed his body against his sulking wife rabbit as she prepared dinner, trying to be affectionate. However, the wife rabbit completely ignored her husband's charm and turned her head away. Squeak. The husband rabbit looked at Xiaojun with a sad expression, asking for help. Hang in there. Xiaojun, who had never seen a good outcome when getting involved in a couple's quarrel, clenched his fist and showed a fighting pose, refusing to help the husband rabbit. A pleasant mealtime. Lunch consisted of piranha, cherry tomatoes, and grilled green onions. Even though there was only one more menu item, the meal felt much richer. The wife rabbit placed a variety of food on each leaf plate and placed it at everyone's seat. Squeak! The husband rabbit protested quietly to his wife when he saw only grilled green onions on his plate. Squeak! Although he couldn't understand them, it seemed like she said, just eat it. In the end, the husband rabbit failed to calm his wife's anger. Squeak. Poor guy. Xiaojun secretly gave some of his food to the heartbroken husband rabbit. Squeak! The husband rabbit sent a grateful glance to Xiaojun and quietly disappeared. And while tearing the flesh stained with piranha thorns in the corner of the cave, Squeak! The husband rabbit met the eyes of his wife rabbit, who approached thinking he was crying. As a couple, they communicated with their eyes. Where did you get that? From Xiaojun. The husband rabbit pointed at Xiaojun with his eyes. Traitor! How could you expose that? Shortly after, he didn't know what had happened, but the two rabbits were arguing and causing a scene, glaring at each other. Indeed, Xiaojun learned once again the lesson that one should not intervene in a couple's fight. After having lunch, Xiaojun started picking cherry tomatoes again. Fully ripe cherry tomatoes appeared in a few hours. You have acquired well-ripened magical cherry tomatoes. Your job experience increases slightly. You gained 10 experience points. He picked 67 cherry tomatoes in the afternoon. He harvested a little more than in the morning. He leveled up once more to level 5. For the bonus stats, he raised his strength and stamina by 2 each. Strength and stamina are most important for farming. The harvested cherry tomatoes were stored in a storage room he made in a cool corner of the cave. The storage room was made by digging a pit in a cool corner of the cave and laying leaves densely so that dirt wouldn't enter. Sejun transferred the cherry tomatoes into a plastic container and Squeak. The father rabbit moved 2 cherry tomatoes, carrying them on his side. And then Squeak, Squeak. The baby rabbits, looking at their father with admiring eyes, carried 1 cherry tomato each and moved them to the storage room. 1, 2, 3, 105. The total harvested cherry tomatoes were 120, but after eating 15, there were 105 left. Seeing the stack of cherry tomatoes, a sense of pride surged again. Ha! As Sejun chuckled and returned to his spot, Squeak, Squeak. The rabbit couple were pushing the playful young rabbits into their burrow to prepare for the night. Well, another day's work done. Watching the rabbits, Sejun also prepared for bed. Pat pat. He gathered dirt to make a pillow and thump, thump. He pounded the dirt to make a sleeping spot and laid sun-dried leaves on the floor to prevent dirt from coming up. It was a somewhat ergonomic dirt bed with 75 days of know-how. Ah, this is nice. When he lay down on the leaves, he could feel the warmth from the sun-dried leaves. Another well-lived day. Park Sejun. As he praised himself and tried to wrap up his day, a quest has been issued. Quest, offer 100 harvested magic cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. Reward, 1 job skill if refused. Death. Sejun angrily sat up. What do they expect me to eat? And at least give a decent reward. Sejun had no expectations for the reward after receiving the seed sowing job skill. But he couldn't refuse either. I can't die. Here, Sejun offered the magical cherry tomatoes with tears reluctantly. You have completed the quest. The tower manager is satisfied. As a reward for completing the quest, you have acquired the job skill, Harvesting LV. 1. Seriously? Why do I need a skill for harvesting? As expected, there was no answer. He didn't bother to check the skill. Even if there was a slight increase in something, it would only make him angrier. It's only me who loses by getting angry. Sejun calmed himself down and lay down again. He closed his eyes, planning to sleep, but within a second snores, Sejun fell asleep. No my tomatoes even in his dreams. Sejun tried his best to protect the cherry tomatoes. Yawn. Swoosh. Sejun, who had just woken up, drew another stick on the cave wall. In front of it, there were 16 Chinese letter line marks. Day 82 of being trapped in the tower had begun. There was a lot to do this morning. He had to harvest cherry tomatoes from the 8 cherry tomato trees he planted later and water the cherry tomato trees he harvested earlier. Especially since he needed to gain experience, cherry tomato harvesting was solely Sejun's responsibility. Snap. Sejun picked a slightly green cherry tomato. You have harvested a slightly unripe magic cherry tomato. The effect of harvesting LV. 1 turns the fruit into its optimal state. Harvesting LV. 1 proficiency slightly increases. Job experience slightly increases. You have gained 10 experience points. The harvesting skill was more useful than he thought. The skill had the effect of turning slightly underripe or overripe fruits into their optimal state when harvested. Also, the proficiency increased with each harvest. Thanks to the skill, he could harvest crops in their best condition, and even if he harvested underripe cherry tomatoes, he could still gain normal job experience. The harvest was quick since there were only 8 trees. He harvested 50 cherry tomatoes from the trees. Guys, let's eat some cherry tomatoes. Squeak, squeak. At Sejun's words, the baby rabbits who were watering the cherry tomato trees rushed over. The baby rabbits, who were already a month and a half old, had grown a lot thanks to eating well, and now they were as tall as the husband rabbit's shoulder. Hop. Slurp slurp slurp. The baby rabbits began sucking the juice from the cherry tomatoes. Here you go. Sejun also handed 1 cherry tomato each to the working rabbit couple. Squeak, squeak. The rabbit couple bowed their heads in gratitude. Pop. Sejun also put a cherry tomato in his mouth and bit into it. Crunch. Ah, it's so good. As the sweet and sour taste filled his mouth, he couldn't help but exclaim. Then, the tower manager urges you to complete the quest quickly. I don't want to. I'll do it later. Since Sejun started harvesting cherry tomatoes, the quests given by the tower manager became increasingly greedy, with the number of cherry tomatoes requested growing constantly. The rewards were not even good. After giving him the harvesting skill, there had been no rewards. It had been 5 days since he started offering cherry tomatoes. A quest has occurred. Quest: offer 500 harvested magical cherry tomatoes to the tower's manager. Reward: none refusal. Death, as the tower's manager demanded 500 cherry tomatoes. Sejun's rage gauge reached its maximum. This is crossing the line. 500? He can't endure this every day. I refuse. Sejun finally released the anger he had bottled up in his chest. His chest felt lighter, but his face turned pale. And he quickly thought of a way to survive. As long as I don't reject the quest, I should be fine. I'll offer them later. The tower manager is taken aback. That's how Sejun was rebelling against the tower's manager by postponing the completion of the quest. And the tower's manager is angry that you are eating the magical cherry tomatoes alone. Then I'll offer 5. Occasionally, when the tower's manager was angry, Sejun would offer a few cherry tomatoes. The manager was still the tower's manager, after all, and it wouldn't do to be too hated. The tower's manager will let it go this time. Sejun was engaged in this push and pull with the tower's manager. Day 91 of the disaster. The 4th blue moon was approaching. Peek. The rabbit couple pushed their babies into the cave and covered the entrance with dirt to prepare for the blue moon. Sejun also put out the fire and cleared away smelly things to prepare for the blue moon. And this time, he prepared earplugs made from rolled-up leaves and magical cherry tomatoes to avoid passing out. He had heard that having a higher magic power could withstand the monster's roar, so in case a situation like last time occurred, he prepared the magical cherry tomatoes to slightly increase his magic power. It would be best if nothing like last time happens. As Sejun was thinking that, the sunlight turned blue. The blue moon had begun. Soon after, Kua, Kaya. The roars of monsters excited by the blue moon could be heard from afar. Don't come here. Don't come here. An hour had passed like that, with Sejun silently praying in his heart. A mysterious phenomenon appeared before Sejun's eyes. A blue aura began to form on one of the cherry tomato plants. It was the energy of the blue moon. The energy of the blue moon slowly moved along the stem to the cherry tomatoes and was absorbed by them. And then, wow! The cherry tomatoes turned blue. The sight of the blue moon's energy being contained in the cherry tomatoes was mysterious and beautiful. Sejun witnessed the entire process of the blue moon's energy being absorbed by the cherry tomatoes for the first time. I want to harvest them quickly. Sejun was eagerly waiting for the blue moon to end. At that moment, he saw the blue energy moving in the sweet potato vines as well. Chapter 8. It is a good competitor. TL. Hanguk SSSSS. The power of the blue moon that had settled on the sweet potato stem went along the stem and into the ground. Was there a sweet potato there? All the sweet potatoes planted this time were for seedlings. The plan was to cut the sweet potato shoots when they grew to a certain extent and transplant them. In this way, sweet potatoes could be infinitely reproduced. Although it was farming learned from the internet, there had been no failures so far. I didn't even expect sweet potatoes. Sejun unknowingly drooled at the thought of eating sweet potatoes. Should I eat it raw? Or grilled? Can I steam it? Sejun stayed awake until the dawn of the 92nd day of the ordeal, thinking about how to eat the sweet potatoes. Following his daily routine, he first drew a line on the wall and then moved to the sweet potato field. And then sack. Sejun carefully began to dig around the ground where the energy of the blue moon had flowed. He had barely dug a bit of dirt with his hands, and already the head of a blue sweet potato appeared. Sack. Sejun tried to calm his excited hands, even more carefully removing the dirt around the sweet potato, as if he were exploring an archaeological artifact. Soon, Sejun carefully lifted a fist-sized blue sweet potato from the ground. You have harvested a power sweet potato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your job experience increases significantly. Harvesting LV. 1 proficiency increases greatly. Harvesting LV. 1 proficiency is filled and the level increases. You have gained 50 experience points. The job experience and skill proficiency, which had barely increased, rose greatly. On top of that, the skill level also increased. However, none of that was important to Sejun right now. Sejun looked at the sweet potato in his hand. Power sweet potato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. A sweet potato grown inside the tower, it is delicious with plenty of nutrients. The taste has been further enhanced by the energy of the blue moon. Permanently increases strength by 0.5 upon consumption. Grower. Tower Farmer Park Sejun shelf life. 30 days grade. The content said that it was already delicious, but now even more so. Sejun went to the cherry tomato field and also harvested the blue cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon. You have harvested magical cherry tomatoes imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Your job experience increases significantly. Harvesting LV. 2 proficiency increases quite a bit. You have gained 50 experience points. Perhaps because the harvesting skill had just leveled up, the skill proficiency increase was smaller than before. With a blue sweet potato in his right hand and a blue cherry tomato in his left, he felt like he had the world in his hands. At that moment, an additional quest has been triggered. A message that ruined Sejun's mood appeared. I knew it. The threat of the extortionist, disguised as a quest, always coveting Sejun's crops, had begun. Quest: offer the Blue Moon Energy-infused power sweet potato to the tower's manager. Reward: none if refused, death. Quest: offer the Blue Moon Energy-infused magical cherry tomato to the tower's manager. Reward: none if refused, death. Two quests appeared at the same time. Is it more serious this time? Sejun could tell from the exclamation marks how eager the tower's manager was. What should I do? Refusing could offend the tower's manager and put Sejun in real danger. However, this time Sejun didn't want to give in, so he decided to complete the remaining quests first to appease the tower's manager. I offer the remaining magical cherry tomatoes. The quest has been completed. Sejun completed the quest to offer 500 magical cherry tomatoes. The tower's manager is delighted with the basket full of magical cherry tomatoes. The tower's manager grumbles about what's going on. The manager tried to hide their excitement, but their feelings were exposed through the messages. The administrator's personality turned out to be simpler than expected. Sejun decided not to yield today since the manager seemed to be in a good mood. I'll give you this next time. Sejun accepted both quests and put them on hold. He didn't want to lose these delicious items as he had lost others before. I should eat too. The tower's manager warns that you must give it to them next time. Although Sejun was angry at the manager's attitude, as if they were taking a loan, he decided to endure it for today. He didn't want his happiness to be disturbed by such a thing. But what should I do with these? The sweet potato was big enough to share with the rabbits, but the cherry tomatoes were too small. Then there's only one way. Eat quickly and destroy the evidence. Sejun decided to give the rabbits more magical cherry tomatoes. Sejun put the blue cherry tomato in his mouth. Popdyuk. The skin of the Blue Moon Energy-infused cherry tomato was chewy like jelly. And then Chayak. The cherry tomato juice filled Sejun's mouth with a tiny sweetness that bounced around. If the magical cherry tomato was a humble local festival, the Blue Moon Energy-infused magic cherry tomato was a glamorous city festival. Gulp. You consumed the Blue Moon Energy-infused magical cherry tomato. Magic power permanently increased by 0.5. Even after swallowing, the lingering sweet and sour taste in his mouth made him oblivious to the message. Sejun, who had eaten the blue cherry tomatoes, went to the bonfire. It's a shame that there's no tin foil. Sejun had a versatile scallion leaf. Pipududuk. He broke the scallion leaf and wrapped the sweet potato in the leaf. And he waited. Haha. Expecting to eat roasted sweet potatoes, he hummed a tune naturally. During the waiting time, he could have caught piranhas or harvested cherry tomatoes, but he didn't do any of that today. It was the first day since coming here that he was going to enjoy roasted sweet potatoes. He carefully tended the bonfire to ensure that the sweet potato didn't burn. Indeed, waiting for something delicious is the happiest thing. How much time has passed? Crack, crack. As the sound of the scallion leaf firewood popping pleasantly filled the air, squeak, 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 squeak. The rabbit family came out of their burrow. Sniff, sniff. The rabbits came out of the burrow and, with their eyes closed, were naturally drawn to the fire where the sweet potato was being cooked. Just wait a little bit longer and I'll let you eat something delicious. Squeak. At Sejun's words, the baby rabbits cheered. The rabbit couple also happily waited behind, arms folded. After a while, the smell of roasted sweet potatoes began to fill the air. Squeak, squeak. The baby rabbits started to get anxious, wondering if the sweet potatoes were burning. But Sejun didn't panic. Timing was important from here on out. If he took the sweet potatoes out too early, only the surface would be cooked. If he took them out too late, the surface would be completely burnt. Sejun carefully observed and waited for the smell to ripen. And then now is the time. Sejun quickly took the sweet potato wrapped in the leaf from the fire. Shush. Shush. He peeled off the burnt leaf. A sweet potato with a slightly burnt skin appeared. Gulp. Sejun carefully stabbed the sweet potato with a fish bone. Thud. The fish bone smoothly went through the center of the sweet potato. It's perfect. Sejun grinned and moved the roasted sweet potato onto a clean leaf using the fish bone like chopsticks. Then, he cut the leaf into smaller pieces and began to peel the sweet potato while holding the end. Ouch, it's hot. His hand was hot from peeling, but thinking of the sweet potato he was about to eat, he endured the heat. With each peel, crumbles of sweet potato fell off, sticking to the skin. I'll eat that by myself later. Sejun secretly gathered the sweet potato peels in one place. However, squeak, squeak. The baby rabbits had already smelled the peels and were eagerly licking and eating the sweet potato crumbs stuck to the skin. Smart little ones. The rabbits' behavior was admirable, as they figured things out without being taught. They turned out to be genius rabbits who knew what to do without instruction. While having the peels taken away by the baby rabbits, Sejun finished peeling the sweet potato, leaving only the peeled sweet potato. Steam rose. Haha. Looking at the steaming hot yellow flesh of the roasted sweet potato, he couldn't help but smile. Squeak, squeak. The baby rabbits, who had already cleaned their peels, were demanding more sweet potatoes. Alright. Sejun cut the roasted sweet potato into small pieces and placed them on each rabbit's leaf plate. Since they were sharing the sweet potato, they wouldn't gain any power from it. However, I don't care. He wanted to share and eat this first harvested crop with his family. As there were many family members, the amount of sweet potato each of them received was not much. At that moment, no. Squeak. As the baby rabbits tried to eat the roasted sweet potato in front of them, Sejun stopped them, and they looked confused. Let's eat together. Bring your parents over. Squeak. At Sejun's words, the baby rabbits hurriedly went and brought the rabbit couple as if carrying them. Finally, everyone sat down in front of their leaf plates. Let's eat. Squeak. Spit. Squeak. Spit. Squeak. Spit. The rabbits put the roasted sweet potatoes in their mouths and spat them out in a hurry. It seemed that they didn't realize that the sweet potatoes were still hot, probably because there was no steam. Hee, you need to cool them down. Hoo-hoo. Sejun showed them how to blow on the roasted sweet potatoes to cool them down. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Puff puff. The rabbits also followed Sejun and blew on the sweet potatoes to cool them down. Shall we try eating now? Squeak. Sejun took a big bite of the roasted sweet potato, and the sweet taste with the hot steam spread throughout his mouth. As expected, the inside of the sweet potato was still hot. However, Sejun had a special skill. Huff huff. Sejun rolled the sweet potato in his mouth, cooling it down with the air inside. Of course, the downside was that it looked a bit unappealing. Sejun carefully chewed the cooled down sweet potato. Squishy. The soft sweet potato crumbled even before Sejun could bite into it. And finally, the long-awaited sweetness exploded. It felt like a burst of sunshine in his mouth. It's delicious. Of course, it would have been nice to have a collaboration with Milk and Kimchi, but it wasn't lacking without them. The late Apple CEO also said, simple is best. Rather, without any other distractions, Sejun could focus on the pure sweetness of the sweet potato. The sweet potato confidently competed with just its sweetness, but it was never boring or tiring. It is a good competitor to five-star cuisines. Sejun ate the sweet potato down to the peel without realizing it. I won't tolerate any disrespect towards sweet potatoes as a mere root vegetable. Sweet potatoes are good competitors. Sejun got up from his seat with random thoughts in his head. At that moment, gurgle. His stomach made a noise. Why? He felt like he had eaten a lot, but his stomach was acting as if it was empty. Ah. Upon reflection, all he had eaten for breakfast was one cherry tomato and a bit of roasted sweet potato. It was natural to be hungry. Squeak, squeak. The baby rabbits began to whine with hunger. Plop plop. The rabbit couple quickly broke some leaves and roasted them on the fire, preparing breakfast. And then, just wait a little bit. Sejun went to the storage and got cherry tomatoes to give one to each baby rabbit and ran to the pond to catch piranhas. Chomp chomp, chomp chomp. Thanks to the cherry tomatoes, the baby rabbits became quiet. Thus, the fourth blue moon passed without any major incidents. Chapter 9. Getting Rewarded. TL. Hang-up morning of the 95th day of distress. Listen carefully, everyone. Peek. Beep 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 beep. Beep beep. From today, we'll plant sweet potato shoots. Sejun made a significant announcement to the rabbits eating breakfast. BB, the baby rabbits were greatly disappointed by Sejun's significant announcement. Sweet potato shoots were one of the baby rabbits' favorite snacks lately. And that was also the reason why Sejun had to plant sweet potato shoots quickly. If left alone, the sweet potato shoots would disappear soon. Although sweet potato shoots grow quickly and there's no need to worry, planting them today would mean harvesting the sweet potatoes sooner. Instead, we'll have roasted sweet potatoes tonight. Peek, BBA. BBE. All the rabbits were excited about the roasted sweet potatoes. Sejun also checked the soil around the planted sweet potatoes and found that the sweet potatoes were spaced apart. Of course, they didn't harvest them immediately. There was a looter targeting the sweet potatoes, watching carefully. He found out about it on the day of the fourth blue moon lunch. Sejun wanted to eat cherry tomatoes differently than usual. That's when he remembered grilling oranges or pineapples on TV. So he decided to grill cherry tomatoes. Cherry tomatoes will work, right? Even if it doesn't, it won't be inedible. Sejun made a skewer with dried straw and started grilling 3 cherry tomatoes on it. The tower manager watches with great interest what you're cooking today. A sudden message appeared. Huh. There was no reply after that, but Sejun learned that the tower manager occasionally watched him. and the grilled cherry tomatoes were incredibly delicious, as their sweetness was enhanced by the fire just as it was on TV. Alright, move! Move! After breakfast, Sejun and the rabbit started moving busily. They had to finish the daily morning tasks of cutting the straw, watering the crops, pollinating the cherry tomato flowers, and harvesting before planting the sweet potato shoots in the afternoon. The rabbits scattered to do their assigned tasks. Swoosh! The male rabbit watered the crops with an endless supply of water from the watering can. Snap! Snap! The female rabbit started cutting the straw with scissors. Just leave one straw untouched. I'm going to keep growing it, Sejun told the female rabbit. He was planning to let the green onion flower bloom and collect its seeds. Peek! The female rabbit nodded at Sejun's words. Until now, there was no need to collect seeds as the green onions grew well, but the roots did not become items when harvested. Sejun thought it was because they hadn't planted seeds, so he decided to grow green onions from seeds. Peek! The baby rabbits played by hanging on the cherry tomato tree and climbing it diligently. It looked like they were playing, but it was work in its own way. When the baby rabbits climbed the tree, the cherry tomato flower shook, and the pollen naturally scattered, allowing pollination to occur. The rabbits worked in their respective positions while Sejun harvested cherry tomatoes. Pluck! Pluck! You have harvested well-ripened magical cherry tomatoes. Your harvesting LV2 skill proficiency has increased slightly. Your job experience points have increased slightly. You have gained 10 experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat point. Sejun had reached level 8 before he knew it. Not only did he feel full just from gaining experience points, but his level also increased. Haha, how rewarding! Sejun raised his health with the bonus stat point and put more effort into harvesting cherry tomatoes. Pluck, pluck, pluck. Then your job experience points have reached the maximum. Your Tower Farmer F rank has increased. You have become a Tower Farmer E. As your job rank increases, your job characteristics are strengthened. Oh, farming is indeed rewarding. As he worked, more and more things kept coming to him. Sejun's steps grew lighter as he harvested cherry tomatoes. Alright, let's get started. After finishing their morning tasks and eating a simple lunch, Sejun and the rabbits began planting sweet potato shoots. Everyone to their positions. They divided the work again. Squeak! Squeal! The baby rabbits lined up next to the mother rabbit. Snip! Snip! As the mother rabbit cut the sweet potato shoots, the baby rabbits carried them to the newly made field. Then, Sejun planted the sweet potato shoots one by one in the long, narrow holes he had dug at regular intervals. Stomp! Stomp! He put the sweet potato shoot in the hole and stamped the surrounding soil to finish planting. And swoosh! The father rabbit watered the plants to complete the process. Even though they had many workers, it took longer than expected to plant the sweet potato shoots because there were so many. They planted 300, but still had a third of the shoots left. Let's take a break. At Sejun's command, the rabbits began to sip juice from cold cherry tomatoes that had been dipped in a small pond. I'm jealous. Crunch! Crunch! Sejun chewed on a cold cherry tomato, enviously watching the rabbits drink the cherry tomato juice like a beverage. Phew! Taking a break while watching the rabbits, Sejun got up from his spot and approached the sweet potato field where the shoots had been cut. Then pat, pat. He started digging up sweet potatoes, brushing away the soil with his hands. It would have been nice to have a hoe. He regretted not having any farming tools. You have harvested power sweet potatoes. Your job experience points have increased slightly. Your harvesting LV2 skill proficiency has increased slightly. You have gained 10 experience points. Wow, there are so many. Sejun looked proudly at the harvested sweet potatoes. In total, he had harvested 15 sweet potatoes. For each sweet potato planted, he harvested about 5 sweet potatoes. Although the number was small, the potatoes were thick. Sejun examined one sweet potato. Power sweet potato, a sweet potato grown inside the tower. It's delicious and full of nutrients. Upon consumption, it breaks down 10 g of fat in the body and increases strength by 0.1 for 10 minutes. A maximum of 10 effects can be applied within 1 hour. When a non-awakened being consumes it, it breaks down 10 g of fat and promotes bowel movement. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date: 30 days. Grade E. If I could take this outside, my mom would love it. Sejun often saw his mother struggling to go to the bathroom due to constipation. He briefly thought of his home and moved the sweet potatoes. He had to hide them before the plunderer saw them. In a cool corner of the cave, he laid down some straw, placed 8 sweet potatoes in a row, and covered them again with straw. They won't be able to see them like this. He moved the remaining 7 sweet potatoes to the fire and wrapped them in straw, placing them in the fire. By the time the work was finished, the roasted sweet potatoes would be ready. At that moment, thud. Something that was stuck to Sejun's clothes fell off. It's a sweet potato sprout. It must have come along while moving the sweet potatoes. Sejun picked up the sweet potato sprout, dug a hole in the field, and carefully planted it in the field. He didn't know how many sweet potatoes this one sprout would produce. Grow big and strong. When he carefully planted it and watered it, you planted a sweet potato sprout. The probability of the sweet potato sprout taking root increases due to the effect of seed sowing LV. 1. Seed sowing LV. 1's proficiency increases slightly. So this is also considered seed sowing? Sejun fell into thought for a moment. To raise the level of seed sowing, he had to plant it himself. So then I have to do it all after the break. The workload for Sejun became much easier as he did the entire process of planting sweet potato sprouts by himself, and the baby rabbits just brought the sprouts to the holes he had dug. Sniff, sniff. Instead, the baby rabbits were given the task of periodically monitoring whether the roasted sweet potatoes in the fire were burning. When Sejun finished planting all the remaining sweet potato sprouts, peep, peep, the baby rabbits started crying out that there was a burning smell. Is this how it's done? The giant black dragon crouched in front of the fire, looking at the 30 charcoal black cherry tomatoes skewered on the rapier, which looked almost like a skewer. The color was very different from what that human made. Let's just eat it. I won't die. No poison could kill him, the all-powerful being. The dragon hooked the rapier on his teeth and pulled it hard. Slurp. The peel, which had almost turned into charcoal, rolled into the dragon's mouth. Chew, chew. Ooh. Contrary to his expectation, an extremely bitter taste arose. Chewy. The dragon quickly spat out what he was chewing. He couldn't waste his taste buds on something so tasteless. Ugh, it's bitter. What went wrong? That human ate it happily as the dragon wondered what was different from the human he had observed. As the bitter taste subsided, a rich flavor different from the original cherry tomatoes was felt in his mouth. A new taste appeared. Oh, this is the taste. I need to peel it and eat it. Having gained a great realization, the dragon once again burnt the cherry tomato to a crisp and barely managed to peel off its skin using its claws, whining all the while. It would be more accurate to say that it simply crushed the cherry tomato and drank its juice. Slurp. Delicious. So good. The dragon licked the cherry tomato juice off its claws and exclaimed in delight. Having learned a new way to cook, the dragon proudly sat in front of the large crystal ball and began its hobby. What is this human doing? Originally, the crystal ball was a tool for the tower's manager to check if the tower was running smoothly, but now it was being used for entertainment purposes. The scene in the crystal ball began to show a cave where Sejun and the rabbits were eating dinner. These guys! Eating roasted sweet potatoes without considering the great black dragon, Alan Pratani. Black dragon Alan Pratani was excited. Huo, pee-woo. The rabbits diligently blew on the roasted sweet potatoes to cool them down and delicious meal happily. 1. Sejun also took a big bite of the cooled roasted sweet potato. As expected, it's even more delicious after working hard. Sejun felt the sweetness filling his mouth as he ate the sweet potato. At that moment, an additional quest has been generated. I wondered why it was so quiet. Quest: offer 1 roasted power sweet potato to the tower's manager. Reward: none refusal, death. It seemed that the tower's manager was indeed watching. There's just 1 roasted sweet potato left in front of me now. Again, there was no reward. I guess I'll have to give it. Sejun decided to put the quest on hold. And when he reached out to eat the roasted sweet potato, the tower's manager urges you to offer the roasted sweet potato quickly. The tower's manager says they won't be able to stand it if you don't give them the roasted sweet potato today. The tower's manager's strong obsession was felt. It's going to be hard to pass this time. Sejun decided to give the roasted sweet potato. Is there nothing you can give me as a reward? Instead, he changed direction and asked for a legitimate reward since he had to give it anyway. The tower's manager is flustered. Flustered? Why would asking for a reward be flustering? Then the tower's manager changes the quest. Quest: offer 1 roasted power sweet potato to the tower's manager. Reward: 1 job skill refusal, death. Another job skill? Although he wasn't completely satisfied, he decided to be content with having negotiated a reward. I will offer you the roasted sweet potato. He didn't have any expectations for the reward. It's probably skills like cutting grass, watering, stuff like that. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you have acquired the job skill, Seed Shop LV. 1. Chapter 10, Buying Seeds. TL, Hanguk Seed Shop? A shop is a place to sell items. Sejun, who has lived in a capitalist society, is very familiar with it. He felt excited inside. Sejun quickly checked the skill. Job skill, Seed Shop LV. 1. When used, The skill is activated, and you can purchase items from the seed shop once every 30 days. Purchasing something. Although it's only once every 30 days, Sejun was happy just to be able to shop. Finally, on the 95th day of the ordeal, he could shop. Seed shop. Sejun used the seed shop skill. Seed shop LV1 is activated. We will check your transaction history at the seed shop. Transaction history? There is no transaction history in your seed shop. Of course there isn't. There's no history since he never made a transaction. We will provide a new member offer for you. Congratulations on becoming a new member. You've received 1 tower coin to make purchases at the seed shop. Oh, tower coin? Tower coin is a currency used inside the tower. The exchange rate for 1 tower coin is about 1,000,001 Korean currency outside. They're just giving away such tower coins. Sejun's heart pounded. 1 tower coin will be deposited into your seed bank account. It seemed that there was also a seed bank. The seed shop is open. 3 types of seeds are randomly displayed for newcomers. It was different from a regular shop. 3 types of seeds for sale today will be displayed randomly. At your current level, you can only purchase seeds once. And the seeds that appeared: cabbage seeds 1,000 pieces, 0.1 tower coin; pepper seeds 1,000 pieces, 0.1 tower coin; carrot seeds 1,000 pieces, 0.1 tower coin. In terms of market prices, 1,000 seeds would cost roughly 100,000 won. This price is a complete rip-off. However, there is no other way to get them except here. It's unfair, maybe I should leave. Sejun muttered and looked at which seeds to buy. Since he could not make a purchase for 30 days after this, Sejun's gaze was cautious. I'll pass on the cabbage. There wasn't much to do with just cabbage. And the chili peppers are not that great either. He wanted something spicy. However, it seemed that the taste would not come out with just pepper. Then is it a carrot? At least carrots have a sweet taste, so they can be eaten raw or roasted. At that time, squeak? Squee? Squee? Squeak. The rabbit's eyes focused on Sejun at the mention of the word carrot. Why? Do you want carrots? Squeak, squee, squee, squeak. The rabbits reacted strongly to Sejun's words. It's amusing. Their eyes were round and staring, which was cute. The rabbit's eyes grew bigger, watching Sejun's mouth. Rut. Squeak, squee, squee, squeak. The rabbits got excited again. What is this? This magical word? If they had heard the carrot alarm outside, the rabbits might have died of excitement. Carrot, carrot, thud. After doing it a few more times, Sejun eventually got kicked by Father Rabbit and stopped. Then, to quickly calm the rabbits down, he hurriedly bought carrot seeds. You have purchased 1,000 carrot seeds. 0.1 tower coin is withdrawn from Park Sejun's account at the seed bank. 1 seed shop loyalty point has been accumulated. Seed shop loyalty points can be used to raise Park Sejun's customer level. 100 points are needed to raise to the next level. Thank you for using the seed shop. You can use seed shop LV1 again after 30 days. The tower's administrator is satisfied with your purchase. Why are you satisfied? There was a reason they gave him a decent skill. In front of Sejun, who was fuming, a small leather pouch filled with carrot seeds appeared. The pouch was very luxurious. What's this? The pouch seemed more expensive than the seeds. Although it was late in the evening, the rabbits, who always strictly adhered to bedtime, stayed up all night planting carrots. The rabbit's desire for carrots was tremendous. Sejun had to stay up all night as well. Planting carrots was his responsibility. However, planting 1,000 carrot seeds was a rewarding day as the level of his seed sowing skill increased. On the 102nd day of being trapped in the tower, the day was passing by peacefully. Bua? View the baby rabbits would repeatedly go to the wide carrot field to watch the carrot sprouts eagerly, only to be disappointed that they hadn't sprouted yet after finishing their chores. Cute little ones. Sejun smiled as he watched the baby rabbits from his designated seat. Then he heard a buzzing sound from above. A bee? A bee the size of a fist was hovering around the hole in the cave ceiling. The plump bee looked cute, but venomous honey bee, it was a monster. Its name also looked quite dangerous. Beak, bee. The rabbit couple discovered the bee, hurriedly brought their babies inside the cave, and blocked the entrance. What about me? Sejun was disappointed that they closed the entrance, trying to save themselves. He knew he couldn't enter the cave, but he was upset. With nowhere to hide, unlike the rabbits, Sejun tiptoed carefully and picked up a torch near the pond, trying not to provoke the bee. A moment later, Buzz. The bee, after inspecting its surroundings and finding no threat, entered the hole. It started sucking honey from the cherry tomato flowers. Phew! Thank goodness. Sejun was relieved that the bee didn't attack him. Please just eat the honey and leave. Sejun prayed desperately for the bee to just leave. Then, after sucking honey from hundreds of flowers, the venomous honeybee suddenly flew toward Sejun. Buzz! Why is it coming? Sejun backed away as he saw the approaching bee. But this place was a closed cave. Thump! Soon, his back hit the wall. Buzz! The bee approached Sejun, who had no more room to retreat. The distance between Sejun and the bee was getting closer. Now, it was almost 2 meters apart. Sejun was so tense that he couldn't breathe properly. I can't die like this. Sejun timed when to swing the torch. Just then, weeing, weeing, weeing. The bee moved up and down 3 times in front of Sejun and quickly flew to the hole in the ceiling. Ah! Phew! Thud! As the tension was released, Sejun's legs lost strength and he slumped down. A few minutes must have passed. Peek! The husband rabbit cautiously opened the hole and looked around. And then peek! Upon finding Sejun with his eyes closed and lying down, the husband rabbit hurriedly rushed over. At that moment Sejun opened his eyes and screamed, startling the husband rabbit. Peek! The husband rabbit screamed in surprise. Ha! It was a bee that abandoned me. At Sejun's words, the husband rabbit had a sorry expression. I know. Dude, as the head of the family you should protect your family. Sejun stroked the husband rabbit's head. And then, thud! He lightly slapped the back of the husband rabbit's head. Peek! The husband rabbit touched the back of his head, looking confused. Didn't you just forgive me? But what you did was still wrong. Sejun was too narrow-minded to forgive easily. And so, the poisonous honeybee incident came to an end. The poisonous honeybee was very happy lately. Up until recently, eating was something the poisonous honeybee had to do reluctantly in order to survive. Poisonous honeybees usually hunt with their peers, hunting monsters with their venomous stingers and eating their flesh. While the other poisonous honeybees enjoyed eating the flesh, this meal was a real ordeal for the honeybee. It's tasteless. There was no appetite, but it ate just to avoid dying. One day, while hunting with its peers as usual, and eating the tasteless flesh of a monster, a sweet scent came wafting from somewhere. What's this smell? I want to eat it. Upon smelling it, the honeybee's appetite came to life for the first time. Weeing! Following the scent, the poisonous honeybee arrived at a hole in the ground. There was a yellow flower beneath the hole and a sweet scent came from it. However, there were beings guarding the place. The honeybee was sad that the place had an owner, but as it was about to leave, the owner of the cave gave way. Thank you. Thanks to the cave owner's consideration, the poisonous honeybee had its first delicious meal. And as a sign of gratitude to the owner who provided the delicious meal, the honeybee returned home. The next day, weeing, I'm back again. The poisonous honeybee came back to eat honey. On the 102nd day of being trapped in the tower, the family gained a new member. On the 113th day of being trapped in the tower, carrot sprouts began to appear one by one since yesterday. Squeak! Bee-wean! Yesterday, the rabbits were so excited about the carrot sprouts that Sejun had to work alone. Around lunchtime buzz, the poison honeybee arrived inside the cave. Creak! Welcome! Rub-rub! The poison honeybee perched on Sejun's shoulder and rubbed its body against Sejun's cheek, showing affection. It was the bee's way of clocking in. At first, Sejun was a little scared of the poison honeybee, but the more he looked at it, the cuter and more affectionate it seemed. Buzz! After clocking in with Sejun, the poison honeybee flew to the cherry tomato flowers and began to suck nectar. Having the poison honeybee frequent the cave had a benefit. Sejun no longer had to pollinate the cherry tomato flowers separately. In other words, bee-wee bee-wee, bee-wee-ah. The baby rabbits in charge of pollinating the cherry tomato flowers were thrilled. These days, the baby rabbits ran around the cave playing. Sejun watched them with envy. Isn't there anyone to take over my work? Lately, Sejun's workload had been increasing, unlike the baby rabbits. He had to personally harvest and sow seeds to increase his skill proficiency. Yesterday, he extracted seeds from 50 magical cherry tomatoes and planted them in the ground. He planted about 1,200 seeds. Although he complained, Sejun's heart was actually filled with pride. The fields were expanding and there was more and more food. Moreover, they had one more thing to eat. Buzz! The poison honeybee, after sucking nectar from the flowers for a while, landed back on Sejun's shoulder. Here! As Sejun placed an empty water bottle in front of the poison honeybee, gurgle gurgle, it spat out a small amount of honey. The poison honeybee started spitting out honey 2 days ago. It spat a thick liquid on Sejun's roasted green onion that he was eating, and at the time, Sejun was shocked, thinking it was poison. However, sniff sniff. Seeing the rabbit sniffing the liquid that had fallen from Sejun's green onion, Sejun became curious and sniffed it himself. And he tasted it. The rich flavor of honey and the sweetness that filled his mouth. Sejun realized that it was honey. That day, a new dish was born. Honey green onions. The tower administrator who had been watching immediately ordered the honey green onions as an offering, but the quest was naturally put on hold. However, this time it was not intentional. There really was no honey. Even if the poison honeybee sucked nectar all day, it could only eat and spit out about 10 ml of honey. There were too few flowers. That's why he hurriedly planted 1,200 cherry tomatoes yesterday. To get honey. In just a few months, I'll be eating honey like Winnie the Pooh. While Sejun imagined the future flower garden, Buzz, the poison honeybee, having spat out the honey, went back to suck more nectar. A hardworking creature. Very impressive. On the 113th day of being trapped in the tower, a day filled with sweet honey, TL notes changes: Tower manager, tower administrator, chapter 11, becoming an adult. TL, Hanguk the black dragon Aelin Pratani found the sweet potatoes hidden in a corner of Sejun's cave. After persistent persuasion, she received 3 sweet potatoes and some leaves from the human as a quest and began to roast them on a fire. Making roasted sweet potatoes seemed incredibly easy viewed through the crystal ball, as all you had to do was wrap them in leaves and put them on the fire. There's no way I, the great black dragon, can't do what a human can. Aelin was confident of success. However, the first roasted sweet potato was completely burnt, turning into charcoal that couldn't be eaten and had to be thrown away. The second one was taken out too quickly, leaving the inside uncooked. Roasting sweet potatoes was a profound dish that tested one's patience. Did it work out well? Aelin, with hopeful eyes, took out the last remaining roasted sweet potato that gave off a sweet, smoky scent. With the know-how from 2 failures, she was certain of success this time. She carefully held the roasted sweet potato with 2 claws and broke it in half. It felt different from when she broke the roasted sweet potato the human had given her. What is this? But as the steaming, yellowish-brown cooked flesh of the roasted sweet potato was revealed, she quickly forgot about it. It worked! It worked! Aelin rejoiced at the sight of the finished roasted sweet potato. Human, did you see that? I, Black Dragon Aelin Pratani, made this roasted sweet potato. Aelin looked proudly at the roasted sweet potato. And then she peeled the skin off and put half of the roasted sweet potato in her mouth. It seemed like it would taste better if she bit into it like a human, but she was a black dragon. She couldn't allow herself to imitate a human's appearance, as it would lower her dignity. Crunch. What? This wasn't the right texture. Her teeth should have sunk in without any resistance, but she felt a subtle resistance. It wasn't the moist, chewy, and soft texture that the human had offered. Moreover, it was sweet, but didn't have the more concentrated sweetness of the first roasted sweet potato she had eaten. How could this be? My fire is stronger and better, why is mine less tasty? The great black dragon couldn't believe that she was worse at roasting sweet potatoes than a human. A dragon like me can't control fire better than a human. Aelin was frustrated. Ugh, my pride is hurt. Aelin was upset again today. Since I'm annoyed, let's see what the human is doing. Aelin began watching Sejun's cave through the crystal ball. Squeak, squee. Sejun woke up to the sounds of the busy rabbit couple. Alright. As soon as Sejun got up, he went to the wall where he recorded the dates. And then, swoosh! He drew a line on the wall with a fishbone, completing the character Chinese letter. On the wall, there were 2 lines with 10 Chinese letter characters each, and below that, a third line with 4 completed Chinese letter characters. 120th day of being stranded, almost 4 months have passed. Sejun glanced at the wall once and went to the pond to wash his face and eat breakfast. Then he began his morning farming. Tap, tap. You have harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your harvesting LV2 skill proficiency increases very slightly. You gained 10 experience points. Whoosh whoosh. Yip yip. As Sejun harvested the cherry tomatoes, the baby rabbits ran to him with pitiful expressions. If you think making such a pitiful face will make me give you cherry tomatoes, you're sadly mistaken. Yip yip. Yip. Uncle, are you crazy? The baby rabbits, unable to understand Sejun's words, tilted their heads and started to back away. Sejun's isolated sense of humor failed to evolve with the world and developed independently, like the Galapagos Islands. Or perhaps it was devolving. If you rub your face against my cheek, I'll give you some. As the baby rabbits tried to run away, Sejun hurriedly told them the main point. Yip yip. The baby rabbit sighed with a resentful expression. It felt as if their affection for Sejun was decreasing in real time. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was such a big deal. Uncle was just joking. Here, just as Sejun was about to hand over the harvested cherry tomatoes, hop, hop. One of the baby rabbits jumped once on the ground and once on Sejun's knee before climbing onto his shoulder. This rabbit was particularly fond of Sejun. And then, rub, rub. The baby rabbit rubbed its face against Sejun's cheek. The soft touch of the rabbit's fur felt pleasant. Oh, you get two. Sejun gave 2 cherry tomatoes to the rabbit who listened to him. The other baby rabbits got 1 each. Yip, yip. The baby rabbits who only got 1 cherry tomato protested, but Sejun didn't give them any more. Haha. This is what happens when you disappoint your uncle. At Sejun's words, the baby rabbits huffed and went to a cool spot in the cave to eat their cherry tomatoes. When Sejun finished harvesting the cherry tomatoes, he took a short break and prepared grilled piranhas for lunch. Then, the tower administrator is furious with you. Again, why? Sejun casually dismissed the message from the tower administrator, who seemed to be angry for no reason. At first, he thought it was a big deal and always got nervous, but now that the tower administrator had been angry several times, he just let it slide. Is it some kind of anger management issue? When it was time for lunch, buzz, buzz. The poison honeybee came to work, sucking nectar as usual. Welcome. Rub rub. The poison honeybee landed on Sejun's shoulder, as he was watering the carrot field and rubbed its body against his face to mark its attendance. And then, buzz, buzz. It flew to the flowers to suck nectar. However, it went to the green onion field, not the cherry tomato field. The green onion, which had been left uncut to bloom, finally bloomed. The poison honeybee ate the nectar from the green onion flowers first, then moved to the cherry tomato flowers. I have to pick the green onion flowers today. It was about time to get the green onion seeds. After finishing lunch, Sejun pulled out the green onion with blooming flowers as soon as the poison honeybee finished sucking nectar and left. The green onion that bloomed had fulfilled its role and would die soon, so it had to be harvested and eaten quickly. Grilled whole green onion was added to today's lunch menu. Sejun separated the green onion flowers and dried them in the sun. Once the green onion flowers were completely dry, the seeds would easily come out with just a few shakes. Sejun started his afternoon farming after drying the green onion flowers well in the sun. Buzz buzz. As evening approached, the poison honeybee came, spat out honey, and went home, and the afternoon farming also ended smoothly. Blue moon is in 2 days. Sejun, who was walking back and forth to aid digestion after dinner, looked at the wall calendar and said, "The 5th blue moon since being trapped in the tower." The 4th blue moon passed peacefully, but like the 3rd blue moon, monsters could appear, so he couldn't let his guard down. I hope it passes safely this time too. Sejun sat down in his designated seat, worried. But seeing the crops growing lushly in the sun, a bright energy swelled in Sejun's heart, pushing away his worries. I'm happy. From the center of the quadrant where Sejun's designated seat was, Quadrant 1 had a green onion field, Quadrant 2 had a cherry tomato field, Quadrant 3 had a carrot field, and Quadrant 4 had a sweet potato field, which all reassured Sejun's heart. So 1 day passed and it became the 121st day of being trapped. Today was similar to the usual days. However, the poison honeybee did not come for lunch today. It seemed that the poison honeybee was also preparing for the blue moon. As evening approached, Sejun turned off the fire and prepared for the blue moon with the earplugs made from green onion leaves and cherry tomatoes. He found a spot in the corner of the cave and prepared for the blue moon, seeing a different sight than usual. Why haven't you guys gone in yet? The rabbit couple placed their 6 baby rabbits on Sejun's designated seat and tied their legs tightly together with green onion leaves. And then, squeak squeak, the rabbit couple went back into their burrow, looking at their babies for a while and making a sad crying sound before closing the entrance. What's going on? Why are you guys like this? Bye. Bayang. As Sejun hurriedly tried to get up and take the baby rabbits, they raised their soft paws with a serious expression and shouted not to come closer. Soon after, the blue moon began. There is one tradition among the white rabbit farmers. On the day the 5th blue moon rises since their birth, they can only become a true adult white rabbit farmer when they receive the light of the blue moon. So today was the most important day for the baby rabbits. The baby rabbits looked up at the sky with anticipation, waiting for the blue moon to rise. And as the sun in the sky turned blue, the energy of the blue moon descended upon the baby rabbits through the hole in the cave. Baik. Baya. Though underestimated as rabbits, the monsters were still monsters. Seeing the light of the blue moon, the baby rabbits screamed in excitement. Oof. Oof. The baby rabbits' muscles began to swell. The rabbits, once smaller than the palm of a hand, transformed into 30 cm-sized muscular rabbits. There was even a Chinese letter means king in Korean character on their bellies. If rabbits are like that during the blue moon, I didn't even want to imagine the other monsters. Hiya. Hi. The baby rabbits continued to scream and look at the sky. Fortunately, there were no monsters coming due to the sound of the baby rabbits. The blue moon ended safely once again. Paya as the blue moon ended, their muscles shrank like deflating balloons, and the baby rabbits returned to their cute appearance. However, their size had changed to be similar to the rabbit couple. They had become adults. Then a blue light exploded from the bodies of the baby rabbits. Sejun, who had been watching the baby rabbits, witnessed a strange sight. The blue light moved to the tips of the baby rabbits' hands, gathered and turned into items. So that's why I couldn't use the husband rabbit's watering can. Sejun realized why no water came out of the watering can when he held it. The farmer rabbits seemed to have their own exclusive items. The items gradually took shape and turned into a shovel, a sickle, a shovel, a watering can, and a cart. And Tidiakmi? Was it a hammer since it was made of iron? Suddenly, an item from a different genre appeared. Looking closely, only the one holding the hammer had turned black in color. And the name written above its head too. Warrior Black Rabbit, Warrior Black Rabbit. Kaon. Jump. Rub rub rub. The Warrior Black Rabbit climbed onto Sejun's shoulder, thinking Sejun had called him, and acted affectionately. He was the one who received 2 cherry tomatoes from Sejun. When morning came, the adult rabbits no longer played. They each used their own farming tools to help with farming. The rabbit with the watering can helped the husband rabbit water the crops, and the rabbit with the sickle helped the wife rabbit cut the leaves of the green onions. The rabbit that got a cart as an item carried the cut green onions leaves and moved the harvested crops to the storage shed, and the 2 rabbits with shovels expanded the field to plant more seeds. Their skills were still inexperienced, but since the farming tools were items, they were a great help in farming. And the black rabbit without a farming tool helped Sejun with hunting. Splash. When Sejun shook a torch near the pond, a piranha jumped up. Now! Pia. At Sejun's signal, the black rabbit, who had been waiting, jumped up to smack the piranha with the hammer. However, the timing was off. The black rabbit's body collided with the piranha before it could swing the hammer. Thud! But luckily, the black rabbit and the piranha fell out of the water together with a body slam. Jump! The black rabbit hurriedly got up as soon as it fell to the ground. And Pia. It ran to the struggling piranha and struck it with the hammer. Bang! 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 Although it was unknown why the hammer made a rubber mallet sound, the effect was certain. The piranha was dead, but it was crushed to the point of being inedible. Pia. The black rabbit looked at Sejun proudly with a victorious expression and the hammer on its shoulder. How about me? But don't look at me, look over there. Piik. Mother rabbit approached, seeing the piranha that should have been eaten for a meal turned into a mess. Piik. Hi, the black rabbit had to endure about an hour of nagging from Mother Rabbit. As the newly grown-up rabbits became accustomed to their respective equipment, 30 days have passed since your purchase at the seed shop. Seed shop LV. 1 is reactivated. On the 125th day of being trapped in the tower, the seed shop opened again. Hi everyone, if anyone is still reading this, please leave a review and rating on novel updates. It's still early, but you can change the review later when we have enough chapters. Nevertheless, you can leave a preliminary review/rating now. Also, I am currently translating around 2 chapters daily. I don't have a fixed schedule, so should I create a Discord account for pinging when a new chapter is released, as other translators do, or is it okay as it is? And lastly, a picture of Sejun's tower family excluding Poison Honeybee and another picture of Sejun and Poison Honeybee with Honeybee clocking in. Chapter 12, Proposing a Partnership. TL, Hanguk Seed Shop is now open. Today, 3 types of seeds for sale will be randomly displayed. At your current level, you can only purchase seeds once. List of seeds appeared in front of Sejun. Watermelon seeds X10, 5 tower coin sweet pumpkin seeds X50, 1 tower coin glutinous corn seeds X200, 0.5 tower coins. The prices of these seeds were very different from the ones that were sold last time. Sejun had only 0.9 tower coins, and the only thing he could afford was glutinous corn seeds. If it's this expensive, I won't be able to buy anything next time. But there was no way to make more money here. Hunters had 3 ways to earn tower coins in the tower. There might be other methods, but Sejun didn't know them. The first way to earn tower coins was to clear floors and receive clear rewards. The amount earned at once was large, but since each floor's clear reward could only be received once, it didn't account for a significant portion of the actual income earned by hunters. The second method was monster hunting. The corpses of monsters could be sold to wandering merchants or at the first floor shop, earning tower coins. It was the main source of income for hunters since it could continuously generate revenue. The third method was completing quests and receiving rewards. Quest rewards varied greatly, so it was difficult to describe them. Clearing floors was not an option for Sejun since he couldn't even leave the cave, and even if he did, his chances of survival among the vicious monsters were low. As for monster hunting, apart from the piranhas they ate, all the other monsters were family. And there was no place to sell the fish bones from the piranha corpses, but it seemed unlikely they could be sold anyway. Crunch, crunch. Lately, the rabbits had been enjoying sun-dried piranha fish bones as a snack. Sejun had tried them too. The crunchy texture was good, and the more he chewed, the richer the flavor, so he kept reaching for more. Thus, the last method left for Sejun to earn tower coins was almost extortion-level quests from the tower administrator. So, after the seed shop transaction, he demanded tower coins as a quest completion reward from the tower administrator. The tower administrator says they don't know what that is, but they'll give it to you when they grow up. He got a weird response. The tower administrator doesn't know what tower coins are. How could that be? And saying they'll give it when they grows up. How old are you? Sejun calmed his excitement and asked. The tower administrator says that's a secret. Then how many years will it take for you to grow up? The tower administrator says about 300 years. Are you kidding? So should I record all the tower coins I'll receive from now on and pass them down through generations until my great-great-great-great-grandchild gets them? And I'm not even in a situation where I can have descendants now. When Sejun angrily sputtered, the tower administrator ran away again. They disappeared when faced with difficult answers. So Sejun gave up on earning tower coins in this place. Phew. Just thinking about it makes me angry again. Sejun calmed down and looked back at the seeds in the seed store. The only thing he could buy was the corn. Well, corn isn't bad either. It's delicious whether you steam or grill it. Plus, you can grind it into flour and make something like bread. Slurp. Sejun's mouth watered just by imagining eating steamed corn. Knowing the taste was indeed more tempting. Alright, corn it is then. Sejun purchased the corn. You have purchased 200 corn seeds. 0.5 tower coins are deducted from your seed bank account. You have earned 5 seed store mileage points. Thank you for using the seed store. You can use seed store LV. 1 again in 30 days. A leather pouch containing 200 corn kernels appeared in Sejun's hand. As expected, the pouch was the most luxurious. As Sejun opened the high-quality leather pouch and poured it into his hand, rustle, the plump corn kernels flowed out. Peep, peep, squeak. The rabbits, seeing the shiny corn kernels, rushed to the field. They started digging up the field where they had planted the onion seeds in the morning. It was their silent pressure for Sejun to plant quickly. The tower administrator is excited. The tower administrator urges you to plant quickly. I'll plant without you telling me. They didn't give any rewards, but still demanded a lot. Despite being annoying, the tower administrator was still the only one Sejun could have a proper conversation with. Sejun went to the field made by the rabbits and started planting the corn seeds. You have planted corn seeds. The effect of seed sowing LV. 2 increases the likelihood of the corn seeds taking root. Seed sowing LV. 2's proficiency increases very slightly. It was a task he had done thousands of times before, and since there were few corn seeds, planting was done quickly. Shuo. The father rabbit with a water hose and the child rabbit each took care of a row, watering them carefully, finishing planting the corn before bedtime. Thanks to that, they were able to sleep at the proper time without an all-nighter. Day 128. While Sejun and the white rabbits were doing their morning work after breakfast, bang, bang, bang. The black rabbit was practicing by hitting the cave wall with a hammer. The wall remained intact no matter how much it was hit. He wasn't sure if it was helpful, but the black rabbit's efforts to help the family were adorable. As everyone was doing their own tasks, the poison honeybee came to work. It was earlier than usual, and the poison honeybee had been spending more and more time here lately. Rubbing. Welcome. The poison honeybee rubbed its body on Sejun's face, who was harvesting cherry tomatoes, marking its attendance, and then sat on a flower to start sucking nectar. How much time had passed? Peep. The wife rabbit started preparing lunch by putting dry green onion leaves on the fire. Black rabbit. Hen. At Sejun's call, the black rabbit came running. It's hunting time. Hen. The black rabbit shouted excitedly, holding his hammer, and ran to the pond. Hen. Hen. Taking a hunting stance in front of the pond, the black rabbit urged Sejun to hurry up. He seemed eager to show the results of his training. All right. Sejun hurried to the pond at the black rabbit's enthusiasm, holding a torch and shaking it over the water. Splash. The piranha sensed the movement and immediately jumped up. Leap. Hen. The black rabbit's hammer, honed through training, struck the piranha's body cleanly, sending it flying out of the water. And then check. He even managed to land perfectly outside the pond using the recoil. At first, he had to save the rabbit from falling into the water several times. Sejun was quite proud. Clap, clap, clap. Sejun applauded and praised the black rabbit. Hen. The rabbit, pleased with Sejun's praise, took his stance again. The black rabbit's passion was burning. Thanks to the black rabbit's burning passion, they had a very hearty grilled fish lunch. Everyone ate more than usual, but there were still 5 grilled fish left. Peep peep peep. The rabbits, seemingly unable to eat any more, lay down on the floor with their bellies swollen. Ah, I'm full. Sejun could not eat any more and put down the grilled fish he was eating. Just then, drip, 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 water droplets fell from Sejun's hand. What? Could it be a monster? Sejun hurriedly looked up. Huh? A cat? On the hole in a cave ceiling, a yellow-colored cat TL note. She's colored C image at the end was drooling while staring intently at the grilled fish. Peep, peep. The rabbits hurriedly fled into the burrow. Leap, leap, pan. The black rabbit, a warrior, climbed onto Sejun's shoulder and prepared to attack the cat. And then, buzz. The poison bee also prepared for battle by pulling out a sharp stinker from its tail. Don't misunderstand, everyone. I'm not a despicable cat who came to steal food. The cat, whose attention had been on the grilled fish, hurriedly regained its senses and waved its front paws, shouting, Then why are you here? By any chance, are you customer Park Sejun? Yeah, I'm Park Sejun. Why? Bounce. Twirl. 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 Shack. The cat jumped down from the hole, made 3 spins in midair and landed gracefully. And then, hello. My name is Theo, the wandering merchant. Theo knelt on one knee and placed one hand on his chest as he introduced himself. A wandering merchant? Sejun looked at Theo curiously. He had heard that people occasionally met wandering merchants while climbing the tower, but he had never heard of a cat wandering merchant. Yes. I heard that a new member has joined the seed shop, so I came to greet you and do business as well. While talking to Sejun, Theo kept glancing at the grilled fish. As he got closer to the grilled fish, the strong smell of the fish distracted Theo's mind. Hang in there, Theo. Don't lose your sanity. Theo tried to shake his head to regain his composure, but gurgle his body was honest. I'm sorry. Theo quickly apologized to Sejun. How could he commit such a faux pas in front of a potential customer he would be dealing with in the future? It's fine. If you haven't eaten, do you want to eat this grilled fish? It's okay. We have leftovers anyway. You can eat it. Well then, should I just eat one? Theo cautiously picked up one grilled fish and put it in his mouth. Slurp. As soon as he put it in his mouth, the grilled fish seemed to melt away. It's so delicious. After exclaiming that, he had no memory of what happened next. When he came to his senses, Theo was eagerly licking the fish bones. Fish bones were scattered all around him. He had eaten all 5 grilled fish. The rabbits and the bee looked at Theo pitifully. And Sejun was smiling brightly. Now, shall we start trading? Let's start by calculating the cost of the grilled fish. Sejun had a feeling when Theo started talking about trading. This guy is gullible. Huh? Theo was confused by Sejun's words. Wasn't it for free? Where is anything free in this world? You said you came to trade, right? I got tricked. Theo belatedly realized his mistake. So Theo agreed to pay 0.5 tower coins to Sejun for the 5 grilled fish, and the trading began. He had to take money from the customer, but instead, he gave money. A business starting with a loss. I'll definitely sell. Theo resolved himself and laid out his goods from his bag. Ta-da! How about these? Fresh items that came from other floors. Sejun looked at the items Theo proudly displayed. Tumbler, 5 tower coins mini fan, 3 tower coins portable hand warmer, 5 tower coins. Are these items from outside the tower? Oh, you recognized it right away. This tumbler has preservation magic on it. If you put something hot or cold in it, the temperature will be maintained. It's an amazing item. And this mini fan has wind magic enchanted, so whenever you need it, just switch it on like this. Sejun carefully watched Theo's enthusiastic product explanations. Is he tricking me knowingly? Or does he really not know? If he was tricking him knowingly, it was truly incredible acting. But there was not a shred of falsehood in Theo's eyes when he said that the tumbler had preservation magic, the mini fan had wind magic, and the portable hand warmer had warming magic. No matter how I look at him, he's an unfamiliar face. He thought he was gullible, but he was actually an incredibly huge sucker. Sejun was really lucky. It's not easy to meet someone like this. Using this fool, he felt like he could earn tower coins. Gullible, I mean, Theo. Do you want to work together? Sejun proposed a partnership to Theo. Chapter 13, Writing a Contract, TL. Hanguk. Theo is from the 75th floor, one of the neutral zones in the tower. For a long time, Theo had been infatuated with Granier Village's most beautiful woman, Meryl. Theo, confess your love. You can do it. That's right. The brave ones get the beauty. Confess. Confess. Encouraged by the support of his friend Oren, the son of the wealthiest family in the village, Theo confesses his hidden love. Meryl, I like you. Would you go out with me? However, know your place. How dare you look down on me? That's right, Theo. Know your place. I'm sorry, but Meryl and I are actually dating. Kekek. Oren kissed Meryl's lips, laughing at Theo. Kekek. Theo, look at that dumbfounded face. Ho ha ha ha. How can he show his face around Grainier Village now? The smiles Meryl had given him a few days ago and the encouragement from his friends, or rather, those who pretended to be his friends, were all part of a play to fool naive Theo. Humiliated in front of many people in the village square, where he had been urged to confess by showing his bravery, Theo could no longer hold his head high in the village. Shocked, Theo stayed home for a few days and decided to become a wandering merchant to seek revenge by becoming rich. I'll get rich and take revenge. With the 50 tower coins he had saved up from working hard all his life, he bought the necessary qualifications and equipment to become a wandering merchant, and was about to buy goods from the market with the remaining 5 tower coins when, Theo, I have a really good deal for you. Goblin wandering merchant Scaram, who had given Theo various advice about wandering merchants, approached him secretly. What is it? Theo did not doubt Scaram, who had kindly given him advice. So, Scaram showed Theo the tumbler, mini fan, and portable hand warmer. These are items from outside the tower. Items from outside the tower? That's right. If you take these to the upper floors, you can sell them for a high price. Those who live on the upper floors collect these items as a hobby. Really? I'll buy them. This is a map with the location of a new member of the seed shop. Since they're new members, you might be able to get a good price if you're lucky. Theo went up the tower following the map, trusting only Scaram's words. However, since he had given almost all of his money to Scaram for the items, he couldn't afford enough food. That's why Theo, starving, found his way to where Sejun was. Huh, you want to work together? Yes, and all the items you brought are garbage. Sejun first shook Theo's mentality with a harsh truth. What? Garbage? That can't be. Theo was agitated by Sejun's words. It was understandable since he had spent all his money on the items, trusting Scaram. There's no magic on them at all. This tumbler blocks contact with the outside and prevents heat transfer, and the mini fan and portable hand warmer will stop working after a few hours when the battery runs out. Look. Sejun explained and turned on the mini fan, placing it on the floor. No way. How do you know, Sejun? Scaram said there was magic on them. I'm from outside the tower. What? That explained everything. It seems that the Scaram guy deceived you. But how could he? He was so kind to me while the shocked Theo was mumbling to himself, denying reality. Squeak. Beep. Meow. The white rabbit started farming. Splish. Whack. Bam. Sejun and the black rabbit caught piranhas and made grilled fish. Meanwhile, the mini fan stopped working not even an hour after being turned on. Wah! Scaram is a bad goblin jerk. Why do I always fall for this? What do I do now? Theo started to cry, sobbing loudly. His sadness even brought out the Grainier dialect he had practiced to hide for so long. Theo, calm down. Let's talk about our future plans while eating grilled fish. Sniffle gulp. You're going to make me eat and then ask for money, aren't you? Sniffle, I'm not that stupid. Theo swallowed his saliva looking at the grilled fish, but didn't let his guard down. He was naive, but he wasn't a fool to be tricked by the same method again, and Sejun had no intention of taking money here either. No, I'll let you have what you ate earlier for free. Having shaken his mentality, it was now time to comfort him. Sejun had bigger plans in mind. Really? Yes. Now, listen carefully to my story while eating. Sejun started talking about their partnership, offering grilled fish to Theo's front paw. Okay. Yum yum. Theo absent-mindedly ate the grilled fish while listening to Sejun's words. When he finished the last piece of grilled fish, press. Huh. His left paw had stamped the contract. Squeak. His paw print was clearly visible as he lifted his paw from the contract. The contract read, Lifetime Distribution Contract. Why is this here? Why was the contract that should have been in his bag in front of him? Theo hurriedly read the contract. Lifetime Distribution Contract. Purpose and content of the contract. The purpose of this contract is for Party A and Party B to cooperate mutually and promote the sale of Party A's agricultural products, thus obtaining benefits for both parties. From now on, Party B will sell the agricultural products provided by Party F for life and bring in the sales revenue. Compensation. Party A will provide Party B with 25 grilled fish per week or an equivalent amount as a weekly salary. Party A will give Party B 3-5% of the sales revenue as an incentive. Special provisions. Party B may terminate the contract if the total sales amount within 1 month of the initial transaction is less than 5 tower coins. Party B must sell agricultural products for an amount equal to or greater than the price set by Party A. Party B cannot establish additional trade partners without Party A's permission. When trading, the Grainier dialect must be used. Party A. Park Sejun. Party B. Theo at the bottom of the contract. Sejun's stamp and Theo's paw print were placed side by side. Special Provision 1 was designed to make Theo sign the contract by providing an escape route. Special Provisions 2 and 3 were intended to prevent Theo, a big sucker, from being fooled again, and Special Provision 4 was added because Sejun was confident that people from Earth would love Theo's dialect. What's this? Let's do our best from now on, Representative Theo. Sejun stroked Theo's head. It's not in effect yet. There's Special Provision 1, right? But Theo pushed Sejun's hand away and spoke coldly. All right, but we're still trading, right? Representative Theo. HMPH. Well, that's true. Theo answered, glancing at Sejun's hand. Sejun stroked Theo's head again. Shortly after, Theo, seemingly tired, fell asleep under Sejun's touch. Sleep well, Representative Theo. Sejun laid the sleeping Theo on the floor and got up. Everything is going according to plan. In this way, Sejun secured a means of earning tower coins. Yuhaham, it smells so good. No, it smells really good. Theo corrected his unconscious dialect and rubbed his eyes as he woke up. Did you wake up? Sejun asked while grilling fish and green onions for breakfast. Stacked next to him were numerous grilled fish. Sejun and the black rabbit had worked hard to catch piranhas since morning. Yes. How long did I sleep? You slept from lunch yesterday to now. Today is day 129 of being stranded, and Theo woke up in the morning, planning to sleep for the entire day. But what's that? Theo asked about the stacks of grilled fish, sniffing the scent. It's this week's salary. The grilled fish will cool down. Hack it up quickly. Yes, thank you. Theo briefly thought, why am I getting a salary when we're partners? But quickly began packing the grilled fish into his bag, tempted by the stimulating aroma. The space bag is an essential item for wandering merchants who need to travel through multiple levels, as it is enchanted with preservation, space expansion, and weight reduction magic. This allows them to store a large number of items in their original state for extended periods. Let's eat breakfast. Squeak. Squawk. At Sejun's shout, the rabbits rushed over and began eating breakfast. After the noisy morning meal ended, a Mr. Park Sejun. Theo called Sejun. Just call me Sejun. Yes. Sejun, what are you planning to sell? Cherry tomatoes. What? Pluck. This. Sejun picked a ripe cherry tomato from the tree and showed it to Theo. This? Theo looked at the cherry tomato with disdain. Take a look. Sejun handed the cherry tomato to Theo. Huh. Magical cherry tomatoes? This is an item? Yeah. Not bad, right? How much are you going to sell it for? For 10 minutes, increase magic power by 0.1 and dissolve 10g of fat. Theo thought that, considering the item's options, he could get around the 0.1 tower coins each if it was well received by the awakened people in the tower. One cherry tomato for 10,000 won. That's quite a high price. However, 0.5 tower coin each. Sejun called out a price 5 times higher than Theo's estimate. What? At Sejun's words, Theo looked at the cherry tomato in his hand with a will this sell? Expression. Sejun was confident that his cherry tomatoes would sell at a high price. These cherry tomatoes were not meant for the awakened ones. Although magical cherry tomatoes provided fat dissolution and magic power increase to the awakened ones, the effects were not significant. Their bodies were already somewhat optimized through awakening, so the effects were not substantial. However, for the non-awakened people outside the tower, cherry tomatoes that instantly dissolve 10g of fat and invigorate the body without side effects, and also have top-notch taste, were undoubtedly marketable products. Considering the initial scarcity, Sejun even thought he could get 0.1 tower coin each. Sejun believed in Earth's dieters. They would respond. Alright, it's a contract anyway. Theo thought it was rather fortunate. If the total sales amount doesn't reach 5 tower coins through this deal, he can nullify the contract and just receive the grilled fish. How many will you take? About 1,000. Sejun pointed to a storage room he had made in the corner of the cave. Cherry tomatoes were piled up there. Sejun and the rabbits helped Theo fill his space bag with cherry tomatoes. Then I'll be on my way. Theo left the cave with his space bag. 5 days later, on the 38th floor of the tower. Inside a dark cave, 10 elite hunters of the Phoenix Guild were struggling to clear the 38th floor, but the possibility of clearing it was still remote. While they were exploring the cave, screech. Spider monsters approached. 15 spiders. Diamond formation. At the leader's command, the hunters quickly formed a formation. Screech. As soon as the formation was made, the spider monsters began their attack. Don't get surrounded. Keep an eye on the rear. Yes. As elite hunters of the top guild on Earth, they had no weak points. A short while later, the battle ended. Phew. Good job. Collect the spider corpses and rest here for a while. Yes. As the hunters were about to sit down and rest after collecting the spider monster corpses, "Humans, come see the good stuff here, meow." A cat called out to them. Chapter 14. Sold out, meow. TL, Hangaka? A wandering merchant. Oh my! It's a cat. A cat wandering merchant? Let's see what it's selling. The hunters approached Theo with interest. Huh? Cherry tomatoes? The approaching hunters were disappointed to see the cherry tomatoes piled up on Theo's mat. They had expected weapons or mysterious potions from a wandering merchant, so it was understandable that they were disappointed with the cherry tomatoes, which they could eat outside. Foolish humans, I knew you'd think that way, meow. These are not the cherry tomatoes you know. Sejun had learned that Theo was good at following instructions when he sold items like tumblers, so he had given very detailed instructions. Different? That's right, meow. Check the options once, meow. As instructed by Sejun, Theo emphasized that the cherry tomatoes were items. Options? These were items? The hunters began to check the options of the cherry tomatoes. Magical cherry tomatoes? 0.1 increase in magic power for 10 minutes? It's too low. As expected, the male hunters' reactions were not so good. Their levels ranged from 45 to 48. At their level, with equipment options included, a 0.1 magic power boost was insignificant. However, just by eating this, it breaks down 10 g of fat? Is this really possible? The female hunters' reactions were different. They immediately recognized the true value of the product. Countless women wanted to maintain their figures while eating delicious food outside. And above all, the options written on the items do not lie. How much is this? Jessica, one of the female hunters, excitedly asked for the price of the cherry tomatoes. As soon as she saw them, she thought of her younger sister Anna. Anna had undergone gastric bypass surgery due to morbid obesity, but her weight had risen to 120 kg again since last year due to depression and binge eating. The magical cherry tomatoes felt like a ray of hope to Jessica, who had been worried about Anna's health lately. Each magical cherry tomato is 5 tower coins, meow. What? The other hunters were surprised by Theo's words. The price of one cherry tomato was outrageously expensive. I'll buy half of what's here. Huh? Really, meow? Half is 500, meow. Theo was surprised by Jessica's words. 500 meant 25 tower coins. It far exceeded the 5 tower coins in sales from the contract. That meant Theo would have to sell Sejun's crops forever. Yeah, I'll buy 500. Here's 25 tower coins. Jessica handed over the money. Compared to the cost she had already spent on Anna's treatment, it wasn't a huge amount. Why don't you think about it again, meow? Human, you're making an impulse purchase, meow. Theo tried to dissuade Jessica from buying, not accepting her money in an attempt to break the lifelong contract. However, it backfired. She's buying 500 and he's trying to dissuade her? Isn't there something wrong about this? How many should I buy to give to my girlfriend? Seeing Theo's reluctant attitude to sell, the hunters became even more curious. I'll take 100. I want 50. Me too, 50. The hunters began to competitively buy the cherry tomatoes. Although the price of one cherry tomato was expensive, it wasn't a lot of money for elite hunters like them. The amount of tower coins could be earned in just a few days of hunting. They were willing to pay enough to satisfy their curiosity. As soon as their break was over, the hunters went back to hunting spider monsters. How can this be? Theo sobbed as he looked at the empty mat. Wow, it sold out, meow. The first ever sellout in cat life. The legend of Theo, the cat wandering merchant, was beginning. Day 134 of being stranded. Alright. Sejun woke up energetically again today. Every time he leveled up, he increased his strength and stamina with bonus stats. His body condition was already good, but now he was full of energy every morning. On top of that, the farmer's job trait of not getting sick was surprisingly good. Swoosh! Sejun went to the wall and drew a line on it as he started his day. Peep! Beep! Brrrray! Ban! The white rabbits and the black rabbit woke up and greeted Sejun in the morning. Right! Good morning! The rabbits who greeted him each began their own tasks. Sejun also washed his face in a small pond and started harvesting cherry tomatoes. Tap! Tap! You have harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. Your job experience has increased very slightly. The proficiency of harvesting LV2 has increased very slightly. You gained 10 experience points. While he was harvesting cherry tomatoes, you have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. It had been a while since he reached level 10. Sejun increased his strength with the bonus stat. He must be doing well, right? Sejun thought of Theo. He must have met the hunters by now. How many would he sell and come back? He didn't even expect a sellout. He was worried about whether the young and naive guy could sell properly. But I taught him the secret techniques. he would at least sell half, right? Sejun had taught him the secret techniques of free samples and cat cuddle service. However, Sejun never imagined that the cherry tomatoes would sell out within a few minutes before Theo even used the secret techniques. When the cherry tomatoes start selling, my name will become known, right? Haha. Sejun felt proud that his name was attached to the crops being sold. Then buzz. A poison honeybee flew in through the hole in the cave ceiling. You're here? Rub today. The poison honeybee rubbed its body against Sejun's face, showing affection while marking its attendance. And then, buzz. It flew to the cherry tomato field to suck nectar. And after some time passed, peep. The wife rabbit began putting dried leaves on the fire. Before he knew it, it was lunchtime. Harvesting cherry tomatoes and helping the rabbits water the fields made time fly by. Ban! Ban! The black rabbit, who was practicing hitting the wall with a hammer, called out to Sejun. It was the time of day when the black rabbit could be the most active, so it always looked forward to piranha hunting time. Alright, let's go. Sejun hurried to the pond and waved the torches left and right. Splash! Plop! A clean hammer blow. Now, the black rabbit hunted piranhas very skillfully. When they had caught 5 piranhas, the black rabbit's body shone for a moment. Did you level up? Nod. The black rabbit nodded its head vigorously. Sejun had seen the white rabbits leveling up while doing farm work a few times, but this was the first time he had seen the black rabbit level up. Congratulations on leveling up. Brrrray. The black rabbit looked at Sejun proudly. Aren't I awesome? The black rabbit seemed excessively excited after leveling up, which made Sejun a little worried. He wondered if it would soon try to catch piranhas in the water. In the meantime, the black rabbit ran to another white rabbit and loudly announced its level up news. Peep. Beep. Brrrray. The white rabbits congratulated the black rabbit. Thanks to that, lunch was a bit noisy. While the rabbits were chatting, Sejun quietly finished his lunch of grilled fish and roasted green onions. Lately, Sejun had developed an indulgence after lunch. Time for coffee. Sejun got up from his seat and picked up the tumbler he had placed on his designated seat with a light step. When he opened the tumbler to use as a cup after Theo left, coffee. There were 10 packs of coffee inside the tumbler. It seemed that neither the selling merchant nor Theo had opened the tumbler. It was a tremendous find. If Theo had sold coffee instead of the tumbler, Sejun would have paid for it. Sejun took the tumbler to a small pond and filled it with about a quarter of water. Tap, tap. He held the end of the Kanu coffee stick and lightly flicked it with his index finger to remove the residue. He couldn't afford to miss a single coffee granule. After preparing the coffee, he tore the opening of the Kanu coffee sachet and poured it into the tumbler. Then shake it. He closed the lid and shook it to dissolve the coffee granules. Click, slurp. Sejun took a sip of the coffee. Swoosh! The bitterness of the coffee and the fishy smell of the grilled fish with the sweetness of the green onion were washed away cleanly. Indeed. Coffee is perfect after a meal. Although he couldn't make a hot coffee without boiling water or iced coffee without ice, the coffee made with cool pond water wasn't bad. Moreover, drip. Sejun poured a little honey he had collected in his water bottle. This is good. The harmony of bitterness and sweetness created a new flavor. The rabbits shook their heads as if they couldn't understand Sejun smiling while drinking coffee. He gave them a little coffee on the first day, and they shuddered after tasting it. The coffee with honey was the same. Rabbits' tongues seemed to be more sensitive to the bitterness of coffee. Sejun, who had properly enjoyed coffee as dessert, began his afternoon farming. Sejun hummed as he harvested cherry tomatoes and watered the fields. Just a cup of coffee at lunch made the afternoon enjoyable. He ended the day in a good mood. Squeak, squeak. The rabbits said goodbye to Sejun and went into their burrow to prepare for sleep. Good night. Sejun also said goodbye to the rabbits and went to his sleeping place, making a bed by tapping the ground. Then buzz. The poison bee flew busily around the cave ceiling. Are you still not leaving? Lately, the poison bee had been coming early and leaving late, but it was the first time it hadn't returned at this time. Go and sleep quickly. Buzz. The poison bee ignored Sejun's words and continued to fly around diligently. Fine. I'll sleep. See you tomorrow. Snore. Sejun fell asleep as soon as his head touched the dirt pillow. Buzz. The poison bee busily created something on the cave ceiling. Why isn't he coming? Scaram, the goblin traveling merchant who had scammed Theo, waited for Theo to return. He was sure that Theo wouldn't have been able to sell the item and would return disappointed. And I'll comfort the disappointed guy, telling him there's a bigger opportunity, and lend him money. From then on, the guy would become his slave, working for him for a lifetime to pay off the ever-growing interest, let alone the principal. It's been a long time since I last caught a real sucker. Scaram grinned maliciously. As he waited for Theo, Scaram went to the bulletin board displaying the sales rankings of traveling merchants. Checking his ranking once a day and feeling proud was one of the joys in his life. Traveling merchant sales rankings 999th place. Scaram 45.2 tower coins 1 up haha. I finally made it into the top 1000. He had moved up one step from the 8th place to the 999th. It was a ranking barely achieved by beating many rookie traveling merchants. Scaram, who had checked his ranking, began to look over the names of the merchants with higher rankings than his, starting from the bottom. They were the ones he would eventually have to step on and surpass. At that moment, Scaram's gaze stopped as it slightly moved upwards. A name that he never expected to see in the rankings caught his eye. 982nd place. Theo 50 tower coins NEW. How could this happen? He definitely couldn't have sold it, Scaram muttered as if he couldn't understand. Buzz! Xiaojun woke up to the sound of the poison bee's wings. The poison bee was still busily flying around the ceiling until morning. Then a beehive? A small beehive caught Xiaojun's eye. It seemed that the poison bee had been working diligently since yesterday to make this. Did you move in? Buzz! Rub rub. In response to Xiaojun's question, the poison bee moved up and down 3 times and then rubbed its body against Xiaojun's face as if to say, "Please take good care of me." On the 135th day of being stranded, the poison bee became independent and moved into Xiaojun's cave. TL note, I plan on releasing 2 more chapters in a few hours, so stay tuned. Chapter 15, the name remains unknown. TL, Hanguk. On the first day of eating honey in Xiaojun's cave, the poison bee realized that its body had started to change. After that, every time it ate honey, its body emitted a stronger scent and became slightly plumper. At first, it didn't know what the change was, but it realized what it was when the queen bee in the hive started to be wary of it a while ago. It had become capable of laying eggs. So, the poison bee decided to become independent. The place for independence was, of course, Xiaojun's cave, which was close to its food source. A huge number of cherry tomato flowers would bloom soon, so it seemed there would be enough food even if the number of family members increased. Buzz! To achieve this, it rubbed its body against the cave's owner every day to show its friendliness and inform him that it was not an enemy. Obtaining permission to live in the cave. Of course, Xiaojun would never know when he actually granted permission. Rub rub. Today, as always, the poison bee began its day by rubbing its body against the cave's owner. And then, let's get to work. Squeak. Beep. Whoosh. Bam. Xiaojun and the rabbits also began their morning, each doing their own work. About 70%. Xiaojun looked at the carrot sprouts that had grown up to his ankles and spoke. He didn't give up and kept watering them, waiting for the sprouts to emerge, but out of the 1,000 carrot seeds he had bought and planted from the seed store, only 700 had sprouted. As for the 1,200 cherry tomato seeds he had planted after harvesting them from the magical cherry tomatoes, the germination rate was about 10% lower than that of the carrot seeds. The germination rate was 61%. Out of the 1,200 seeds, 732 had sprouted and were growing. The germination rates of the corn seeds bought from the seed store and the sweet potato shoots he had planted himself were also around 70% and 60%, similar to those of the carrots and cherry tomatoes. Haha. Thank you for growing so well. About 1,000 of the planted plants had died, making his effort seem useless, but when he saw the sprouts that had survived and grown, his complaints disappeared, and a smile formed on his face. At that moment, a message appeared before Xiaojun's eyes. A new quest has been generated. Quest: give 10 magical cherry tomatoes to the tower's administrator. Reward: none if refused. Disappointment: the tower's administrator didn't excessively demand anything from Xiaojun, who had continuously postponed quests and watched Xiaojun and Theo's transactions. And the threats to offer it or die had disappeared as well. Instead, it showed disappointment like this. It seemed so pitiful and endearing that Xiaojun couldn't help but give in again. Take it. 10 cherry tomatoes disappeared from Xiaojun's storage. You have completed the quest. The tower's administrator is grateful for your kindness. Now it even felt gratitude. Xiaojun felt pleased that the other party was grateful. Xiaojun, who had been smiling contentedly, quickly erased his smile. I just looked like a pushover. I have to be careful. Xiaojun gathered his thoughts and focused on farming again. However, looking at the fresh green waves in the field, a contented smile was soon drawn on his face. Although he didn't realize it, he wasn't a pushover, but he had a kinder heart. Day 143 of being stranded. I'm back, meow. Theo announced his return as he jumped down from the hole in the ceiling. His voice was full of energy since he had sold out. However, what's going on? Sejun's voice raised in surprise at Theo's earlier than expected return. Sejun meant to scold Theo for coming back without selling everything, but Theo took it differently. I'm sorry, Meow. Even if I sell out next time, I won't play on other floors and will come straight back, Meow. Theo immediately admitted his mistake. What? You went to play? For how many days? I played for 4 days, Meow. I'm sorry, Meow. As Sejun's tone softened, Theo, who had been observant, quickly grabbed Sejun's leg and asked for forgiveness. But Sejun's serious expression didn't ease. He was doing some calculations in his head after hearing Theo's words. Theo had said that it would take about 10 days to travel back and forth to the 30th floor, where the hunters were. But he had time to play for 4 days even after selling out? Considering Theo returned 14 days after leaving, it meant that he sold out as soon as he went down. Explain it in detail, or else I'll show you how scary I can be. Sejun threatened Theo, who was already trying hard to read Sejun's mood. Alright, Meow. Theo, who had shrunk on, began to explain. That's what happened. Meow. The humans just bought everything after a few words, Meow. Theo still had the presence of mind to leave out the fact that he had tried to stop the purchase. Really? Without using your secret technique? That's right, Meow. Sejun realized that the response to the cherry tomatoes was hotter than he thought after hearing Theo's words. Here are 50 tower coins, Meow. You did well. Theo, the employee. Here's your incentive. Sejun handed Theo 2 tower coins, which was 4% of the sales amount. Aren't I the representative, Theo, Meow? You just got demoted. Where is a representative who goes to play for 4 days? Work hard from now on, and I'll make you a representative again. And when you become a representative, I'll raise the incentive to 5%. Understood, Meow. I'll work hard to become the representative, Meow. Theo responded enthusiastically to Sejun's words. But what's with your speech? I just decided to live like this, Meow. Theo had lost his sense of inferiority about his dialect after realizing that it was well received by humans. My name will be known now. What do you mean, Meow? The cherry tomatoes have the option to show the grower, right? So people will know that I made those cherry tomatoes. Theo couldn't sit still at Sejun's words. There are various systems for wandering merchants, and one of them is a feature that forcibly hides the origin of the goods, such as the manufacturer or grower, for inexperienced wandering merchants with low sales. You can't even tell them verbally. It gets blocked. The only way to really let them know is to take them to the place. The policy was to prevent wealthy wandering merchants from stealing the suppliers of novice wandering merchants. In other words, Sejun's name as the grower wouldn't be shown on the cherry tomatoes Theo was selling. And the only way to lift this restriction is by achieving 1,000 tower coins in sales and becoming a mid-level wandering merchant. This is big trouble, Meow. Theo thought that if he revealed this fact to Sejun here, he would somehow be demoted another level in the company, and his incentive would be reduced to 3%. But he couldn't keep it a secret because his conscience wouldn't let him. So there was only one solution to get out of this situation. Give me the cherry tomatoes, Meow. I'll leave right away, Meow. Already. Rest for a few days. You need to get your weekly pay, too. No, Meow. I'll take it later, Meow. I want to make money quickly, Meow. Theo hurriedly packed the cherry tomatoes into his bag and left. The kid's got money fever. Sejun misunderstood Theo's intentions without knowing his thoughts. As Sejun hoped for his cherry tomatoes to gain popularity, the hunters who purchased the magical cherry tomatoes were beginning to experience their effects. Dead. We have to buy more of these next time. Got it? We must. These are so great. Kim Donsik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, bought 20 magic cherry tomatoes to satisfy his curiosity and for his daughter, who starved herself daily for her diet. His daughter stopped being grumpy due to dieting after eating the cherry tomatoes, and peace returned to their home. Initially she ate 3 a day, but now she only eats 1 in the morning to save them. The option of breaking down 10 g of fat and giving vitality to the body comes with it. This vitality effect lasts for a long time, and with less food, the body feels energized and not tired, making her move more and consume additional calories, helping her diet. I shouldn't have held back then. He didn't know she would like it this much. He had given in when other team members wanted to buy some and only bought 20, but seeing his daughter's reaction, he regretted not buying more. I got it. Trust me. I'll definitely get more for you. It had been a long time since his daughter had requested something like this. Kim Donsik really wanted to get the magical cherry tomatoes for her. Entering the tower in 3 days, Kim Donsik sent a text message to gather his teammates earlier than planned to enter the tower. He expected his teammates to be discontent, but he planned to wait around the area where they met the wandering merchant on the 38th floor while hunting spider monsters since he didn't know when the cat wandering merchant would appear again. I should request a fixed deal when I meet the wandering merchant this time. Then Doom. His teammates replied. Yes. Ready. Let's go today. Right now. Kim Dong-sik anticipated grumbles from his teammates, but they seemed to have been waiting and agreed to enter the tower. They even urged him to go faster. They were in a similar situation to Dong-sik. After finishing her hunt, Jessica immediately handed the magic cherry tomatoes to her younger sister, Anna. She didn't have high expectations. But, sis, where did you get these cherry tomatoes? Anna, who had eaten about 20 cherry tomatoes, excitedly pointed at the magic cherry tomatoes and asked Jessica, "Why? Is there something wrong with them?" "No. They're amazing. I'm not depressed anymore. I feel so energized. I just want to move." "What?" Jessica looked at Anna in disbelief. It used to take hours of nagging and pleading for Anna to move for just 10 minutes. Now she wanted to move on her own. "Sis, I want to go for a walk." "Alright, let's go." That day Jessica and Anna walked around the neighborhood for 3 hours before returning home. After a few days, Anna's weight quickly dropped to 80 kg. Now, without being told, Anna ate a diet meal and magical cherry tomatoes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner and went around the neighborhood 3 times a day on her own. At first, she needed to eat 20 cherry tomatoes to feel energized, but as her body got lighter, the number decreased to 13. In just a month or two, Anna seemed to be able to return to a normal life. But they were running out of magic cherry tomatoes. "I need to go back to the tower and meet the wandering merchant." Then entering the tower in 3 days. She received a text from the leader to enter the tower. "Let's go today. Right now." Jessica hurriedly replied and started preparing her equipment. "I managed to get out, but what should I do, meow?" Theo, going down the lower floors of the tower, was lost in thought. "When will I achieve a sales amount of 1,000 tower coins, meow?" This time, he filled his bag with magical cherry tomatoes, carrying 1,500 of them. However, even if he sold 1,500 at a time, he had to come and go more than 10 times. "I need to make money as quickly as possible, meow." He needed a way to quickly achieve 1,000 tower coins in sales and become a mid-tier merchant. He didn't want to be demoted again if Sejin found out that the grower's name had been hidden due to his merchant status. "I want to become a representative quickly, meow." Having had it once, he wanted it even more after losing it. So, Theo carried the bag full of magical cherry tomatoes, trudging along to the 38th floor where he had traded with humans a few days ago. He thought of stopping by the place where he had traded for the first time, and if no one was there, he would go down to the lower floors. At that moment, "Hey, the wandering merchant is here. Why are you so late? We've been waiting." The humans he had traded with a few days ago came running towards him. "Human, were you waiting for me, meow?" Theo looked at the humans curiously and asked, "Yes. We waited for 3 days. Is that so, meow?" Seeing the humans waiting for him, an idea came to his mind. "Do you have magical cherry tomatoes?" "Hee, I do, but the price has gone up, meow." Theo's bargaining skills had improved, driven by his desire to regain his representative position. One more chapter coming up in the next hour. Chapter 16, Digging Carrots. TL, Hanguk, the price has gone up? That's right, meow. How much? .7 tower coins, meow. Theo cautiously spoke while watching the humans' reactions. His timid nature couldn't be helped. Theo's cautious demeanor appeared endearing to the hunters due to the cat-like filter, and they easily accepted the increased price of the magical cherry tomatoes. It makes sense to raise the price. He didn't seem too happy when he sold them cheap last time. Look at that clueless expression. He must be losing money. That must be a reasonable price. Theo's naive appearance and racial characteristics actually gained him the hunter's favor and trust. Alright, I'll buy 200. Kim Dong-sik handed over 14 tower coins. His original plan was to buy only 100, but when he entered the tower, his wife came up to him and quietly asked him to buy some for her as well. "Honey, daughter, trust me." Kim Dong-sik had 200 tower coins now. It was enough money to buy 1,000 magical cherry tomatoes. Since the magical cherry tomatoes had a 30-day shelf life, Kim Dong-sik would have bought them all for his wife and daughter if there were no expiration dates. Of course, other hunters were no different in their thoughts. "Oh, I want 500. I want 200. I want 400 too." As Kim Dong-sik took the lead, Jessica and the other hunters quickly put out their money and began to announce the quantities they wanted to buy. And then sold out, meow. "All 1,500 magical cherry tomatoes I brought today are sold, meow." The last hunter who called for 400 could only buy 250. "When will you come next time?" At Kim Dong-sik's question, all eyes turned to Theo. They wanted to trade again next time. Especially those hunters who couldn't trade this time were even more focused. They had to buy next time since they couldn't buy this time. "Will you be waiting here next time, meow?" "Yes." "Then it will be about 10 days from now, meow." There was no time to rest if he wanted to become a mid-tier wandering merchant before being caught by Sejin. Alright. See you in 10 days. As soon as the leader, Kim Don-sik, finished speaking, some female hunters approached. Kitty, can we take a picture together? My name is not Kitty, it's Theo Meow. Oh, your name is Theo. Theo, can we take a picture together? If you do, I'll give you this. The female hunters held out a wet pouch. What's that, Meow? It's called Churu One, you peel it like this and lick it. Is that so, Meow? It smells nice, Meow. And so, Theo took photos with the female hunters and received Churu in return. Day 149 of being stranded. Ha! Today, as usual, Sejun ate breakfast, hummed a tune, and harvested the cherry tomatoes. You have harvested ripe magical cherry tomatoes. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV2 increases very slightly. You have gained 10 experience points. Swoosh! The sound of white rabbits watering the crops and bang! Thud! The sound of the black rabbit hitting the wall pushed away the silence in the cave along with Sejun's humming. Then peep beep. A strange sound began to echo. Huh. Squeak. Bang. Not only Sejun, but the other rabbits also looked puzzled at the unfamiliar sound, looking towards where it was coming from. The beehive of the poisonous honeybees that had been staying indoors for days, causing concern. 10 bees, the size of a thumb, were flying around the beehive. Baby poisonous honeybees, so they were raising babies. Sejun finally understood why the poisonous honeybees hadn't left their hive. A moment later, buzz. The poisonous honeybee also came out of the hive. Its size hadn't changed much, but its body became more colorful and its abdomen grew plump. And Queen Poisonous Honeybee, its name had changed. Buzz. Peep beep. As the Queen Poisonous Honeybee flew to Sejun's side, the baby poisonous honeybees followed her as if to escort her. However, the baby poisonous honeybees' purpose was to protect their queen. Snap. When they saw Sejun, they drew their stingers. Squeak. Bang. When Sejun and the rabbits were taken aback by the baby poisonous honeybees' actions. Buzz. Buzz. The Queen Poisonous Honeybee stopped and started scolding the baby poisonous honeybees with strong wing beats. Fortunately, after the queen's discipline, the baby poisonous honeybees understood that Sejun wasn't an enemy and put away their stingers. And then rub. The Queen Poisonous Honeybee rubbed her body against Sejun to show affection, and as she started to suck honey, peep beep. Rub. The baby poisonous honeybees also followed the Queen Poisonous Honeybee, rubbing their bodies against Sejun to show affection, and then sucking honey from the cherry tomato flowers like the queen. In this way, Sejun's cave family grew. The next morning, Sejun got up energetically and walked to the cave wall where he recorded the dates. And then swoosh, he added one stroke to complete the third line. TL note, see image at the end. Chinese letter 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 Chinese letter. It's already been 150 days. Sejun looked at the time etched on the wall with a newfound appreciation. Though only one more stroke had been added since yesterday, the feeling was different. In the past, each added stroke felt overwhelming, but nowadays, he felt proud of himself for living another day in this place with each stroke. It was thanks to the thriving crops, the rabbits and bees that kept him company, and even the tower's administrator who provided some help. I'm Park Sejun and I'm living well, Sejun said, as if making a promise to himself. It wasn't just for self-consolation. Sejun really was living well. The 48 tower coins in his hand proved it. He managed to make money even while trapped in the cave with terrible conditions. When he went outside, it was worth 48 million won. It was more than what Sejun earned working at a company for a year. He made this money in just a few days and would gather another 48 tower coins in a few more days. Since he arrived here, his situation had been improving day by day. Someday I will break through from here eventually. Just as Sejun was strengthening his resolve, buzzing sounds. The diligent baby poison honeybees woke up and approached Sejun. Did you sleep well? The baby poison honeybees rubbed their plump bodies against him, as if answering to him. Those who couldn't rub Sejun's face rubbed themselves against his hand. You cute little things. The baby poison honeybees had grown to about the thickness of 3 fingers in just one day. It was curious how they could grow so big just by eating honey. Buzzing sounds. The baby poison honeybees stamped their attendance with Sejun and went off to suck honey. The queen poison honeybee had gone back into the hive after confirming that the babies were sucking honey well yesterday. It seemed like she was laying eggs again. A little later, squeak, peep, bang. The rabbits came out of the burrow and gave Sejun a lively morning greeting. Right. Hello. The day started energetically again. Today, Sejun had one more task in addition to harvesting cherry tomatoes in the afternoon. It was teaching the black rabbit how to swim. The black rabbit, who had been able to hunt piranhas on his own a few days ago, leveled up again yesterday and became so cocky that he walked into the pond on his own and almost drowned. The black rabbit was unaware that he was like a fish out of water. If Sejun had been a little later in noticing how quiet it was and going to the pond, the black rabbit would have been torn apart by the piranhas. That's why Sejun decided to teach the black rabbit how to swim. So after lunch, the black rabbit stood in front of a small pond with leaf earplugs Sejun had made to prepare for the blue moon. Are you ready? Bang! The black rabbit answered energetically. Alright, let's start with kicking. Sejun gently held the black rabbit's body and immersed it halfway into the water. Now, straighten your body and kick. Bang! Splash splash. Following Sejun's instructions, the black rabbit kicked the water hard. Hey! You're splashing everywhere. You should kick underwater. Bang! At Sejun's words, the black rabbit immediately corrected his kicking. And as soon as Sejun let go, paddling, the black rabbit quickly swam forward, reaching the end of the small pond in no time. Well done. Now let's practice breathing. A little later, paddling, the black rabbit mastered Sejun's swimming class and leisurely swam around the small pond. The black rabbit, who mastered swimming in just one day, began hunting piranhas while swimming the next day. And the sixth blue moon approached. The rabbits had already gone into their burrows and closed the entrance, and the poison honeybees had also entered their hive and blocked the entrance. The little monsters seemed to avoid the blue moon in this way. The tower administrator asked for one of the crops infused with the energy of the blue moon this time. Alright. Lately, there were no threats and the tone wasn't as rude as before, so Sejun gladly agreed. And on the 152nd day of being stranded, as the date changed, the blue moon began, and a blue light descended through the hole in the cave ceiling. In anticipation of the monster's roar, Sejun, who had prepared earplugs and cherry tomatoes, held his breath and watched the corner of the cave for any changes in the crops. How much time had passed? SSSSS. A blue light began to form on 5 cherry tomato trees. 5 magical cherry tomatoes containing the energy of the blue moon were being completed. Wow! Sejun stared in awe at the mysterious and beautiful sight. And around the time the energy of the blue moon began to be contained in the cherry tomatoes, SSSSS. A blue light formed on 1 carrot stem. There's still a lot of time left before the carrots should be harvested. A few days ago, when Sejun had dug up 1 carrot, it was still only the size of a finger. I'll have to dig it up later. Sejun waited for the blue moon to end and eventually fell asleep with a sullen expression. Slap, slap. Sejun woke up to the slap of his rabbit husband after a long time. Boom! As soon as Sejun opened his eyes, peep. Meow. Han. The rabbits were in chaos. What's going on? The black rabbit urged Sejun, who was rubbing his eyes. Just let me write the date. Sejun drew a line on the cave wall with a piranha spine, marking the beginning of the 152nd day. And he followed the rabbits to where they led him. There was a carrot, shyly showing its blue top on the ground. Peep. Meow. Han. The rabbits drooled and urged Sejun to quickly dig up the carrot. They seemed to want to taste it right away. Alright. Swoosh. Sejun grabbed the carrot stem and pulled it upward, easily extracting the blue carrot. The carrot was about as thick as a tumbler. Peep. Meow. Han. The rabbits were excited about the giant carrot size. You have harvested the blue moon's energy-infused agility carrot. Your job experience increases significantly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV2 increases significantly. You have gained 70 experience points. Agility carrot? Sejun checked the carrot he was holding. Blue moon's energy-infused agility carrot, a carrot grown inside the tower. It is delicious due to its full nutritional intake. The taste is even better with the energy of the blue moon. When consumed, agility permanently increases by 0.5. Grower. Tower Farmer Park. Sejun expiration date. 45 days. Grade. E+. The grade was E+. It seemed that he had gained 70 experience points instead of 50 due to harvesting a high-quality crop. Here, enjoy. Sejun handed the carrot to the rabbits. He was curious about the taste, but he decided to save it for later. The rabbits who had helped with the farming deserved it. Gulp. Peep. Meow. Han. The rabbits tasted the carrot and let out a happy scream. Talk. Talk. Meanwhile, Sejun harvested the magical cherry tomatoes infused with the blue moon's energy. 5 blue cherry tomatoes. Here, take this. Sejun handed 1 blue cherry tomato to the tower administrator. You have completed the quest. It seemed that the previous quest had been completed. The tower administrator is grateful. Be grateful and give me another skill later. The tower administrator thinks they might be able to give you one soon. What can they give me soon? Sejun, puzzled, put one of the harvested blue cherry tomatoes in his mouth and bit into it. Hop. Gah. It bursts. It's bursting. The sweet and sour taste set off fireworks in Sejun's mouth. You have consumed the Blue Moon's energy-infused magical cherry tomato. Magic power permanently increases by 0.5. Sejun ignored the message and focused on the taste. Hop. He put the remaining blue cherry tomatoes in his mouth one by one. The cherry tomatoes disappeared in no time. In the afternoon, I'm back, meow. Theo, who had succeeded in selling out for the second time, returned. Wonchuru is a type of cat food that comes in a soft tube or stick form. It is commonly used as a treat or reward for cats. Anyway, that's all for today. Chapter 17, Resolve. TL. Hanguk. After selling out and running tirelessly, Theo had arrived. However, wank. The baby poison honeybees had drawn their stingers and surrounded Theo. Since Theo wasn't there when the baby poison honeybees were born, it was natural for them to regard Theo as an enemy. Please don't do this, meow. We're on the same side, meow. Sejun, please tell the poison honeybees not to attack, meow. Theo wrapped his head with his front paws, crouched down, and asked Sejun for help. It's okay. We're family. Wang. At Sejun's words, the baby poison honeybees put their stingers away and began sucking honey from the cherry tomato flowers again. Phew. Thank you, Sejun Hyung. What? Sejun Hyung? Why meow? Aren't we family, meow? You're just an employee. Where do you get off calling me that? Sejun lightly pinched Theo's cheek with both hands as an immediate punishment. Ouch. It hurts, meow. I'm sorry, meow. Theo screamed even though Sejun didn't pinch him hard. Sly. Sejun's hand tightened on Theo's soft cheeks. To be honest, he needed an excuse to hold on to them longer. The feeling of Theo's cheeks stretching like cheese was irresistible. Haha, it feels good. No. He should be angry now. Sejun barely let go of the magical cheeks that melted his heart and composed himself. He held back the corners of his mouth that were trying to rise and put on a stern face again. Theo, let's settle the accounts first. Show me the money from the cherry tomato sales. Here it is, meow. Theo handed the money to Sejun with a firm shoulder. 75 tower coins. That's right, meow. A confident voice. Eyes that didn't avoid Sejun's gaze. Ears standing up straight. Theo was brimming with confidence. Something was suspicious. At that moment, the tower administrator reports that Theo is lying. The tower administrator reports that Theo sold each magical cherry tomato for 0.7 tower coins. The tower administrator looks forward to seeing the terrifying side of you. A timely message. The tower administrator had been watching Theo as well. A new fact came to light. Is that so? Sejun looked at Theo closely. It's not that he's embezzling. Theo's personality wouldn't allow him to act so confidently if he had embezzled money. If he had done something wrong, it would have shown on his face. Then what? No way. As Sejun was thinking about Theo's confident attitude, surprise, meow. Since humans have been waiting for days to buy the magical cherry tomatoes, I charged an extra 0.2 tower coins each, meow. Did I do well? Theo took out an additional 30 tower coins and said, aiming for a dramatic effect by unexpectedly taking out more money. However, here's your incentive. Sejun, who had already learned the information, was not surprised. Sejun handed 4.2 tower coins to Theo. Huh. That's it, meow. I did well, but you won't promote me, meow. No way with just this. Theo, work harder. Got it, meow. Theo decided to work harder since becoming a representative was difficult. Sejun, I'm out of grilled fish, meow. Give me my salary, meow. Alright, wait. Sejun approached the dark pond. When the black rabbit hunted by swimming, he turned off the torch to prevent piranhas from gathering. As Sejun approached the pond, splish. There were no piranhas in the pond and the black rabbit was swimming alone. Instead, 10 piranhas were neatly piled up next to the pond. They were the piranhas that the black rabbit had caught while swimming. Splish. As Sejun approached the pond, the black rabbit came out of the water and shook off its body. Black rabbit, it's hunting time. Sejun held up 2 dead piranhas while talking to the black rabbit. Bang! At Sejun's words, the black rabbit stood in the pond with a serious expression and took a stance. There was a way to lure piranhas using a torch, but there was an even faster and more intense method to attract piranhas. Sejun stabbed a piranha's teeth into the body of another piranha, then pulled them out. He pressed the body of the piranha with its teeth stuck in it and dropped a few drops of blood into the pond and waited. And in less than a minute, dozens of piranhas that smelled the blood entered the pond through the hole. The pond quickly became half water, half fish. After that, as usual, Sejun shook the torch and splish, splish. Seeing the torch, the piranhas jumped, and the black rabbit quickly hunted them down with a hammer. As they were making grilled fish with the caught piranhas at the fire. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A strange sound came. Sejin looked to where the sound was coming from and saw Theo busily licking something. Theo, what's that? This, meow. It's churu, meow. Churu. Where did you get that? I got it from humans by taking pictures with them, meow. This one is tuna flavored, and Theo started bragging, taking out the churu he had received, sorted by flavor. They were all churu. All of them. There was nothing for himself. Dealing with people and only bringing back churu, chirp, chirp, chirp. Eating something delicious alone. Somehow it made him angry. Churu confiscation. Sejin confiscated all the churu he had taken out. Huh. Why, meow? I got these by taking pictures with humans, meow. When the churu was confiscated, Theo strongly protested with foam in his mouth. Even innocent Theo was becoming defiant. Churu really was cat-specific drugs. However, Sejin had a legitimate right to confiscate the churu. That's right. You got it through a trade by taking pictures, right? That's right, meow. Special Provisions 3. Party B cannot establish additional trade partners without Party A's permission. This is a clear breach of contract. Sejin said, showing the contract. Huh. Is that so, meow? Yes. You secretly establish additional trade. Theo was shocked by the fact that he had to lose his churu. Don't be too disappointed. Let's talk about our new trading method. Representative Theo. Huh. Did I become a representative, meow? I'll let you be one for an hour. If you do well in future trades, I'll give you an hour-long Representative Theo pass. Sounds good, meow. Call me that again, meow. Representative Theo. One more time, meow. Representative Theo. Theo was happy to sit in the representative's seat, even if just for an hour. Theo quickly took a seat on Sejin's lap. I want to eat churu too, meow. Alright. Sejin took out a churu and offered it to Theo. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Being fed was a nice perk of being a representative. As Sejin stroked Theo's head, who was completely won over, they talked about a new business using Theo's picture rights. It seemed like there would be a way to bring in things from outside the tower sooner than expected. There are two ways for items from outside to enter the tower. One is through vanishing. At this time, you can bring the items you are holding directly into the tower. However, you don't know when or where you will be vanished, and since you were summoned to the first floor, the trade is already over there. The other is when an awakened hunter enters the tower with the items. When a hunter enters the tower, they can only bring in about 1 kg of outside items. Tower items are excluded from the weight limit, and when they leave, they can take items without restrictions. When hunters usually enter the tower, they bring simple things like a hunter's smartphone called a hunter phone and simple instant food. Hunter phones are essential items for hunters because, in addition to the features of existing smartphones, they also had solar charging functions that took into account the always sunny environment of the tower and the ability to communicate with team members in close range. Although we can't bring much due to the weight limit, we can at least bring some simple seasonings or coffee. Do you understand? Employee Theo? Huh. What are you talking about? And why am I suddenly Employee Theo? As Sejin's hand stopped, Theo, who was dozing off while eating churu, asked, Your 1 hour is over. Already? Theo, disappointed, took the remaining churu and left Sejin's lap. Theo had misunderstood sitting on Sejin's lap and being petted as a privilege of being a representative. Next time, bring something useful and you'll be Representative Theo again. Pat it, meow. At that moment, Theo, how can you go up to the 38th floor without fighting monsters? Sometimes, he was curious, but tried not to care. He didn't want to care about the outside. There was no way out anyway, so he had been trying to ignore it. But when he thought he could get things from outside, his curiosity about the outside popped out unconsciously. It's because I have a wandering merchant's license, meow. A wandering merchant's license? That's right, meow. Theo raised both hands to his waist and spoke proudly. A wandering merchant's license requires an expensive annual fee to be paid to the Wandering Merchant Association to maintain qualification. And as the grade increases, so does the annual fee. On the other hand, the benefits received also increase. Merchants who pay the fee are protected by the Wandering Merchant Association and can use various convenience facilities. That's why they are not attacked by monsters. So, Theo, can you bring hunters here? That's impossible, meow. Monsters only don't attack wandering merchants, meow. Besides, hunters cannot use merchant routes, meow. Merchant routes? That's right, meow. It's a shortcut that merchants take, meow. A wandering merchant's license is required for merchant routes, meow. A shortcut, that's right, meow. It's impossible to get here from the 38th floor in just 5 days without using the merchant route, meow. What floor is this? Sejin asked, then realized he shouldn't have asked. It's the 99th floor, meow. Theo answered with a bright voice. What? In the end, he found out what he least wanted to know. Here is the 99th floor, meow. Didn't you know, meow? Theo kindly repeated his answer and even confirmed it, just in case Sejun had misheard. Theo went down to the 38th floor in just 5 days, which relieved Sejun. He thought that if Theo, who couldn't use waypoints like hunters, could travel back and forth in just 10 days, this place wouldn't be far from the 38th floor. So he asked without much thought, and it completely hit the sore spot. His enthusiasm for the new business deal had disappeared. While Sejun was spacing out for a moment, "Sejun, my weekly salary is burning." Theo, who was quietly licking the remaining churdu, urgently called Sejun when he smelled the burning fish. "Ah? Oh!" Sejun came to his senses at Theo's cry. "I can't lose focus. Nothing has changed. It's just knowing which floor this place is on." Sejun comforted himself and took out the grilled fish from the fire. He got a slight burn on his hand while doing so, but he didn't even know it hurt. And he thought of another breakthrough. "Theo, is it possible for me to become a wandering merchant?" If Theo's words were true, it meant that one could safely descend the tower just by becoming a wandering merchant. However, Sejun cannot become one. Only beings born in the tower can become wandering merchants. Another blocked breakthrough. Damn it! Damn it! Sejun screamed in anger at the impossible reality. Hiccup. Why are Hiccup? You doing this? Startled by Sejun's scream, Theo hiccuped. The rabbits and the venom bees were no different. The rabbits raised their ears and looked at Sejun with wide eyes, while the venom bees flew around busily flapping their wings. Even the queen bee peeked her head out of the hive to see what was going on. Phew! Sorry for screaming. Sejun apologized to his cave family. Still, screaming helped calm his heart a bit. And Sejun made up his mind. I'll eat well and live well here. TL. I only managed to work on one chapter today because I am tired from working overtime. I will go to sleep now and try to translate more later. Chapter 18, Acquiring the Beekeeping Skill. TL. Hanguk Sejun made up his mind. He would make this place his home. With that determination, Sejun grilled the remaining piranhas for Theo. Crackle, crackle. Watching the blazing fire, he thought, what do I need to live well? He didn't think of using the tower coins that appeared since he believed he would eventually leave this place. He thought that hunters would come to rescue him if he just waited a little longer. So he didn't increase anything except for the crops and cave family. However, now that he decided to settle down here, he thought he needed to fix the inconveniences he had experienced one by one and explore the surroundings of the cave. Theo, are there any monsters near the cave? There aren't any nearby. As Sejun's mood brightened, Theo answered cheerfully. But there are some farther away. What kind of monsters are they? Crimson giant bears. Crimson giant bears? For some reason, he thought of the red-furred monster that tried to attack the cave during the third blue moon. It's a really scary creature. It glares at me every time I pass by. Theo said, shivering. Going out of the cave was still dangerous, but the situation will change in about a month. Sejun looked at the 732 rapidly growing cherry tomato trees and felt a sense of pride. Soon, thousands of flowers would bloom on the cherry tomato trees. As more flowers bloom, the queen poison bee will lay more eggs and the number of poison bees will increase dramatically. If that happens, if he can the increased number of poison bees patrol around the cave, he might be able to create a safe zone where monsters couldn't approach. And if I have the poison bees lift me using a rope made of green onion leaves, Sejun thought of a ways to leave the cave. Fortunately, the magical cherry tomatoes had broken down the fat, so he didn't have any belly fat. Theo, this time Sejun gave Theo a few instructions before he left for another trade. Got it. Just trust me. Theo took on the big mission and went down the tower again. On the 153rd day of being stranded, the morning came again after Theo left yesterday. Yawn. Sejun yawned as he woke up from his sleep, which was unusual for him. He hadn't slept well due to his troubled mind. Squeak, chirp, sheep, peep. The rabbits came out of the burrow in a line, greeting him in the morning. Yeah. Good morning. Buzz buzz. The poison bees also came out of their hive and started their morning routine. The sound of their wings was more energetic than yesterday. Their size was now almost indistinguishable from adult poison bees. They've grown up. The poisonous honeybee truly lived up to the saying that they grew and developed rapidly each day. Sejun had breakfast with the rabbits and started his daily routine. Tap, tap. As Sejun was harvesting cherry tomatoes as usual, you've harvested a ripe magical cherry tomato. Your job experience increases very slightly. Harvesting LV. 2 proficiency increases very slightly. You've gained 12 experience points. Is this one a plus grade too? Sejun looked at the cherry tomato with different experience points. He had already harvested 5 plus grade cherry tomatoes today. Magical cherry tomato, a cherry tomato grown inside the tower, providing ample nutrients and delicious taste. Upon consumption, it breaks down 10 g of fat in your body, increasing your magic power by 0.1 for 10 minutes. The effect can be stacked up to 10 times within an hour. When a non-awakened consumes it, it breaks down 10 g of fat and invigorates their body. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date: 45 days. Grade E+. The only difference when a plus is added to the grade is an extended shelf life. However, if you think about it differently, the extended shelf life of crops is a significant advantage. It can be stored for a longer time. Plop. Sejun popped a cherry tomato into his mouth. Juicy. The sour and sweet juice filled his mouth. Good. It wasn't the tasteless flavor he used to experience from store-bought cherry tomatoes. Now realizing the delicious taste of self-grown and harvested cherry tomatoes after 27 years, he couldn't help but feel regretful. Peep! Seeing Sejun eating something by himself, the black rabbit rushed over and pointed at itself with its paw. Me too! Alright, let's take a break for a moment. Sejun shared cherry tomatoes with the rabbits as they all took a short break, enjoying the fresh and delicious taste together. This peaceful life with his cave family made Sejun feel more content than ever, strengthening his resolve to protect and nurture this place. Sejun shared cherry tomatoes with the rabbits during their break. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The rabbits began to suck on the cherry tomatoes one by one. I want to drink it too. Sejun enviously watched the rabbits. Aha! Sejun suddenly had an idea and stood up. He grabbed a tumbler and started to squeeze cherry tomatoes into it. Squeeze, squeeze. After squeezing about 50 cherry tomatoes, he got a mouthful of juice. Gulp! He could fully enjoy the rich juice of cherry tomatoes in his mouth. Yum! Sejun squeezed another 50 cherry tomatoes into the tumbler. Then drizzle. He mixed in a drizzle of honey. He took another shot. Yum! The sour and sweet taste was enhanced with the addition of honey, which wrapped around both flavors smoothly. The honey filled the gap between the sour and sweet taste, making the transition between the two flavors smooth. It's delicious. At this moment, all his worries and concerns disappeared. Peep, peek, peep. The rabbits looked at Sejun's face and offered their cherry tomatoes to add honey. Alright. Sejun carefully dripped a drop of honey onto each cherry tomato without letting it spill. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The rabbits' eyes widened as they ate the cherry tomatoes with honey. They discovered a new flavor combination of honey and cherry tomatoes. Then the tower's administrator, who had been watching, sent a message. A new quest has been added. Quest: serve a glass of honey-infused magical cherry tomato juice to the tower's administrator. Reward: 1 job skill refusal. Deep disappointment. I should get back to work now. He was taking a break. Now it was time to get back to work. I'll give it to you later. The tower's administrator requests to drink together to share the experience. The tower's administrator emphasizes that the skill given as a reward for this quest is a good one. Really? The tower's administrator loudly asks you to trust them. Fine. Although he couldn't completely trust them, Sejun decided to give it a try. Sejun squeezed 100 cherry tomatoes into the tumbler and poured honey in it. The tower's administrator flaps their wings, expressing their curiosity about the taste of the juice. Do they really like it that much? Sejun realized that the tower's administrator had wings, learning one more piece of information about them. Here you go. As Sejun sent the cherry tomato juice to the tower's administrator, the juice inside the tumbler disappeared cleanly. The tower's administrator praises the juice, saying it's incredibly delicious. You have completed the quest. You have acquired a special job skill, Beekeeping LV. 1 as a quest completion reward. Special job skill? Special job skill, Beekeeping LV. 1 registers the user's owned poisonous honeybee hive to the skill. The maximum number of hives that can be registered in special job skill, Beekeeping LV. 1 has been reached. The poisonous honeybee hive in Sejun's cave was automatically registered to his beekeeping skill. What is this? Sejun checked the details of the beekeeping skill. Special job skill, Beekeeping LV. 1. Right arrow enables beekeeping with the owned hive. Right arrow: the honeybees in the owned hive do not show hostility towards their owner. Right arrow: specific instructions can be given to the honeybees in the owned hive. Right arrow: the activity range of the honeybees in the owned hive increases slightly. Right arrow: the queen bee's egg-laying speed increases slightly. Right arrow: the honey collecting speed of the bees increases slightly. Right arrow: the likelihood of increased humidity slightly increases. Right arrow: currently owned hive 1/1, poisonous honeybee hive. Wow! Sejun had been worried about whether the poisonous honeybees would understand and follow his patrol order, but with this skill, he felt a bit more relieved. The skill effects were indeed subtle. However, the good thing was that many aspects were affected by the skill. And although the effects were subtle now, he had a feeling that they would grow like seeds and eventually bear significant fruit. Thank you. Sejun spoke to the tower's administrator. The tower's administrator requests that you make one more glass of honey-infused magical cherry tomato juice if you were grateful. I have to work now. I'll give it to you in the evening. The tower's administrator agrees and scrapes off the remaining juice stuck to the cup and puts it in their mouth. Sejong resumed harvesting cherry tomatoes. You have obtained 1 ml of honey from the cherry tomato flower. Beekeeping LV. 1 proficiency has slightly increased. You have obtained 1 ml of honey from the cherry tomato flower. Beekeeping LV. 1 proficiency has slightly increased. A message appeared every time the honeybees put honey into the water bottle that Sejong had stabilized with soil, so it wouldn't fall over. You're doing well. Sejong looked at the message with a proud expression. At that moment, buzz buzz. 5 new baby honeybees appeared from the beehive. Perhaps due to the skill effect, the baby honeybees did not take out their stingers even though they were seeing Sejong for the first time. And then, whir. Buzz buzz. The baby honeybees began to suck honey following the adult honeybees. As a result, the honey production increased by about 20 ml. Though only a little bit at a time, the situation in the cave was gradually getting better. While Sejong was watching the baby honeybees working hard to suck honey, squeak, squeal, boing, boing. Excited rabbits gathered in the carrot field and called Sejong. The reason for the rabbits to be excited in the carrot field was obvious. It was the carrots. Are they already ripe? When Sejong went to the carrot field, several carrots seemed ready to be picked as they revealed their orange bodies above the soil. Finally, it was time to harvest the carrots. Squeak, squeal, boing. The rabbits looked at Sejong, blowing out hot breaths. With intense gazes, the rabbits were saying, "We are ready. We're prepared to eat." All right. With a tug, Sejong grabbed the carrot stem and pulled it upward, and the orange carrot came out smoothly. This time, the carrot was thinner than the one harvested during the blue moon. Still, with a thickness of about 3 fingers, it was an excellent carrot. You have harvested the agility carrot. Job experience has slightly increased. Harvesting LV. 2 proficiency has very slightly increased. You have obtained 10 experience points. Sejong checked the carrot's options. Agility carrot, a carrot grown inside the tower that is delicious due to fully absorbing nutrients. Upon consumption, it breaks down 10 g of fat in the body and increases agility by 0.1 for 10 minutes. The effect can be stacked up to 10 times within an hour. When non-awakeners consume it, it breaks down 10 g of fat and improves eyesight. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejong. Expiration date, 30 days grade, alright. Having checked the options, Sejong handed the carrot to the rabbits. Wiggle wiggle. The rabbits shook their heads and urged Sejong to eat. They had eaten the blue moon-infused carrots first, and they seemed to feel sorry for eating this one first as well. However, drip, 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 as they drooled, eat first. I can eat later. When Sejong urged them again, squeak, squeal, boing. The rabbits collectively bowed in gratitude and took the carrots from Sejong's hand. Was this really something to bow for? Sejong hurriedly picked more carrots and handed them out to each rabbit. Munch munch. The rabbits started eating the carrots they held in their arms eagerly. The taste of the carrots must have been delightful, as smiles never left the rabbits' faces. Sejong, too, watched the happy rabbits, rinsed a carrot in water to remove the dirt, and took a bite. Crunch. With a refreshing sound, the unique flavor of carrots spread in his mouth. And then, munch, munch. The sweetness that came out with every bite was so delicious. Boing. The black rabbit held its carrot and sat next to Sejong, pressing his plump belly against Sejong's side, as if asking, "Is it delicious?" Yes. Sejong gave a thumbs up in response. On the 153rd day of being stranded, they were able to eat carrots every day. TL. I'll try to translate one more, but there's no guarantee. Chapter 19, Planting Potatoes. TL. Hanguk Day 154 of being stranded, morning. Swoosh. Sejong got up and drew a line on the cave wall. At that moment, buzz, whiz, the sound of wings from behind. The poisonous honeybees were already up and sucking honey. They had been collecting honey diligently lately, as it seemed like the poisonous honeybee queen had started laying eggs again. As Sejong was watching the poisonous honeybees, peep, squeak, bang, the rabbits energetically greeted him and lined up out of the burrow. In their hands, each held a carrot that they had left unfinished from yesterday's meal. The carrots were about the same size as the rabbits, so the rabbits had eaten half of a carrot until they were full yesterday. It was amazing how they could fit that much in their stomachs. However, as the rabbits looked at the remaining carrots, they felt a sense of regret that they wouldn't be able to eat them all at once. They carried the carrots back to their burrow and brought them out again in the morning. The size of the carrots they brought out seemed to have decreased significantly since they went in, so they must have eaten them at night as well. Hop, hop. The rabbits that came out of the burrow rubbed their eyes and began to finish off the remaining carrots from yesterday. Is it really that good? When Sejun looked at the black rabbit as if scolding it. Bang! The black rabbit nodded its head toward Sejun. Thanks to that, Sejun was swept up in the atmosphere and had a simple breakfast of cherry tomatoes and carrots before starting his morning farm work. Sejun had a lot to do today. From harvesting cherry tomatoes to harvesting carrots. But today, the poisonous honeybees and rabbits were busier than Sejun. The poisonous honeybees became busier as the distance they had to travel increased due to the blooming flowers in the newly planted cherry tomato field, and the rabbit couple sent their children out of the cave. Peep, squeak. The children were made independent. The 6 rabbits who were kicked out of the house started to make their own burrows. Why do you have to be independent? Could it be? Are they up to that again? Sejun prayed it wasn't so. Since the grade of cherry tomatoes drops quickly if the harvest time is missed, Sejun quickly harvested the cherry tomatoes first. Then, after finishing the cherry tomato harvest, Sejun went to the carrot field and began harvesting carrots. Swoosh! As expected, the carrots came out easily. You have harvested a well-ripened agility carrot. Job experience increases slightly. Harvesting LV. 2 proficiency increases slightly. You have gained 12 experience points. Luckily, it was an E+ grade carrot from the beginning. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sejun began to harvest carrots in earnest. Bang! Bang! As Sejun diligently pulled the carrots and stacked them beside him, the black rabbit carried a carrot on each shoulder under the pretext of strength training and moved them to the storage. The carrot storage had been prepared yesterday by digging a neat square pit next to the cherry tomato storage and laying down some dried green onion leaves. The black rabbit went back and forth about 10 times, and its speed suddenly slowed down as it seemed to be running out of energy. Thud! Thud! Rolling. The black rabbit tried to sneakily kick the carrot with its feet to move it to the storage, but was caught by the mother rabbit and scolded. Haha! I knew you would do that. Sejun watched the black rabbit getting scolded and laughed. You have acquired 1 ml of cherry tomato flowers honey. Beekeeping LV. 1 proficiency has increased slightly. You have acquired 1 ml of cherry tomato flowers honey. Beekeeping LV. 1 proficiency has increased slightly. The poisonous honeybees filled the water bottle with honey. And then, you have acquired 1 ml of cherry tomato flowers honey. Beekeeping LV. 1 proficiency has increased slightly. Beekeeping LV. 1 proficiency has been filled and the level has increased. Sejun's beekeeping skill level had increased. He looked at the upgraded beekeeping skill. There wasn't much change in the options. It changed from a slight increase to a small increase. To be honest, it was ambiguous how much it changed with the word a little. However, one thing had definitely changed. The number of beehives he could own changed from 1/1 to 1/2, increasing by 1. It's not yet, but when the poisonous honeybees later branch out, he would be able to own 2 beehives. Good job! Sejun praised the poisonous honeybees, who had worked hard to collect honey by patting their plump tails. Wobble wobble. In the meantime, the black rabbit, who had been scolded by its mother and returned depressed, noticed Sejun patting the poisonous honeybees' tails. Blink, blink. The black rabbit also stuck out its buttocks to Sejun, as if saying, if it's a plump buttocks, I'm not losing either. Alright. Sejun patted the black rabbit's buttocks and they had a brief healing time together. Eating carrots. And then, where are you going? After the break, Sejun caught the black rabbit, who was sneakily trying to escape to the pond, and made it carry carrots again. As Sejun was getting fired up for carrot harvesting again, you have harvested a well-ripened agility carrot. Job experience has increased slightly. Harvesting LV. 2 proficiency has increased slightly. You have gained 10 experience points. You have leveled up. You have acquired 1 bonus stat point. Sejun's level had increased to level 10. He raised his health with the bonus stat point. As his health increased, his body felt a little lighter. A quest has been generated. What's going on? Don't you see I'm busy? Sejun complained to the tower administrator without checking the message content. The tower's administrator feels unfairly accused that it's not him. Huh. It's not you? Sejun checked the quest message more carefully. Job quest. Expand the farm by more than 50 square meters. Reward. Level 11. 10 tower coins. 1 additional job trait. Come to think of it, it seemed familiar. The job quest at level 10. He needed to pass that quest to gain a new job trait and move on to the next level. Other hunters' quests usually involved hunting down a few monsters, but his quest was different since he was a farmer. Expanding the farm should be easy. It wasn't difficult for Sejun, who had already expanded the farm several times. It just meant more work. The tower's administrator says he's disappointed. Sorry. I'll make cherry tomato juice for you later. Sejun appeased the tower's administrator. Then he hurriedly finished harvesting the carrots and started making a new field. As the rabbits dug with their shovels, Sejun planted cherry tomatoes. He ended up planting too many cherry tomatoes, but since cherry tomatoes were the only thing he could plant at the moment, he had no choice. He barely finished planting the cherry tomatoes just before bedtime. He planted 1,000 cherry tomato seeds. Since he was doing it, he went a little overboard, and the scale increased slightly. The quest has been completed. You have reached level 11 as a quest completion reward. You have acquired 1 bonus stat. You have acquired 10 tower coins as a quest completion reward. You have acquired 1 job trait as a quest completion reward. With this job trait, you can gain experience points every time you create a 1-pyong field or paddy field. TL, 1 pyong equals 3.3 SQM, or search on Google for your localized measurement unit. So far, he had only gained experience points when harvesting crops, but now he could gain experience points by creating fields or paddies. Nice, isn't it? Sejun was satisfied with his newly acquired job trait. That night, as Sejun predicted, the rabbit couple prepared for their mating ritual. However, an unexpected disturbance appeared while the rabbit couple was creating a passionate atmosphere for the ritual. Grrr, grunt. Grrr, grunt. Squeak. Thud. Hearing the strange noises echoing in the cave late at night, the rabbits thought a monster had invaded and rushed out of the burrow. And then grrr. Phew. Realizing that the noise was Sejun snoring due to his exhausting labor, they had to return to the burrow. Inadvertently, Sejun had interrupted the rabbit couple's mating ritual. Day 155 of being stranded. Today was an important day when the seed store opened again. As soon as Sejun woke up, he drew a line on the wall and went to the pond to wash his face. Squeak, whine, wail. The rabbits came out with tired faces, as if they hadn't slept well. What's wrong? What did you do without sleeping? Squeak. Whine. Wail. Wail. At Sejun's words, the rabbits became furious. Especially the rabbit couple, who were burning with anger because it was his fault. Haha. Sorry. Sejun appeased the angry rabbits by offering carrots, which calmed their anger. Then he started his morning farming. Hum. As Sejun hummed and focused on harvesting cherry tomatoes for a while, the seed shop is now open. 3 types of seeds available for purchase today will be shown randomly. You can only purchase seeds once every 30 days at your current level. The seeds available for purchase today appeared. Seed potatoes 100, 5 tower coins. Strawberry seeds 100, 0.5 tower coins. Lettuce seeds 1000, 0.1 tower coins. I'll pass on the lettuce since there's no meat. The remaining options were seed potatoes and strawberries. Since he had a lot of money, he didn't consider the price. It's hard to decide. Sejun imagined scenes of eating potatoes and strawberries while trying to decide which to buy. When you wrap the potato in foil, roast it, and peel it while blowing on it, the fluffy texture and subtle saltiness of the steaming hot potato flesh. Grrr. Just imagining it made his stomach feel warm. How about strawberries? When you pick a ripe, bright red strawberry and take a bite, the unique flavor of the strawberry, combined with the sour and sweet taste as if sprinkled with sugar, fills your mouth. Slurp. Sejun wiped his drooling mouth while looking at the seed shop window. What should I buy? After a long hesitation, Sejun tearfully chose seed potatoes. He had been craving carbohydrates lately. You have purchased 100 seed potatoes. 5 tower coins have been deducted from Sejun's seed bank account. You have earned 50 seed shop loyalty points. You now have a total of 56 seed shop loyalty points. Thank you for using the seed shop. You can use the level 1 seed shop again in 30 days. Thump. A bundle containing 100 seed potatoes appeared in front of Sejun. Great. Sejun hurriedly finished harvesting cherry tomatoes and carrots and began planting seed potatoes. Since he had asked the rabbits to prepare the fields in advance, all he had to do was plant the seed potatoes. Cut it like this. Sejun asked a rabbit with a sickle item to quarter the seed potatoes. He could see the sprouting spots, so all he had to do was cut it so that part was included. Sejun planted the quartered seed potatoes. You have planted seed potatoes. Due to the effect of seed sowing LV2, the probability of seed potatoes sprouting increases. The proficiency of seed sowing LV2 increases slightly. Sejun planted all 400 seed potatoes in just an hour. He had now become completely proficient in his work. Swoosh! The rabbits with watering cans watered the potato field, and the potato planting was completely finished. I'm proud. While Sejun was proudly looking at the field where he planted 400 seed potatoes, you have created a 10-pyong potato field. You have gained 10 experience points. 1 experience point per pyong. It wasn't much, but it felt like extra income. Isn't it amazing? My farming technique, planting 400 seed potatoes from just 100? Bang? As Sejun boasted, the black rabbit looked at him with contempt. Where's the farmer who doesn't know that? He only got ignored for speaking out of turn. On day 155 of being stranded, potatoes began to grow on Sejun's farm. Chapter 20. Harvesting a new variety. TL. Hanguk on the 157th day of being trapped in the tower. Morning. Listen up, everyone. The day has finally come. Sejun made a big announcement in front of the rabbits who were eagerly eating their morning carrots. Beep? Be-wee? Be-wang? The rabbits had no idea what Sejun was talking about, so they looked at him with wide eyes. What day is it? Today is the day we dig up sweet potatoes. It felt like just yesterday that they planted 450 sweet potato sprouts, but now the sprouts had grown roots and it was time to harvest the sweet potatoes. Beep, be-wee, be-wank. The rabbits were excited at the mention of sweet potatoes, recalling the taste of the roasted sweet potatoes they had eaten before. And the best part was that they didn't have to do anything. Sejun would be the one to harvest them all by himself. However, the rabbits couldn't remember what they had done before eating the roasted sweet potatoes. So, we will finish our work in the morning and plant sweet potato sprouts in the afternoon. Before digging up the sweet potatoes, Sejun had to remove all the sweet potato vines. He couldn't just throw away the sweet potato sprouts that could produce sweet potatoes if planted. Beep, be-wee, be-wank. The rabbits hurried to check the sweet potato field. The sweet potato sprouts had grown thickly in the field. Sejun's plan to cut them all and plant them had surprised the rabbits. But they were relieved. Both the harvesting and planting of sweet potato sprouts were Sejun's responsibility. However, there's another big announcement. I've decided not to monopolize the joy of planting sweet potato sprouts today. As the field expanded, Sejun's workload had exceeded what he could do in a day, so he decided to give up on increasing his seed sowing skill proficiency. Farming is all about timing. He couldn't ruin the farm just for the sake of skill proficiency. Thus began the morning farming session. 2 rabbits with watering cans watered the field, while the wife rabbit and a rabbit with a sickle cut the sweet potato leaves. The rabbit with a cart carried the leaves away, and the black rabbit and the rabbits with shovels prepared the furrows to plant the sweet potato sprouts. Wank. Wank. As everything progressed, the black rabbit, who considered all of this as warrior training, flattened the ground by dragging the flat part of the hammer along the ground. Pook, 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 pook. 2 rabbits with shovels dug trenches and piled up soil next to them. Talk, talk, talk. Sejun hurriedly harvested cherry tomatoes as well. To finish all the work in the morning, they had to move quickly. With the morning farming session over, beep bee wee bee wang. Sejun and the rabbits were all exhausted from the intense labor. Their throats were parched, likely due to the sweating. At times like these, cool honey water is the best. Sejun poured honey stored in a bottle into a tumbler. Gulp, gulp. He poured 2 tablespoons of honey into the tumbler and filled it with water from the pond. And then shake it, shake it. He shook the tumbler to mix the honey well. Is it mixed well? Just as Sejun was about to take a sip of the honey water. Be-wank? The black rabbit called out to Sejun. Are you going to drink it alone? In the black rabbit's hand was a carrot cup made by hollowing out the inside of a carrot. Who would have thought of making a cup out of a carrot? Genius. Glug glug glug. Sejun poured honey water into the black rabbit's carrot cup. In the meantime, he also poured honey water for the white rabbits who had followed the black rabbit's lead and made carrot cups of their own. About half of the honey water remained in the tumbler. Gulp gulp. Sejun downed the honey water in one shot. As the sweet honey water entered his mouth, the sweetness awakened Sejun's brain cells, and the coolness that followed down his esophagus seemed to relieve the fatigue throughout his body. Wow. Phew. The black rabbit also downed the honey water in its carrot cup in one shot, following Sejun. Although it was called a cup, it was more like a large bowl for the black rabbit, but it managed to drink it all with both hands. And then shake shake. The black rabbit shook the bottom of the clean, finished carrot cup to get the last drop of remaining honey water. Where did you learn that? Even my father doesn't do that after drinking alcohol. Gulp gulp. The rabbits finished their honey water and cleaned up the carrot cups that had traces of honey water. It was an eco-friendly cup. After drinking the honey water and regaining his energy, Sejun hurriedly ate lunch and began planting sweet potato shoots. Today, they were more efficient at dividing the work. As the wife rabbit and the rabbit with a sickle cut the sweet potato shoots, the rabbit with a cart and the black rabbit carried the sweet potato shoots, and the rest of the rabbits and Sejun planted them. There were a tremendous number of sweet potato shoots, but since they had many hands, they finished planting them all in just a few hours. It's done. A field of 1,500 sweet potato shoots was completed. You've created a 150 sq meter sweet potato field. CTL note below for change of measurement. You've gained 150 experience points. You've leveled up. You've acquired 1 bonus stat. Sejun found out some good information. Even if he didn't plant the crops himself, he could still get the full experience points for creating a field. He had raised his strength stat by 1 at level 11, so this time, he raised his stamina stat by 1. And then now, let's go dig up the sweet potatoes. Finally, the highlight of the day, the sweet potato harvest, began. When they pulled out the sweet potato vines, about 270 out of the 450 planted sweet potato shoots had grown successfully. Thump thump. Rabbits with shovels pushed the shovels deep into the soil, lifted the ground briefly, then removed the shovels and moved on, and Sejun dug up the sweet potatoes. He had tried to do this with the rabbits as well, but since the size of the sweet potatoes was as big as the rabbits, Sejun ended up having to dig them up alone. Thud thud. When he was lucky, he could pull out a stem and get 10 sweet potatoes at once. You've harvested a power sweet potato. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your harvesting LV2 proficiency increases very slightly. You've gained 10 experience points. What a great feeling. Sejun had a proud expression on his face when he saw the 10 sweet potatoes he harvested all at once. Beep tilde vv tilde bing. Bing. The rabbits were humming as they wrapped sweet potatoes in leaves to make roasted sweet potatoes. The tower administrator is shouting, "Roasted sweet potatoes! Roasted sweet potatoes!" excitedly. Sejun continued to harvest sweet potatoes on his own. Next to him, there was a stack of sweet potatoes he harvested, approximately 3,000 of them. He harvested about 10-13 sweet potatoes per stem. When the harvest was almost over, a golden light emerged from the soil. Sejun hurriedly dug up the glowing object. Sparkle. The light was so bright that it hurt his eyes. Wow! Sejun quickly shielded his eyes from the bright light with his hand. You have harvested golden sweet potato. Your job experience increases very slightly. Your harvesting LV2 proficiency increases very slightly. You have gained 10 experience points. A humble message compared to the dramatic appearance. Then you have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower acknowledges your exclusive cultivation rights to the new variety. No one can cultivate the golden sweet potato without your permission. Your job experience increases greatly. Your job experience is now full. Your tower farmer E rank increases. You have become a tower farmer D. Your job rank has increased, and your job traits have been enhanced. Your harvesting LV2 proficiency increases greatly. Your harvesting LV2 proficiency is now full, and the level has increased. Whether it was because of the new variety, his job rank and skill level increased at once. Sejun quickly checked the options for the golden sweet potato. Golden sweet potato. A mutant sweet potato that has absorbed sunlight within the tower, containing the energy of the sun. It is delicious, having grown in the tower and absorbed enough nutrients. When consumed, it breaks down 100 g of body fat and increases fire resistance for 1 hour. When non-awakened individuals consume it, 100 g of body fat is broken down and their resistance to cold increases for 24 hours. Cultivator, Tower Farmer Park Sejun Shelf Life, 30 days. Grade, E. A new variety. Sejun looked at the golden sweet potato in his hand. Being a new variety meant that he was the only one in the tower with this sweet potato. Moreover, he was given exclusive cultivation rights so that even if Sejun harvested and sold the sweet potatoes, no one else could grow the golden sweet potato. I must grow this. Although Sejun was curious about the taste of the golden sweet potato, he decided to plant it first and increase the harvest. Grow up quickly. Sejun carefully planted the golden sweet potato and watered it until the soil was soaked. At that moment, bing! The black rabbit called Sejun urgently. It smells burnt. The rabbits became anxious as the smell of burning began. Okay, let's go. The rabbit stared at the sweet potatoes in the fire with eager eyes as Sejun approached the bonfire. However, the smell hadn't fully ripened yet. Sejun watched the sweet potatoes and waited for the right timing. Now! Sejun took the roasted sweet potatoes out of the fire. The tower administrator wipes his drool and waits for his turn. Here, 10 roasted sweet potatoes. There were many roasted sweet potato, so Sejun gave 10 of them to the tower administrator. The tower administrator gratefully says that they will enjoy eating them. Alright, let's eat too. Sejun unwrapped the sweet potato and peeled the skin off, giving it to the rabbits. Hoo-hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. The rabbits blew on the roasted sweet potatoes to cool them down. Then, the rabbits began to eat the roasted sweet potatoes. Peek, bee-wop, bee-bound. The rabbits cheered in delight from the sweetness of the roasted sweet potatoes. Wop. Sejun also took a bite of the roasted sweet potato. Ah, it's delicious. I wonder if Theo is doing well? By now, Theo should have arrived at the 38th floor. As Sejun had expected, the diligent Theo had descended the tower and arrived at the 38th floor. Oh, he's here. Is that the cat? The Phoenix Guild hunters who discovered Theo ran over. But the number of hunters had doubled since before. A few of Kim Dong-sik's party members had spread rumors about the magical cherry tomatoes, causing the increase. The miraculous cherry tomatoes that made you lose weight just by eating them attracted the hunter's curiosity. "I'll buy them all," a hunter who couldn't buy last time shouted. "It's not allowed, meow. We changed the way we sell them starting today, meow." Theo had received new instructions from Sejun. "Starting today, we'll sell 500 cherry tomatoes to the person who offers the highest price, meow." It was like an auction for the magical cherry tomatoes. 40 tower coins for 500. As soon as Theo finished speaking, Kim Dong-sik shouted, "It's about 0.8 tower coins per cherry tomato." Kim Dong-sik, whose position at home had risen due to the magical cherry tomatoes, couldn't give them up. However, 41 tower coins. Other hunters who couldn't buy last time immediately raised the price. 45 tower coins. 45.5 tower coins. Other hunters who had come to watch also joined in, raising the price. At that moment, 100 tower coins. Chris shouted an enormous amount. 0.2 tower coins per cherry tomato. He was buying 500 cherry tomatoes for 200,000 won each. Chris had bought 30 magical cherry tomatoes in the first transaction and given them to his sister, Jenna, who was a pharmaceutical company CEO. He thought of her complaining about gaining weight from sitting all day. Jenna tried a few cherry tomatoes and was amazed by their effects, so she started researching the magical cherry tomatoes. However, she kept failing to extract the ingredients and asked Chris for more magical cherry tomatoes. She said she'd pay for it. So, without any burden, Chris spent a total of 273 tower coins to buy all without 500 magical cherry tomatoes. When the auction ended, female hunters approached. "Theo, can we take a picture with you?" "It's okay, meow. But give me coffee, meow." "Coffee?" The female hunters, who had brought lots of churu, a cat treat, were confused. "Wait a minute. Max, give me some coffee." The female hunters snatched coffee from their companions. "Or even spices like pepper are okay, meow. If you want to take a picture with me, show me your sincerity, meow." Theo was becoming more and more like a merchant cat out of his ambition to become a representative. 1. I am changing the unit of measurement from pyong to square meters for better readability for international readers. While the exact conversion would be approximately 3.3 square meters per pyong, I will be using square meters directly. If anyone has any issues or a better approach, please let me know in the comments. Good night. Chapter 21, Making Dried Sweet Potatoes. TL. Hanguk line up, meow. Theo had the female hunters line up and took a picture with each of them. "Give me my reward, meow." After taking the picture, Theo stretched out his front paw and said, "Oh my, look at this pink paw." Catherine was mesmerized as she gently touched Theo's front paw. Theo was a bit uncomfortable, but he waited because he had to receive compensation from this human. "Here." Catherine handed over a bag containing white powder. "What is this, meow?" "It's salt." "Good, meow." Theo quickly put the salt in his bag. "Pewhut. With this, I secure 1 hour of Theo's representative time, meow." At that moment, "Theo, take this too. I feel healed thanks to you." Catherine handed Theo a packet of churu that she had brought with her. "You're giving this to me for free, meow?" "Yeah, you let me touch your paws." Gasp. "Was that it, meow?" Theo was greatly shocked by Catherine's words. "Humans give food even if you let them touch your paws, meow." "Next human, come, meow." Theo took a picture with the next human in line. Click. While taking the picture, Theo subtly placed his front paw on the female hunter's hand. "Hurry up and touch it, meow." Following Theo's intention, the female hunters who took a picture with him couldn't help but touch his front paw as if they were bewitched, and they offered churu just as Catherine had done earlier. "Pewhut. Are my paws that attractive to humans, meow?" Theo licked his front paws clean and said, "Pewhut. With this, Park Sejan's lap is mine, meow." Thanks to the female hunters, Theo had a huge misunderstanding. My status Kim Dong-sik, who had loudly claimed he would take 200 magical cherry tomatoes home, had his shoulders slumped. At that moment, "Is there any human from Korea here, meow?" Theo, who had finished the photo time with the female hunters, shouted, "Korea? The leader is Korean." The hunters looked at Kim Dong-sik. "Human, did you come from Korea, meow?" Theo approached Kim Dong-sik. "Yeah, I came from Korea. Why?" "I have something to talk about alone, meow." "Follow me, meow." Theo took Kim Dong-sik to a secluded spot where other hunters couldn't eavesdrop. Morning of the 160th day of being stranded. Yawn. Sejun yawned as he woke up. He didn't sleep well last night. The rabbit couple had finally done the deed last night. Swoosh. He added a mark on the wall and started his day. He scooped some water from the small pond, washed his face quickly, and added 2 tablespoons of honey into the tumbler to make honey water. Since flowers had started to bloom on the 732 cherry tomato trees a few days ago, the number of flowers from which the bees could suck honey had increased. Yesterday, 5 new baby honeybees were added, and the amount of honey production increased dramatically, so there was more honey being produced than consumed even when drinking it daily. Sai, the baby rabbits came out of their burrow and greeted Sejun with a weak voice in the morning. You guys couldn't sleep either? Let's just let us singles drink the honey water. Yay! Yay! The baby rabbits handed over the carrot cups they had prepared beforehand. Gulp gulp gulp. Really, you must not betray. Got it? You lifelong singles are my only hope. Sejun poured honey water for the rabbits while saying this. However, the rabbits seemed to feel burdened by Sejun's words and left with only their honey water. Yuck! Only the black rabbit remained, taking a sip of honey water and performing a bottoms up with the cup before offering the carrot cup again. That's right, Black Rabbit, I trust you. Gulp gulp gulp. Sejun poured a full carrot cup of honey water for the loyal Black Rabbit. But the Black Rabbit also took another cup of honey water and just left. Tisk. Sejun's mouth soured at the rabbit's betrayal. Gulp. Gulp. So, Sejun resolved the bitter taste of betrayal with honey water and began his morning farming. Hop. You have harvested a well-ripened magical cherry tomato. Your job experience increases very slightly. Harvesting LV. 3 proficiency increases very slightly. You have gained 12 experience points. Wow, E+ grade. Sejun set aside the E+ grade cherry tomatoes. He did this because the E+ grade had a longer shelf life than other E grade cherry tomatoes, which he could eat later. Or he thought he could get a better price if he sold them through Theo. There's nothing wrong with having a longer shelf life. As Sejun was harvesting cherry tomatoes, he began to smell something burning. I need to take them out soon. Sejun was grilling sweet potatoes for lunch. He couldn't forgive what the rabbit couple did at night, but he still wanted to give them a treat since they had worked hard. The treat here was limited to recently harvested rare grilled sweet potatoes. And as the smell of grilled sweet potatoes ripened, Sejun began to take them out. But there were quite a lot to take out. A whopping 50 grilled sweet potatoes. No matter how much the rabbit couple needed a treat, it was too many. Then squeak. Squeak. The rabbit couple came out of their house happily. Let's eat. Yay. Yay. At Sejun's shout, the rabbits rushed to eat lunch. Squeak. The rabbits ate their fill of grilled sweet potatoes and lay down with their bellies full. The rabbits ate 3 grilled sweet potatoes. They tried their best, but they couldn't eat as much as they did with carrots. I'm full. Sejun also ate 2 grilled sweet potatoes and got up from his seat. The tower administrator asks if the remaining ones are all mine. I already gave you 5 earlier. I have separate plans for these. The tower administrator is disappointed. Wait and see. I'll let you eat something new. The tower administrator nods at your words and looks forward to it greatly. Sejun talked to the tower administrator and then peeled the remaining roasted sweet potatoes. And then, can you cut this for me? Sejun asked the white rabbit holding a sickle to cut the roasted sweet potatoes into pieces about the size of a pinky finger. The black rabbit was asked to lay the sliced sweet potatoes on dried leaves without stacking them. Now all we have to do is dry them well. The roasted sweet potatoes were basking in the warm sunlight, turning into dried sweet potatoes. 75th floor of the tower. Theo arrived at the merchant district where the wandering merchant's headquarters were located. This time, he wasn't here to play, but to run errands for Sejun, who asked him to buy a few things. Pot, ladle, bowl, spoon, dagger. Theo walked through the shopping area, muttering the items Sejun asked him to buy, so he wouldn't forget. Sejun, who didn't trust the gullible Theo, only asked him to buy the 5 most essential and inexpensive items first. Welcome! Theo entered a general store, picked up the necessary items, and brought them to the store owner. The pot is 1 tower coin, the ladles 0.2 tower coins, the bowls 0.3 tower coins, the spoons 0.1 tower coins, so the total is 1.6 tower coins. Give me a discount, meow. And then I'll give it to you for 1.5 tower coins. Discount more, meow. Customer, we're giving it to you at the lowest price we can. I understand, meow. Theo responded and then promptly turned to leave without hesitation. I give up. I'll give it to you for 1.3 tower coins. 1.2 tower coins. Or I'll just leave, meow. Sigh. Fine, 1.2 tower coins. Here, meow. Theo purchased the items and left nonchalantly. However, thump, thump. Theo's heart was beating intensely. Phew. I did it, meow. Sejun had instructed Theo to haggle at least 3 times, as a minimum precaution against being a sucker. As soon as the opponent quotes the price, ask for a discount, and if they refuse, leave without hesitation. If they hold you back, haggle more and buy after a total of 3 discounts. Following Sejun's instructions, Theo went to the blacksmith and also tried haggling 3 times, eventually buying a 20 tower coin dagger for 13 tower coins. Pewhut. Now I'm a wandering merchant who knows how to haggle, meow. As Theo was about to head to the 99th floor, feeling proud, this is an item from outside the tower. From outside? Yes. If you take this to the upper floors, he heard a familiar voice. When Theo turned his head, there was the goblin wandering merchant Scaram trying to cheat another rookie fox wandering merchant. That bad guy don't believe Scaram's words, meow. That guy is a scammer, meow. Theo interfered with Scaram's scam to prevent the new wandering merchant from being fooled like he was. Sejun had prevented Theo from being a sucker in their transactions, but he hadn't anticipated Theo's meddling. What? Do you have any evidence that I'm a scammer? Scaram looked at Theo with momentary confusion, but quickly raised his voice and yelled. He must have said that the tumbler had preservation magic on it, right? Don't believe him. This tumbler only blocks contact with the outside and prevents heat transfer, causing the temperature to drop slowly. Theo recalled Sejun's words and spoke confidently. Prove it as Theo's words were correct. Scaram backed off, thinking the deal was off this time. Thank you. Thanks to you, I didn't fall for the scam. What's your name? My name? I'm Theo. Oh, so you're Theo. Thank you so much for your help. Yeah, be careful. Don't be a sucker. Okay, goodbye. Theo saved a potential victim and happily went up to the 99th floor. In the merchant area where Theo disappeared, the rookie fox wandering merchant entered a store in a quiet alley. Welcome. What can I get for you? Eternal gold. The rookie fox wandering merchant bypassed the store owner and pressed a shield hanging in the corner. Clink. The shield slid back, revealing a staircase leading underground. As they went down the stairs, they saw bustling merchants. Agent Jiras, how did the operation to arrest Scaram go? I'm sorry. It failed. Jiras, a member of the Secret Inspection Bureau of the Wandering Merchant Association, was on a mission to capture Scaram, who was scamming rookie wandering merchants by disguising as a rookie merchant and catching Scaram in the act. If it wasn't for that guy. Gritting his teeth, Jiras thought of Theo. Hee. Just thinking of Scaram's embarrassed face makes me feel good. Unknowingly, Theo had ended up helping Scaram. A luxury foreign car arrived in front of an apartment in Bucheon. Is this Sejun's house? Kim Donsik recalled his conversation with Theo. What do you want to talk about? Let's make a deal. A deal? Theo took out a contract. The contract made in the tower was also enforceable outside, making it a commonly used method of trading. Kim Donsik examined the contract, which contained content Sejun had already prepared. Deliver 50 million won to Park Sejun's family at New World Apartment 305, Building 701 in Sosagu, Bucheon. That's right. And you have to tell Sejun's family that he's doing well. The reward is 200 magical cherry tomatoes and 50 tower coins. Theo took out the cherry tomatoes he had set aside. I'll do it. Kim Donsik, who needed 200 magical cherry tomatoes, shouted. But who is Park Sejun? Park Sejun is an amazing man. He saved my life on the 40th floor. That's why I'm running errands for him. Theo's conversation was scripted with Sejun. What? The 40th floor? Thus, the rumor of an unofficial genius hunter who reached the 40th floor was created. If I become friends with such a hunter's family, it will be helpful later. Kim Donsik took out a Korean beef set from the trunk and entered the apartment. And then ding dong. Kim Donsik pressed the doorbell of Sejun's house. Chapter 22. Delivering well wishes to the family. TL. Hanguk, who is it? A young man's voice came from behind the door. I've come on behalf of Mr. Park Sejun. What? Mom. Honey. The inside of the house became noisy at Kim Dong-sik's answer. What's going on here? As Kim Dong-sik was wondering if he should break the door down and go in, clink. The door lock opened. And sorry for making you wait. Please come in. A man in his 20s opened the door from the other side. Sejun's younger brother? Kim Dong-sik entered the house with a gift set of Korean beef. The house showed signs of age, but it was warm and well maintained. In the living room, there was a man in his 50s who looked similar to the man who opened the door. Sejun's father. It seemed that Sejun's mother was in the master bedroom due to the earlier commotion. I'd like to formally introduce myself. I'm Kim Dong-sik, the leader of Team 5 in the Phoenix Guild. What? The Phoenix Guild? Tadadadek. Sejun's younger brother, Sedol, hurriedly began searching on his smartphone. Members of a guild like Phoenix would each have appeared on TV and been interviewed at least once. They were famous figures, especially the leader. If he was a leader of a Phoenix Guild team, there would be tens of thousands of photos of him on the internet. And after finishing his search, Sedol alternated between looking at the smartphone's photo and Kim Dong-sik's face. Yes, it's true. This is really Kim Dong-sik, the leader of Team 5 in the Phoenix Guild. Then, Sejun is of course, my brother, as it seemed that Sejun's family was misunderstanding the situation. I've come to deliver this on behalf of Mr. Park Sejun. Kim Dong-sik hurriedly handed over an envelope to clear up the misunderstanding. However, Sejun Hyun, it led to an even bigger misunderstanding. It's not a will. It's 50 million won. What? Sedol quickly pulled out the contents of the envelope. What came out of the envelope was a dazzling check with 50 million won written on it. Mr. Park Sejun asked me to tell his family that he's doing well. And this is my gift. Kim Dong-sik offered the Korean beef gift set. Is our Sejun really doing well? Yes, he's doing well. Ah, thank you, honey. Sejun's father, Park Chun-ho, quickly snatched the check from Sedol's hand and ran to the master bedroom. After Sejun sent a message saying he had entered the tower, his family requested the Korean Awakened Association to check if Sejun was still inside the tower when he didn't return for over 3 months. However, as there was still no contact after 2 months, they began to think negatively. In that situation, when Kim Dong-sik said he came on behalf of Sejun, they misunderstood that he had come to deliver the news of his death. A moment later, Park Chun-ho, who had gone into the master bedroom, came out with his wife, Kim Mae-nan. Thank you. Our Sejun is really okay, right? But why hasn't he come out? Because of the quest, he can't come out. Auntie, you don't have to worry. Kim Dong-sik confidently answered. The quest was an idea that Kim Dong-sik had come up with spontaneously. Occasionally, there were quests in the tower where, if you left the tower, the quest would be invalidated. Moreover, he had a brief conversation with Sedol, who said that it had been just over 5 months since Sejun entered the tower. In 10 years, no hunter had reached the 40th floor of the tower, and Sejun had reached it in just 5 months? He was a genius of the ages. Kim Dong-sik began to have more and more fantasies about Sejun's talent. Then he also noticed Sedol. Sedol had a good physique, and if his older brother had such incredible talent, there was a high likelihood that the younger brother also had talent. He was tempted. He wanted to personally give Sedol a ticket to awaken his powers. However, he didn't do so since he didn't know what Sejun might think. Becoming a hunter provides opportunities to gain fame and money, but to achieve that, one has to risk their life. That's why many hunters didn't recommend their family members to become hunters. Without permission, awakening Sedol's powers could worsen their relationship. Then I'll get going. No, please at least have a meal before you go. No, I came straight here after leaving the tower. My family is waiting. Oh, I'm sorry for holding you up. Please be careful on your way. Alright, I'll be going now. Kim Dong-sik left Sejun's family and exited the house. The contract in Kim Dong-sik's possession began to burn with a blue flame, signifying the contract had been fulfilled. It was a magical flame, so it didn't burn anything else. Mission accomplished. Vroom. Kim Dong-sik started his car and headed home. Now, it was time to take the magical cherry tomatoes and secure his position as the head of the family. Day 161 of being stranded. As soon as he woke up, he marked a line on the wall before washing his face. They must have received it, right? Sejun thought about his family. Surely, the magical cherry tomato had become known outside, so they would know that he was alive. So he wanted to send money to let them know that he was really doing well. At that moment, buzz. The poison bees were busy flying around near the tall corn stalks. As Sejun approached, he noticed that the corn stalks, which he had not paid much attention to before because they were growing like weeds, now had flowers blooming at the tips. In addition, the sprouts of the seed potatoes he bought from the seed store were also growing. I'm sorry, guys. I haven't been paying much attention to you lately. Swoosh! Sejun hurriedly washed his face and watered the corn and potato sprouts, apologizing. Thanks to that, the rabbits also started working as soon as they woke up. Out of 200 corn seeds, 139 had grown, and out of 4 seed potatoes, 282 sprouts had emerged. The germination rate of the seeds he bought from the seed store seemed to be fixed at around 70%. I need to observe them a bit more. Sejun watered the growing corn and potatoes and prepared breakfast. Today's breakfast menu was dried sweet potato slices, which had been sun-dried yesterday, and carrots. He had flipped the sweet potato slices once before going to bed to make sure they dried well. Sejun picked up a dried sweet potato with his fingers to see if it had dried well. It was well dried on the outside, so it didn't stick to his hand. Good. Sejun was satisfied and put the dried sweet potato in his mouth. Chewing on it, the unique scent of dried sweet potatoes and the concentrated sweetness from the sun-dried moisture delighted Sejun's taste buds. And the chewy texture unique to dried sweet potatoes added to the enjoyment of eating. The rabbits, having finished their carrots, looked at Sejun with hopeful eyes as if asking if they could eat the new food. Sejun nodded, and the rabbits rushed towards the dried sweet potatoes. With ecstatic expressions, The rabbits began to eat the dried sweet potatoes, seemingly intoxicated by the enhanced sweetness. The tower's administrator asks if you've forgotten something. I got it. Sejin filled the plastic bag he had used for the apples on the first day with dried sweet potatoes. Eat up. The entire bag of dried sweet potatoes disappeared. The tower's administrator is delighted with the sweetness of the dried sweet potatoes. Sejin quickly began to eat the dried sweet potatoes as well. He had dried 40 sweet potatoes, and they were likely to be gone by the end of the day. After breakfast, Sejin took 3 carrot tops with about a finger's length of stem left, which the rabbits had eaten and left behind, and went to the field where he had harvested sweet potatoes a few days ago. The field had already been leveled by the black rabbit with a hammer, and 2 rabbits with shovels had created furrows, making it a perfect place to plant new crops. Sejin dug up the soil and planted the carrot tops so that the stems were not buried in the dirt. You've planted the tops of carrot roots. The probability of carrot roots taking hold increases due to the effect of seed sowing LV. 2. The proficiency of seed sowing LV. 2 increases very slightly. After accidentally discovering that carrot tops could sprout on their own, Sejin banned the rabbits from eating the tops. He planted about 3 to 5 carrot tops left by the rabbits every day. Of course, a few of the previously planted carrots were preparing to flower and produce seeds. When planting the 3rd carrot top, the proficiency of seed sowing LV. 2 increases very slightly. The proficiency of seed sowing LV. 2 is filled, and the level increases. Oh! The level of the seed sowing skill increased. This is what's great about farming. As you work hard, little by little, it builds up and gives unexpected rewards. Today was another rewarding morning. Hem. Sejin hummed a tune as he began harvesting cherry tomatoes. While harvesting cherry tomatoes, you've obtained 1 ml of honey from cherry tomato flowers. The proficiency of beekeeping LV. 2 increases slightly. You've obtained 1 ml of honey from cherry tomato flowers. The proficiency of beekeeping LV. 2 increases slightly. Why isn't there any honey from cornflowers? Sejin clearly saw the poisonous honeybees busily coming and going to the cornflowers, but there was no message saying that he had obtained cornflower honey. Is there no honey in the cornflowers? As Sejin wondered if there was honey in the cornflowers, bing! Bing! The black rabbit approached triumphantly. See this? I leveled up. It seemed that he had caught piranhas and leveled up again. At this rate, isn't he a piranha butcher? Huh. Sejin noticed a dried sweet potato dangling from the black rabbit's hip as it walked. It seemed to have stuck to the rabbit while it was eating earlier. Ho ha ha ha. Were you saving this for later? Sejin removed the dried sweet potato that was stuck to the black rabbit's hip. Yuck. It felt like something was being torn off. Bing! The black rabbit screamed, perhaps because it stung. Tears welled up in the black rabbit's eyes as if it really hurt. Ah? Looking at the dried sweet potato in Sejin's hand, black fur was stuck all over it. Sorry. Bing! The black rabbit lay down on Sejin's lap with a tormented expression. It hurts, so pat me quickly. Okay. Thump. 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 Sejin patted the black rabbit's plump buttocks and took a brief break. And just when he was about to get ready, tuck. Before the poisonous honeybee entered the hive, it placed something that looked like a yellow candy in Sejin's hand. You have acquired 10g of cornflower pollen clumps. The proficiency of beekeeping LV. 2 has slightly increased. Cornflower pollen clumps? It seemed that the poison honeybees were coming and going to the cornflowers because of this pollen instead of honey. Sejin put the cornflower pollen clump from his hand to his mouth to examine it. Smooth. As soon as it entered his mouth, the cornflower pollen clump melted in his saliva like cotton candy. It's sweet. As Sejin smiled, tuck, tuck, tuck. You have acquired 10g of cornflower pollen clumps. The proficiency of beekeeping LV. 2 has slightly increased. The poisonous honeybees placed 1 cornflower pollen clump each in Sejin's palm and went back to their hive. Before he knew it, Sejin's one hand was full of 15 cornflower pollen clumps stacked high. As Sejin put another cornflower pollen clump in his mouth to savor the taste. I'm back, meow. Theo returned after finishing the 3rd sold-out event and Sejin's errand. Chapter 23, Appraising Items. TL. Hanguk the Great Black Dragon, Aelin Pratani, had been in a great mood lately. The human who had entered her lair due to her own mistake turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I want to brag, but I have to hold back. She couldn't risk exposing her mistake. Croon, croon, croon. Aelin hummed a tune as she went to the collection warehouse, where the Pratani family had stored items they had collected for generations. The warehouse was enchanted with a preservation spell, so the items inside would always maintain their current state. Creak. Aelin opened the door to the warehouse. On the shelves inside were items worth billions once they were unleashed on Earth. Aylin walked past the displayed items and stood in front of an empty shelf. Then Russell. She carefully placed her item on the shelf, making sure it wouldn't break, and looked at it with pride. The newly added collection was labeled in Korean as Yosun washed apples. It was the bag of washed apples that Sejun had used to hold the dried sweet potatoes. The Yosun washed apples bag had earned the honor of occupying a spot in the collection room of the Pertani family, which boasted a history of millions of years. Hey, I should check what delicious food the human is making now. Aylin left the warehouse and sat in front of the crystal ball, watching Sejun's cave. Oh, the cat merchant has returned. That cunning fellow just tried to deceive our human again, HMPH. The black dragon, Aylin Pertani, stared intently at the crystal ball, wondering if Theo would deceive Sejun. Buzz! Announcing his arrival, Theo jumped down from the cave's ceiling hole as soon as he heard the buzzing of the poison bees. We're on the same side, meow. He shouted and ran, slipping into Sejun's clothes. Then Theo poked his head out of Sejun's collar. What? You're stretching my collar. Poisonous bees are scary, meow. Don't worry. They won't come. The adult poisonous bees told their offspring that Theo was on their side, so it was fine. Phew, that's a relief, meow. Theo finally came out of Sejun's clothes after confirming the poison bees didn't pull out their stingers. Did you do what I asked? Of course, meow. I completed all tasks and sold everything, meow. Theo answered confidently. So the contract to send news to my family went well? It should have, meow. Here's the contract, meow. Theo handed the contract to Sejun. As Sejun grabbed the contract, at that moment, the contract burned with a blue flame, indicating it had been fulfilled. It meant that Sejun's well-being and 50 million won had been successfully sent to his family. Good job. Let's settle our accounts first. Here it is, meow. 50 tower coins for the contract and 14.2 tower coins spent for the store errands, meow. Theo handed Sejun the amount spent and reported. 208.8 tower coins? Sejun was surprised by the amount, which was more than double what he had expected. I met a sucker this time and sold everything at a high price, meow. What? If a sucker is called a sucker by Theo, how much of a sucker are they? Not knowing the trading situation, Sejun was confused about whether to believe Theo's words. Alright, here's the incentive. It's originally 10.92 tower coins, but I'm giving a bit more. Sejun playfully handed over 15 tower coins to Theo. Thank you, Sejun. And I have this too. Theo, seemingly wanting more praise, quickly stood up and shook out the contents of his bag. Thud. Seasonings, churdu, and items Sejun had asked Theo to run errands for spilled out of the bag. What's this? Sejun carefully tasted the powder in a transparent bag. Salty. A wave of saltiness filled his mouth. With this grilled fish, Sejun was mentally simulating various ways to use the salt when Theo asked, "How is it?" Theo confidently climbed onto Sejun's lap. Huh. Am I a representative now? Only then did Sejun come to his senses and pat Theo's head while examining the items Theo had spilled out. There were only 2 seasonings, salt and pepper, and 15 coffee mix packets. At a glance, it seemed like Theo could get about 21-hour representative coupons. Alright, I'll appoint you as the representative for 24 hours. Since Theo had taken care of his request without any issues, Sejun decided to spend a little more time. Great. Representative Theo, good job. Sejun picked up a dropped tuna-flavored churdu, tore open the end, and held it out in front of Theo. Chomp, chomp, chomp. While Theo ate the churdu, Sejun examined the items he had asked Theo to buy. Pot, ladle, bowl, spoon, dagger. They were items for cooking and eating. Sejun first picked up the pot to examine it. Cast iron pot made of cast iron, it's sturdy. The handle is wrapped in wood for comfortable use. Usage restrictions, none. Maker, private grade, D private. Sejun also picked up the ladle to examine it. Cast iron ladle made of cast iron, it's sturdy. The handle is wrapped in wood for comfortable use. Usage restrictions, none. Maker, private grade, D. The rest of the bowls and spoons were the same. All private. That's strange. Chew, chew, chew. Theo's churdu eating speed slowed significantly as he observed Sejun's reactions. Sejun finally picked up the dagger to examine it. He intended to ask Theo why the maker was private after checking this item too. The dagger was heavier than Sejun had thought. Dagger? Usage restrictions. LV 10 or above, strength 5 or above. Maker, private grade, IHA. Why are there question marks? Where there should have been a description of the item, there were only 3 question marks. Snap. Sejun, meeting the usage restrictions, gripped the dagger and cut some dried leaves laid out for bedding. Slice. Although thin, the dried leaves, which became as hard as wood when dry, were cut too easily. It seemed sufficient for cooking. Representative Theo, where did you get this? Huh. I bought it from the blacksmith's lucky draw corner. Theo was flustered as Sejun asked about something other than the private maker. Lucky draw corner? That's right. The blacksmith was selling it at a discount, so I bought it there. The blacksmith owner told Theo to pick one from the lucky draw corner, a collection of equipment that they couldn't appraise when Theo asked for a knife to use while cooking. Give me a discount. Theo, having learned from Sejun, tried to bargain for a discount 3 times at the lucky draw corner and managed to reduce the price from 20 tower coins per draw to 13 tower coins, obtaining a single knife. Good job. It didn't matter what kind of knife it was, as long as it was cheap and worked. It was heavy, but as long as it cut well, that was enough. At that moment, the tower's administrator says that using unidentified items could cause trouble and offers to appraise it for you. Really? Then do it. A quest occurs. Quest: send the unidentified knife to the tower's administrator. Reward: none. If rejected, unable to appraise, an additional quest occurs. Quest: give the tower's administrator dried sweet potato as a gift. Reward: appraised knife. If rejected, unable to receive the knife. Do we have to do this? The tower's administrator says that using a quest is necessary for the items to be sent and received. The tower's administrator strongly denies that they want to eat dried sweet potato. A strong denial is a confirmation, isn't it? The tower's administrator wipes away their drool. I knew it. The tower's administrator admits that while they have a little desire for dried sweet potato, it's also true that a quest is necessary. Fine. Sejun decided to have the knife appraised. Listening to the tower's administrator made him feel uneasy about using an item with unknown information, and giving away a few dried sweet potato wasn't a difficult task. I was going to give them more later, but this should be enough. Take it. The knife disappeared from Sejun's hand. You have completed the quest. The tower's administrator uses an appraisal skill on the knife. The tower's administrator says that, fortunately, it's not an item that causes harm. Really? Sejun took a handful of dried sweet potatoes from the leather pouch where he kept his potatoes. Here you go. As the dried sweet potatoes disappeared from Sejun's hand, the knife appeared. You have completed the quest. As a quest completion reward, you have acquired the appraised knife, Keynes' training dagger. Keynes' training dagger? The equipment now had a name. Then this must be a named equipment. Outside, the starting price for named equipment is in the hundreds of millions. Sejun hurriedly checked the dagger. Keynes' training dagger. This is a dagger used for training by the Red Mountain Ranger Keynes. It's heavy for a dagger, using black iron to give it a sense of weight. When crafting the dagger, a small amount of mithril is mixed in so that the sharpness lasts longer after being sharpened once. Usage restrictions: LV 10 or higher, Strength 5 or higher. Creator: Blacksmith Revan Blackhammer Dwarf Grade, B Skill, Proficiency Increase LV 1. Proficiency Increase LV 1. The proficiency of all skills used with this dagger increases by 5% faster. All information, including the information about the creator that was restricted by the Wandering Merchant Association due to the powerful appraisal skill used by the tower administrator, was revealed. Thanks to this, Sejun's thoughts of asking Theo about the creator disappeared. Chop chop chop. Theo's chudo eating speed picked up again. He must have felt Sejun's good mood. And Sejun Nim, please scratch my back too, meow. Theo boldly requested. Alright. Hat pat. Sejun, who was mesmerized by Keynes' training dagger, scratched Theo's back and looked at Theo again with newfound appreciation. What's this? I thought this guy was just a pushover, but Theo had other talents. To have such a golden hand, no, a golden front paw, the world is indeed fair. Suddenly, Theo's front paws looked so pretty. Representative Theo, do you want more chudo? Sejun touched Theo's plump front paw and asked. Of course, meow. Hurry up and give me more, meow. Theo arrogantly replied. Sejun had touched his front paw first, which he had been saving as his secret weapon. And then the voice full of affection followed. Fuhoot. As expected, Park Sejun, you're human after all. I knew you'd do this, meow. He fell for it. As expected, all humans kneel before his front paws, meow. What's this? This cheeky attitude? Sejun became uncomfortable with Theo's cocky attitude, and his thoughts of permanently reinstating Theo as representative began to fade. Theo missed the opportunity to become Representative Theo right in front of him. Chop chop chop. Unaware that he had just missed the chance to become representative, Theo diligently licked chudo. At that moment, a presence approached Theo, who was sitting on Sejun's lap, with discomfort. Peeing. The black rabbit glared at Theo and shouted. That's my spot. What are you talking about, meow? This is the representative seat, meow. Peeing. The black rabbit took out his hammer and replied. I don't know. Get out right now. A battle of nerves began between Theo and the black rabbit on Sejun's lap. Haha. Cute creatures. Watching their battle of nerves was fun, but now it was time to sleep. Whirl! Let's all sleep together. Sejun laid down on the spot, holding Theo and the black rabbit tightly so they couldn't escape. What, meow? Peeing? At first, they struggled to escape from Sejun's chest, but soon both of them fell into a deep sleep while listening to Sejun's heartbeat. On the 161st day of being stranded, Sejun, Theo, and the black rabbit shared warmth and enjoyed a good night's sleep. That's all for today. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, or have a good day. Chapter 24. Harvesting D-Class Crops. TL, Hanguk Meow? Peeing? Theo and the black rabbit, who had been hugging each other and sleeping all night, woke up at the same time and locked eyes. Blink, blink. Both were at a loss for how to resolve this awkward situation. Did you sleep well, Meow? Peeing? They were so flustered that they forgot what had happened yesterday and got up as if nothing had happened. Are you up? Sejun also woke up upon hearing the conversation between Theo and the black rabbit. That's right, Meow. Peeing? ZZZT. ZZZT. Both answered at the same time and realized what they had to fight for. Swoosh. As Sejun added a stroke to the cave wall and started the 162nd day, Hawk. Hawk. Peeing. Peeing. Sejun's voice became the spark, and Theo and the black rabbit stared at each other like sworn enemies, on guard. Theo pulled out his hidden claws, and the black rabbit gripped the hammer tightly with both hands, ready to swing at any time. Cat and rabbit fight. A battle between yellow and black. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At that moment, let's get along well. Meow. Peeing? Sejun, who had returned after washing his face, picked up both Theo and the black rabbit by the scruff of their necks and placed them on each of his knees. And then swoop. 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 He put dried sweet potatoes in his own mouth and put churu and carrots in the mouths of Theo and the black rabbit. Munch, munch, munch. Gulp, gulp. The two glared at each other for a moment longer, but gradually focused on eating, and the fight ended trivially. And so, Theo and the black rabbit recognized each other's territories. After a quick breakfast, Sejun started his morning farming right away. He hurried to work because of his excited heart. The reason was the training dagger of canes he held in his hand. He wanted to use it as soon as possible. First, Sejun went to the field to plant the carrots tops that the rabbits had eaten. Scoop, scoop. As expected, the named dagger dug the ground well. The billion-dollar named weapon, used to cut monsters, had fallen to a farming tool in Sejun's hands. Swoosh! Sejun planted one of the carrot tops in the hole he had made with the dagger. You planted the carrot top. The effect of sowing LV. 3 increases the probability of the carrot taking root. Your job experience increases very slightly. The proficiency of sowing LV. 3 increases very slightly. The effect of proficiency increase LV. 1 adds a 5% increase to the proficiency of sowing LV. 3. Huh. This also increases proficiency? Sejun, who thought it only applied to combat, reread the option of Keynes's training dagger. Proficiency increase LV. 1 All skills used with this dagger increase proficiency by 5% faster. All skills used with the dagger? Indeed, a B-class named item was different. Haha. I should work hard to increase my proficiency increase skill. Sejun's enthusiasm soared. Sejun quickly planted the remaining 3 carrot tops and went to the cherry tomato field. Sejun cut the stem with several cherry tomatoes on it using the dagger. Swoosh! The tough cherry tomato stem was cut so easily. Lately, there were many cherry tomatoes to harvest, so they were harvesting them by cutting the entire stem. You have simultaneously harvested 7 ripe cherry tomatoes. Your job experience increases slightly. The proficiency of harvesting LV. 3 increases slightly. The effect of proficiency increase LV. 1 increases the proficiency of harvesting LV. 3 by an additional 5%. You have gained 70 experience points. Wow, it's really enjoyable to work. Snip, snip. Sejun diligently cut the cherry tomato stems and harvested several cherry tomatoes at once. And the task of separating the cherry tomatoes from the harvested stem was Theo's responsibility. Theo removed the cherry tomatoes and put them directly into a bag. As Sejun handed the cut cherry tomato stem to Theo, "Why am I doing this when I'm the representative?" Theo complained as he asked. "Then what about me? I'm the president and I'm working too." "What? Sejun, you're the president?" "Yes. So hurry up, Representative Theo." "All right, but is the president higher than the representative?" Theo's eyes sparkled as if he had found a new goal to aim for. When I become the president, I will monopolize both of Sejun's hands and knees." Theo imagined himself lying on Sejun's knees, being petted on his belly with one hand and fed treats with the other. "That's right. Oh, I've learned something good," I'll work even harder. Eat while working. I don't like this. Theo didn't like cherry tomatoes. Sejun thus motivated Theo and went back to harvesting cherry tomatoes. At that moment, meow. As lunchtime approached, the black rabbit called Sejun to move the piranhas he had caught. Today, he caught more piranhas than usual to pay for Theo's weekly salary. Before wrapping the piranhas in leaves, Sejun seasoned them with salt and pepper. He grilled 3 fish first, seasoning each with salt, pepper, or both, not knowing which seasoning the rabbits and Theo could eat. If there's any left over, I'll just eat it. Finally, they could eat seasoned food. Sejun, with a fluttering heart, wrapped the rest of the piranhas in leaves and placed them in the fire. Then he waited for the grilled fish to be done. Today, there were many exciting things. After a while, the smell of grilled fish began to fill the cave. Let's eat. Sejun called the white rabbits. Peep. Meow. At Sejun's words, the white rabbits answered and prepared the rest of the meal. The wife rabbit grilled green onions, while the other white rabbits brought sweet potatoes and carrots from the storage. Chomp. While the rabbits ate carrots and waited for the other dishes to be ready, Sejun didn't put anything in his mouth. When you're hungry, your taste buds become more sensitive. Sejun waited and waited, focusing all his taste buds on the seasoned grilled fish. And finally it's done. After a long wait, the grilled fish Sejun had been waiting for was finally ready. When he removed the leaf covering the fish, steam rose, and the smell of pepper spread. The first grilled fish he took out was a piranha seasoned only with pepper. Sejun deeply inhaled the aroma. Let's try it. Do you guys want some? Sejun cut the pepper-seasoned grilled fish into small pieces and distributed them to the rabbits. However, cough, cough. The white rabbits started coughing, as if the pepper was too spicy for them. Bah! Fortunately, the black rabbit seemed to have discovered a whole new world and ate it enthusiastically. And then, Representative Theo, would you like to try? I'll pass. You think I'd play around with fish? Theo was a pure fish lover. Luckily, the white rabbits enjoyed the grilled fish seasoned with salt. Thus, the pepper became a seasoning just for Sejun and the black rabbit. After lunch, gulp. Sejun sat on his designated seat, where the sun shone, and drank coffee for the first time in a while. Carrot harvesting was over, except for those flowering for seed collection. In the afternoon, there was nothing left to do besides harvesting cherry tomatoes, so they had some free time. I'm sleepy bang. As soon as Sejun sat down, Theo and the black rabbit naturally took their places on Sejun's lap and napped. Snoring. Snoring. The two quickly fell asleep. As a result, Sejun, who couldn't get up, spent his time gazing at the sky. At that moment, buzz. 3 baby bees, the size of a thumb, hatched from the hive and went out into the world. When the cherry tomato field was in full bloom, the queen bee began laying eggs in earnest. And now, 3-5 baby bees were born every day, and the number of bees soon exceeded 50. To be exact, there were 53. Buzz. The adult bees began teaching the baby bees their work. It was a peaceful sight. Sejun watched the adult bees teaching the baby bees while finishing his coffee. Now wake up. Sejun woke Theo and the black rabbit. 5 more minutes. Yawned Theo and the black rabbit, who were making a fuss about sleep. Thunk. Sejun grabbed the back of Theo and the black rabbit's necks, set them down on the ground, and stood up. Now let's get to work. Sejun went back to the cherry tomato field and harvested the tomatoes. Rustle. Rustle. Haha. They cut so well. Thanks to the stems cutting so easily, Sejun naturally became excited. Sejun was so absorbed in harvesting the cherry tomatoes that he didn't notice the time. I'll be going now. As soon as Theo filled his bag with cherry tomatoes, he prepared to descend the tower and save the remaining time for Representative Theo to use later. He planned to sell the carrots and sweet potatoes after the next harvest, as there wasn't enough for the rabbits and himself. Already. Take this grilled fish with you. Thank you. Theo carefully put the grilled fish that Sejun gave as his weekly pay into his bag. When you stop by the store district, be sure to visit the forge and try your luck at the lottery corner. At it. Sejun made Theo buy the necessary items from the store again, and on the way, he also made him try the equipment lottery at the blacksmith's. Sejun didn't want to waste Theo's dazzling talent. I'll be back, meow. Theo went down the tower again for the 4th transaction. While sending Theo away and harvesting cherry tomatoes, you have simultaneously harvested 6 well-ripened magical cherry tomatoes. Your job experience greatly increases. The proficiency of harvesting LV. 3 greatly increases. Due to the effect of proficiency increase LV. 1. The proficiency of harvesting LV. 3 increases by an additional 5%. You have gained 90 experience points. 90 experience points? It wasn't the experience points one could get from harvesting 6 cherry tomatoes. Sejun examined the harvested cherry tomatoes. 3 were the original cherry tomatoes, but the other 3 were different. Magical cherry tomato: a cherry tomato grown inside the tower that has absorbed enough nutrients and has a delicious taste. When consumed, it breaks down 20 g of fat in the body and increases magic power by 0.2 for 10 minutes. The effect can be stacked up to 10 times within an hour. When a non-awakened consumes it, it breaks down 20 g of fat and revitalizes the body. The taste has improved as it was cultivated by a tower farmer who just got the hang of farming. Cultivator: Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Expiration date: 60 days. Grade: D. It was a D grade crop. The fat breakdown, magic power increase, and expiration date were all doubled. But what caught Sejun's eye was something else. It tastes better? Sejun immediately put the D-grade magical cherry tomato in his mouth. Pop. Crunch. As soon as he bit into the cherry tomato, a stronger sweet and sour taste swept through his mouth. It's delicious. Gasp. Sejun quickly came to his senses and hastily put the D-grade cherry tomatoes into his pocket separately. He didn't know from where the tower administrator might be watching greedily, and the black rabbit as well. But he was already caught. Peeing? The black rabbit that had been watching Sejun from a while ago rushed over and shouted, "What are you eating alone?" SHH. Sejun put his index finger to his lips and quietly took the black rabbit to a corner of the cave. There were only 3 D-grade cherry tomatoes, and the other white rabbits might feel left out if they found out. You have to eat quietly. Got it? We're accomplices now. Sejun warned the black rabbit and gave him a D-grade cherry tomato. Peeing? The black rabbit nodded confidently and replied, "Don't worry." Okay. Sejun trusted the black rabbit and went back to harvesting cherry tomatoes. And shortly after, slurp, 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 the sound of the black rabbit sucking up cherry tomato juice echoed throughout the cave. Hey, you said not to worry. Fortunately, 10 more D-grade cherry tomatoes were harvested before that, so the white rabbits didn't have to be left out. The tower administrator feels left out because you didn't give them any. I told you I'd give you some. On the 162nd day of being stranded, everyone truly tasted the D-grade magical cherry tomato without anyone feeling left out. Huh. I feel somewhat left out, meow. Theo went down the tower, feeling strangely left out. Chapter 25. Catching a falling baby bear. TL. Hanguk CEO, we've tried all extraction methods, but we failed to extract a new component from cherry tomatoes. Really? Jenna, the CEO of the pharmaceutical company Ister, who was leading the research team herself, bit her nails. It was her habit when she was deep in thought. Is it really impossible to extract from the items? Her younger brother Chris had told her that it was impossible to extract anything from the items, and she had gotten excited and overreacted. However, the clinical trial results are very good. We confirmed that consuming the magic cherry tomato increases the basal metabolic rate by 5-10% while breaking down 10 g of fat. What about the synergistic effect? In the case of non-awakened people, when consumed, the fat is reduced by 10 g, but the increase in basal metabolic rate is only about 0.1% additional increase. The additional effect is minimal. I see. Jenna, who had experienced the magic cherry tomato herself, knew best. She just wanted to verify the exact numbers. What about side effects from overconsumption? There are no side effects other than those that occur when consuming regular cherry tomatoes. Really? What about due to excessive fat breakdown? That part is amazing. Even if you overdose on magic cherry tomatoes, if your body has low fat, it doesn't break down fat below 7-9% body fat. Instead, the effect of increasing vitality also disappears. The researchers' words meant that even if you overeat magic cherry tomatoes, it wouldn't harm your health. Alright, please bring the remaining ones to my office. For the past few days, Jenna had been receiving calls from FDA advisory committee members who received magical cherry tomatoes as gifts, asking if they could get more. Yes. But magical cherry tomatoes are definitely good. Your jawline has become much sharper, CEO. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Jenna's mood improved at the research team leader's words. Although the research to extract components from magic cherry tomatoes had failed, but her day it had been successful. Day 165 of being stranded. Alright. Sejun got up and added another line to the wall, completing another Chinese letter. The fourth row is already 30% full. Time seemed to pass slowly, but it also went by quickly. Buzz buzz. The poisonous honeybees woke up early in the morning and approached Sejun before they sucked honey. The number of poison honeybees had increased by 7 in 2 days, totaling 60. Did you all sleep well? Rub rub. The poison honeybees responded by rubbing their tail parts on Sejun's body. Just then squeak, pitter patter, thump. The rabbits woke up and greeted Sejun in the morning. Sejun and the rabbits ate a simple meal of sweet potatoes, carrots, and refreshing honey water before starting their morning farm work. Starting today, Se-jun's tasks included cutting the green onion leaves that Wife Rabbit used to do. As the Wife Rabbit's belly grew larger, she was given easier tasks like preparing meals and picking cherry tomatoes from the stems harvested by Se-jun. Scrape, scrape. Se-jun cut the green onion leaves at an incredible speed. With the canes' training dagger, Se-jun could be called the almost unrivaled leaves cutter in this cave. The White Rabbit with a cart alone couldn't keep up with Se-jun's speed of cutting green onion leaves, so the White Rabbit with a sickle had to help carry the green onion leaves too. In just an hour, Se-jun finished cutting the leaves and immediately started harvesting cherry tomatoes. Lately, his stamina had improved, so it was not too challenging for him. He diligently cut the cherry tomato stems with his dagger and gave the stems to the Wife Rabbit for harvesting tomatoes. Since harvesting the D-grade magic cherry tomatoes yesterday, most of the cherry tomatoes he harvested were D-grade. It was because the crops that grew after Se-jun became a D-grade top farmer were also D-grade. If Theo had gone just a day later, we could have sold D-grade cherry tomatoes. He felt a bit regretful, but thanks to that, he could enjoy eating D-grade magic cherry tomatoes to his heart's content, so it wasn't all bad. While Se-jun was cutting the cherry tomato branches, you have simultaneously harvested 7 well-ripened magical cherry tomatoes. Your job experience increases slightly. Your harvesting LV3 proficiency increases slightly. Due to proficiency increase LV1 effect, your harvesting LV3 proficiency increases by an additional 5%. You have gained 140 experience points. You have leveled up. You have acquired 1 bonus stat. He had leveled up a few days ago, but he gained experience by harvesting D-grade cherry tomatoes, and he leveled up earlier than expected, reaching level 14. Se-jun raised his stamina with the bonus stat. Should we take a break? As he stopped his hands, Se-jun looked around to see the situation of the other White Rabbits. Although the Wife Rabbit was no longer working on the farm, Se-jun cut the leaves quickly. The sickle-wielding White Rabbit and the cart-pulling White Rabbit, who had nothing to do, helped the other rabbits, and the progress of the work was even faster than before. Let's take a short break. Thanks to the dagger Theo brought, Se-jun and the rabbits had more leisure time in their day. At Se-jun's shout, the rabbits gathered at their official resting place. Let's eat one by one and rest. Se-jun brought the 2 cherry tomato stems he had just harvested, and handed out 1 tomato to each rabbit. The rabbits bit into the cherry tomatoes and began to suck the juice. Se-jun squeezed the cherry tomato juice into a tumbler and made cherry tomato juice. At that moment, the bees approached. When they ate like this, the bees would sprinkle honey on the rabbits' cherry tomatoes. The bees also approached Se-jun. I'm fine. Se-jun refused the honey, wanting to enjoy the pure taste of cherry tomatoes today. So Se-jun and the rabbits took a break and went back to their individual tasks before having lunch. Ah, this is nice. Se-jun cleaned his mouth with coffee after eating a salty grilled fish for lunch, washing away the salty taste and fishy smell. Today, he boiled water in a pot and brewed coffee with hot water. The Black Rabbit climbed onto Se-jun's lap to take a nap. A second later, the Black Rabbit yawned. How can it fall asleep so quickly? Se-jun looked at the Black Rabbit in amazement and then looked up at the sky. About 10 minutes later, grrr, grrr, a strange sound came from above the cave. Huh. Se-jun quickly got up from his seat. Bang? Bang? The startled Black Rabbit, which had been thrown off, looked around in confusion. But Se-jun couldn't worry about that. The sound from above wasn't very loud, but it was definitely a monster. Jump! The Black Rabbit, sensing something strange, quickly jumped onto Se-jun's shoulder. Then, Se-jun and the Black Rabbit made eye contact with a red-furred creature poking its head out of the hole in the ceiling. Grrr? Slip! Grrr. The creature, more flustered than Se-jun and the Black Rabbit, slipped and fell into the cave, letting out a strange scream. You shouldn't go there. Mother always said it was forbidden. It was the territory of the poisonous honey bees and it was dangerous. However, the baby crimson giant bear, who went out to play alone while its mother was briefly asleep, got lost. Mom! Mom! The baby crimson giant bear called out for its mother and tried to find its way home. But the baby crimson giant bear went in the wrong direction and entered the territory of the poisonous honeybees, getting farther away from its mother. Mom! Mom! The baby crimson giant bear was looking for its mother in the territory of the poisonous honeybees. Then, sniff, sniff. A sweet smell came from somewhere. It smells delicious. The baby crimson giant bear forgot it was looking for its mother and followed the scent. Sniff, sniff. Following the scent, the baby crimson giant bear realized the smell was coming from a hole in the ground and cautiously poked its head out to look down. Huh! But there was a gaze looking up at it from below. Slip! The baby crimson giant bear, too flustered, lost strength in its legs and fell into the hole. Save me, Mom! Huh! Sejun unknowingly caught the falling creature in his arms. The monster, the size of a small dog with red fur, was now in Sejun's embrace. Plop. Sejun's first thought after catching the monster was how soft it was. Grrr. The monster looked at Sejun, who had caught it. A dog? It looked like a dog no matter how he looked at it. But the name showed otherwise. Baby Crimson Giant Bear. Sejun put the baby Crimson Giant Bear down on the ground. Grrr. The Crimson Giant Bear, still scared, stood on its hind legs, grabbed Sejun's leg with its front paws and hid behind him, looking around. What should I do with this? Sejun was lost in thought about what to do with the suddenly appeared Crimson Giant Bear. The presence of a baby meant there was a mother who might be looking for her baby somewhere. While Sejun was worrying wobble, the baby Crimson Giant Bear, thinking there was no one to attack him, began to explore the cave. The first place it went was the water bottle filled with honey, which had a sweet smell. However, buzz, sting. As the poisonous honeybees pulled out their stingers to attack the intruder that not only invaded the cave, but also targeted the honey, Kuya. The baby Crimson Giant Bear screamed and quickly hid behind Sejun's legs again. Buzz. The poisonous honeybees were circling around the baby Crimson Giant Bear, preparing to attack. Wag. Shiver. Scared, the baby Crimson Giant Bear trembled and even peed itself. It was too pitiful. It's okay. Sejun calmed down the poisonous honeybees and sent them away. Kuya. As the poisonous honeybees disappeared, the baby Crimson Giant Bear clung to Sejun, asking to be hugged. What is wrong with him? Sejun hugged the baby Crimson Giant Bear for now. Korung. What? As soon as he was hugged, the baby bear fell asleep in an instant. Why? The black rabbit did the same. Why did they sleep so well in my arms? Sejun, puzzled, gently put the baby bear on his designated seat. He then asked the black rabbit to watch over the baby bear and began his afternoon farming. Sejun was concerned about the baby bear and checked on it from time to time. While checking on the baby bear periodically, he could not see the black rabbit and the baby bear who were supposed to be on his designated seat. No way. He worried that the baby bear might have eaten the black rabbit. Sejun hurriedly looked around and heard the sounds of the black rabbit and the baby bear near the pond. Bling, plop, kuya. When the black rabbit showed the baby bear how to hunt piranhas, the baby bear looked at the black rabbit with admiring eyes. Bling. The black rabbit looked at the baby bear with a proud expression. Did you see what your big brother did? Kuya. The baby bear nodded in response. Big brother, you're amazing. Can I eat this? Bling. The black rabbit answered cheerfully. Of course. Kuya. The baby bear, with the black rabbit's permission, began to eat the piranhas hurriedly. Sejun decided to leave the baby bear's care to the black rabbit for now, watching the two of them. On day 165 of the being stranded, the lost baby Crimson Giant Bear began to stay with them.